Okay, what is that? You have to identify it, what you're saying. Otherwise, there is no communication. And I don't know. In the end, he found a way to go around India, and they came back to law of identity as well, because India brought him back there, but he went away a little bit and they came back. Because without law of identity, you cannot communicate. Now the word that I'm telling you, which is my fourth language that I learned, the English, I'm talking to you, you are understanding me because there is identity to that word that I'm telling you. You understand it.
Oh, I get
Otherwise,
that. But that other fella didn't. That
yeah,
was
because
this
otherwise,
morning's one. That was the one this morning.
exactly.
Oh,
Otherwise, there
for
is
me.
no communication. If I'm talking to you in Arabic or Armenian or whatever language that I know that you don't know, there is no communication. It will be me talking, you listening, and not understanding. That's why the law of identity is important to communication. And not only communication, it's important for the basis of uh, interaction between people. Even when you go to India and this guy he moves his head left and right. Oh, you for me it's, oh, he moved his head left and right. But he was communicating with another Indian completely, another sentence or paragraph, just moving his head. Law of identity. It's not only with words, yeah. But the other guy, I'm XP. He tried to be very smart, and I was going crazy in my car. I was driving, and I
Don't worry,
couldn't
mate.
talk.
It was doing my head in too. He was
I
a
know.
whole different one. And you could tell he was being slimy about it because of the little chuckle every now and then.
Exactly, exactly. And I was saying, man, Indio, do you hear it? He's like chuckling. He's like, he's doing it on purpose. But anyway, he's not the only one.
So, what I find interesting is our little friend who's been on silence down here was telling us about this video or photo that he was going to take of a hill or a mountain. He still hasn't posted that yet.
He will never post it. All they do is like, I had it, but I cannot show you.
Just here to waste time. That's all they're doing.
Yep. Man, I suffer so much on TikTok. It's like there is so many people as a flat earthers.
Check it out. He posted it. So he's claiming he can't see the hills in the background because there's hills in the foreground. Are you joking? That is your claim. Because you can't see the bottom of the hills that are a long way away, therefore globe, but you haven't got the brain capacity to have a look at the hills in the foreground that are blocking the ones in the background. My goodness. This is where I say, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to bed. Because seriously, bro, I'm not question that. If anyone else wants to unlock him,
You know what happened? It happened the same thing the other day, like maybe 3 days ago. The guy he was posting a picture of the mountain, which there was a mountain in front of it, and he was saying, "I cannot see the front of the bottom of the mountain." Yes, you cannot see the bottom of the mountain because there is another mountain in front of it. No, why should I? reflection and all the, oh man. T- Go to sleep, my friend. I will go to sleep
Yeah,
soon.
that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, it's
Look at him inside chat. My proof is concrete. Wow.
of course, of course.
Of course it is.
Concrete. I always take them. I have this thing that I do when they tell me uh, I can why I can see bottom up. I said, okay, I put a brick in front of you, and then I take that same brick, which you see when it's in front of you, like 1 feet, you will see the whole brick. I take that brick and I put it 100 feet away. You will see less of that brick. And I take that brick and I put 1 mile away. You will not see that brick. And I put another 1 million brick of that brick and I build a big, huge tower. You will see it. But that brick, the essential brick, the first one, you will not see it because it's too small to see it. What, you know, the perspective, which they don't understand. Good night, Demetric. See you tomorrow.
Alrighty. Gentlemen, all the best for today. Hopefully, there's not too many Globers that are trying to loop you around in circles. Have yourselves a good one. Peace, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Quietly understand where you live. Nothing wrong
Or
with that.
just give them a simple I don't know.
Yeah, give them a simple I don't know, or say, well, the horizon's not where the globe model says it should be. So
Mhm.
I would actually advise against going and telling all your friends and family right away.
Yeah, I still don't know shit, but
Yeah, you need to research. That's what you need to do. You need to think. You just go outside, removing all these concepts of a ball earth, and just ask yourself, what am I experiencing right now? Am I spinning at millions of
Man,
miles an
not gonna
hour
lie,
through an infinite vacuum?
if the Earth is flat, God exists 100%. Simple as that.
Why do you think they're trying to hide it?
No kidding.
Like instantly, God exists, and we are special.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's why they've worked
Yep.
for hundreds of years to come up with all these mad theories about big bangs and coming from fish and then monkeys and then man.
It's
So that
Satan
people don't
right
understand
there.
that.
Don't leave out the rocks. Don't leave
It's
out the
fucking
rocks.
Satan.
Yeah, you started out as a rock. You're a complicated rock.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you think
it's
you live
just a
on a
giant-
ball, yeah, if you think you live on a ball, you can get away with anything because you won't have to worry about anything when you die.
Yeah, so when the government tells you to go and kill someone on the other side of the world, you don't have to worry about any consequence. You can go and do it. And the government love that.
Yeah, because nothing,
you know why it
nothing
doesn't
matters,
matter?
right? It's
Because
just
when
a
you go to the
ball.
other side of you know why it doesn't matter? Because when you go to the other side of the world, you're upside down, so it doesn't count.
So there you go. You figured it out. It's just one giant attempt to push society into atheism and statism, worship of the government, because they know human beings are going to worship something. If it's not a creator, it's going to be the government, celebrity, themselves, society, whatever the government and
Ironically, he
media
was
steer
doing
them
it.
into.
Ironically, he was doing it himself. He was doing the Magic Science Guy fallacy, and he was doing it, just out of reflex.
Yeah, that's what 99% of people are doing. Just assuming that someone else is taking care of it, because how many people believe it? Someone would have called it out. Well, here we are.
Also got rid of kings in many parts of the world, so you can't worship them either.
So let me ask you this: if there is no God, who or what is the highest moral authority that you should listen to?
Moral?
Who?
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking
Yeah.
about this for the past
No, I'm
months,
asking
and
you. I
there's
want to answer the
nothing
question.
at all besides God.
Okay, let me ask you. I want you to answer my question. If there is no God, who is the highest moral authority that you should listen to? That when they say
Society?
you should do this,
Society.
just generally or particular people?
Yeah, your little group. Like, the society that you're in, and it must be different from Japan. Like moral is relative.
No, I say
Without
you're
a
going to
God.
follow what's on
Hold on. In
TV.
those societies, there's a hierarchy, right?
Yeah, moral
People
doesn't
at the
exist
top.
with no God. Actually,
But no, well, I mean, it's not moral, right? It's like a utilitarian thing where, okay, as far as like what you should and shouldn't do, there's no God. So how do I decide what I should and shouldn't do? Well, I look to the hierarchy, and then I look up the hierarchy and like, who's the boss of the hierarchy? Oh, the president of the United States. He's the boss. He
Government?
decides what I should and shouldn't do because
Bingo.
That's
there's
true.
no God, right? So some man is the highest moral authority.
That's really true.
Nothing has changed. Okay, so they used to teach you that the pharaohs, like nobody overthrew them because they said that they were descendants from God and the emperor of China and all these kings, right? The divine right of rule, right? So they told you this. They told their people the same things, except for they said, "God anointed me." They've abandoned God and they've said, "There is no God. I've anointed myself."
No, I mean, with no God, good and evil and bad doesn't exist at all. It's just a concept.
I'm aware of that.
So,
I'm aware of that. That there's no epistemological justification for
yeah, I agree with that.
I should claim, because you can't get a should claim out of anything, right? You just become completely pragmatic. So there's like the humanist view, or like whatever is good for all the humans, right? As long as you don't do any harm, that's what you should do. Okay, but that's subjective, right? One person thinks you should do this, another person thinks you should do this. One person thinks this is harmful, and one person thinks that is harmful. You can't come up with any objective truths. You're left in a relative wishy-washy state that drives people crazy. As like, look at the world, dude. Just look at how crazy the world is. Relative moralism. It's a failure.
Yeah, so Arthur, that's kind of the point I was wanting you to understand, because when you're saying, well, what shape it is doesn't matter, and yeah, technically that's true. The physical nature of the surface itself in isolation doesn't really matter, but the larger philosophical, societal, spiritual implications of that question do matter. And they've used this concept of a globe as a weapon against us. You understand? Societally.
Mm-hmm.
So they've changed the power structure, the power dynamic that's been understood through all of human civilization and history. That there's a creator above all, and that men are all equal under
So
him.
why does God let it happen?
You don't.
Well, yeah, and then you get into the deep spiritual philosophy there about free will and
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the
Yeah.
question of the problem of evil.
Yeah, that's the flat earth VC stuff philosophy. I get it.
No. So, look, the problem of evil, we're not going to get into that, okay? It's an ancient question. It's not
Don't need that,
necessary.
guys.
Whoever's doing that. Okay, so the problem of evil is an ancient philosophical question that's been debated for, thousands of years. We're not going to cover that here. The topic here is flat earth. So, fact of the matter is, if you doubt that there's power in this globe idea, that they're exerting power over the masses, the guy that just came in here and spiraled out of here because he was shown a triangle, because he's so embedded, this worldview that he adopted voluntarily, so embedded into his mind, he can't even for 1 second entertain the idea that it's false, because his whole identity will collapse. Okay? This is the fact of the matter. We see person after person after person. I call it spiral on arrival. They come in, they're mad as hell flat earth is even around. Oh my God, you guys are flat earth, spazzing out. Why are they spazzing out? It's not their idea. Why would you spazz out over somebody else's idea that they gave you and you adopted? Doesn't make any sense. It's because the powers that should not be have implanted this idea into them as an identity of who they are. Who am I? I'm a speck of dust on this giant ball in on a speck, which is also a speck of dust in a giant near infinite universe. And the sun's going to blow up in 4.3 million years anyway, billion years, and we're all going to die anyway. So what I do doesn't really matter. It's a nihilistic, solipsist worldview, and that's why, when you adopt that, it just becomes everything is hedonism and nonsense. So This is a multifaceted, sophisticated idea that's got tentacles all over the place.
Speaking of spiraling globers, I don't think I've seen Bendy Light out of the VC or out of the YouTube channel before. What's up, Ben? Bendy Light. All the world's a mirage because the light's bending because it must be a globe.
Is he one of those?
Yeah, I think that's his whole name. It's all the deal, right? The light
Yeah.
must be bending to make everything look flat, to deceive
Moon's not
us.
there. Yep, moon's not there. Sun's not there. You can't shoot missiles from ships to another ship. You can't do any of that because it's all an illusion for these guys. It's just imaginary.
It's all Bendy Light, right? Bendy Light?
He's in
All the world is a stage, and the stage is a mirage, and like that's not really an act happening because they're refracted to somewhere else.
You there, Bendy?
Shit,
Yes, man.
man. Oh, okay. So what do you have to say about the Houthis shooting a missile at a U.S. destroyer, going 10 feet off the water and being picked up 43 kilometers away from the ship? What do you have to say about that? Was that Bendy radar? And Bendy infrared?
Lucky shot.
Lucky shot. Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good, right? Good can only bring you so far. Luck can do anything.
So Arthur, you're still on the fence.
Tristan's mad at Arthur for not being a full glober now, and now he's calling him dumb. All that shit. It's funny. When the
But
globers
Tristan,
get hurt. Tristan, you're losing one.
Typical.
that's unfair, Tristan, because you already understand that the Earth is flat. So don't try and stop other people from figuring it out.
Don't join them.
Hey Arthur, what do you think is still good evidence for a globe?
Shit.
Anything?
No. You guys have
No,
all
it's
the answers for my simple
I always
questions.
unmute
Means.
Robert and ask him. He's at the
Okay.
bottom under his new alias. What's his new alias? Oh, his new alias is unmute.
I'm not qualified enough to make more questions because I'm out of bullets. Right?
You don't have to be. It's not. I mean, if you're just asking questions, I mean, you don't have to be qualified. Just use your mind. Just be honest and critical in your thought.
And remember, you can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. And because of that, you can't do celestial navigation on a ball.
Like right now, you should be frantically searching for globe evidence to try and hang on to this belief that you think is or should be true. Have you done that? Or are you going to do that?
No.
You're going to try and find some globe evidence?
I'll try.
Well, if you're curious about the truth, you would have to.
Oh, your inbox is probably filling up right now. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Bendy Light's here.
If you type Flat Earth in backwards in Google, you'll get the NASA website.
So think
since
about it,
you have
Arthur.
already sent
could
me
you-
the link of your guys' Discord. I'll just join again and try to check more stuff.
Yeah, do some research. Think to yourself, how could I prove if I live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum or not? And good luck. Let us know when you want your flat Earth badge.
I wish you guys are right, because
No, we are
It's way
right.
better.
You wish it was a
I
globe
wish.
still, is what it is.
I
Yes.
promise you, I wish you guys are right, because
Well, you're in
I'll be
luck.
waiting.
You're in luck because we are right, and there's no
Please.
evidence to the opposite.
Please. It's way better to be in a place that was designed for you, especially for you.
Well, lucky for you, that's your situation.
Yeah. There you go. You win. You're a winner now.
It makes me happy, but I'm still not sure. Well, let's check about it.
We are sure. So you
Yeah,
guys
man,
have to
cows
go-
didn't evolve to feed us.
Yeah, you
That's
have to
no-
go outside and look for yourself, dude.
Yeah, you can go and test it yourself. That's the beautiful thing about
Way of
this.
survival.
You can go and figure it out. Just go to your local beach or lake. See how flat it is. Has someone shown you the curve calculators? So
No.
go and check the numbers.
I'm wondering if anyone's in his DMs yet. It's been like 30 minutes.
For sure.
Yeah, Arthur, do us a favor. Go and check your DMs and tell us if someone's trying to convince you that the Earth's a globe.
No, no one.
Okay. They must be sleeping,
Check your notification.
recharging for the next day. They've been reset.
One of them must have called in sick on this shift or something. I don't know.
No, Professor Phil is busy crashing rockets into the moon.
Yeah, I did. 17 minutes over. 17 minutes past the last hour. So 1 hour ago, 17 minutes past the last hour, I posted the Black Swan, the Twilight Black Swan, and got the curvature calculator link there as well.
Wouldn't it have
Go
been
check that
easier
out.
to just repost them instead of saying all that?
No, I posted a lot of stuff.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi.
What you got questions? Got some evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball?
No, I'm here to agree with everything you're saying because the Earth's flat.
Okay.
Do you guys believe in the ice walls?
Ice
Well, we're not
walls.
really talking about beliefs here. Just talking about reality.
Besides, it's a military thing. The
Yeah, but
military calls it the ice
What's
wall.
the edge
not
of
us.
the world? That's a good point. Where is the edge of the world?
If you find one, let us know.
Yeah, when you're out searching for when you're looking for that globe proof, look for an edge, I guess.
I edge all
But
the
it's
time.
a
I don't know
globe.
about that.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to have a edge if it's a globe. But if it's a flat surface, it needs to.
Nope.
To have
See,
one.
that's where you're wrong.
That's where the ice walls come in, guys. Because you can't
Yeah,
really
so
like,
I'll mute
fall off
you.
with the ice walls.
Yeah, I'll mute you then. How's that?
Glober alert.
Yeah, he's definitely a Glober alert.
Wouldn't someone need to claim an edge for there to be an edge?
So the edge of the globe has an edge. It has one edge going all the way around it. So if you hold it up in your hand and you look across the top, you'll see it's curved. That's your edge. So you should be able to do that across water. And there should be a definite edge everywhere, 3 miles away when you're standing at the beach. And there's not. So there you go. No edge. So you guys don't have an edge, and neither do we. Who cares?
I always edge. Sorry.
Degenerate Glober.
Get rid
Your
of them.
interjections aren't required. We know you're a Glober, but you won't be able to tell us why you're a Glober. So you'll pretend not to
understand.
be a Glober.
I
That's the
didn't
play.
get it. Because what if I go to the limit of the surface? Because if it's a globe, it has no limit. It's just circle. It's repeating itself. But if it's a flat surface, it needs to have a limit.
All right,
we can see, we can-
let's ruin your day. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? How can you have air and water around a ball in a vacuum?
I mean, there's a lot of explanation for this.
No, there's no
the community.
explanation for it. Zero explanations for it.
Yeah,
Isn't it
Arthur, we're not
contained?
claiming an edge. We're not claiming an edge, and we're not claiming it's a disc in space that you could fall off. So if
Elijah, you're hot
curious,
micing.
All right.
yeah, we're not claiming to know the size or the limits of the system.
We were
that we're in.
different because every single flat earther outside of here that I've seen, they are all claim there is a dome. I don't know how it's called, but there are walls of ice
Yeah,
in order to stop. Yeah, in order to stop
No,
the water to go.
not walls of ice. That's speculation as to what's far south.
Arthur,
But,
were you listening when I said the ice walls? That's a military term. U.S. military
Okay.
did that. They found it, and then whoever, the government, named it the ice walls, not us. I don't know who keeps saying flat Earth with ice walls. It's nothing to do with us.
But yeah, you were speaking to containment of some kind. Yes, we're in a contained system, a closed system, right? Not open to a vacuum on the surface of an object. You ever heard of a terrarium, Arthur? Yes, no.
No.
You should look up what a terrarium is. It's essentially an enclosed system with soil and water and seeds.
I posted
and life
forum.
flourishes.
I posted it at 20 after.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, that's basically what we've got going on here. That's why it's called a terrarium. The root word terra means earth.
Okay. Terrar. Okay. I got it.
So it's like a mini earth. Closed system.
Yeah,
So,
it's closed.
yeah,
they don't open
logically-
it. They don't open it to water it. He watered it once and closed it, and it's sealed for
Yeah, and
70
it generates
years
its own
now.
gas and water cycle will generate in the
But
closed
what
container.
what if we put humans there once they need I mean, what if they get close to the edge? The edge is a glass in this case.
Then you go knock
Yeah.
knock. Who's there?
So you're
Knock.
so-
Where's the knock knock
Yeah.
of Earth? That's what I'm asking.
good
Where's the
question.
knock
Good
knock?
question. We don't know, and we're not claiming it.
And you
So-
wouldn't be able to go
Okay.
there anyway because you wouldn't be able to follow any route.
And if you guys are right, the military wouldn't let me get close as well.
Well, maybe that's why there's an Antarctic Treaty, which is an international
Yes.
treaty that most of the countries
Oh,
are signed up
there's a
to,
dude
which
from
stops
Colombia. Yeah,
which stops you from going there legally.
a dude just got arrested to get
Yeah.
because he got close to Antarctica.
Yeah, they don't want you going south generally.
It just got
Seems to be,
close.
or north. But yeah, that's speculation, and we generally stick to what we can prove. So, good question, but we don't know.
Right.
What's another question? Anyway, I'm going to drop off, guys, but good chats. I'll be listening in for a bit before I drop off. Good luck, Arthur, in your quest.
Yo, thank you. And I gotta go as well. I wish you guys are right. It's way better to live in a place that was made for us. And that's it. See you guys.
Oh, he's gone already. Well, never mind. Sometimes don't worry about whether we're right or not. Just prove to yourself whether you live on a spinning ball or not.
Yeah, make sure not spiraling. Yeah. Hey, good on the panel. Good on everybody on the panel. Good on everybody that's listening in, and all of the guests, especially the aspiring globies. We got Twonger on the panel. We got Ice Sphere, Robert, aka Robert. What else we got? Vax Wax. We got Imrail. And yeah, I think that's everybody who's not part of the crew. Yeah, man. Good on you guys.
I haven't had any death threats today for giving the triangle test. Yesterday it happened twice.
Only two. Come on, you're letting the team down.
Day's not over.
There's nobody on this call right now that thinks you live on a spinning ball.
Yeah, there's people in the call that aren't going to answer you. I see them.
Oh. Why will you not answer me? Tell us why you think you live on a ball. Come on, man.
Oh, I'm sure Robert would tell you, but he's got a sock in his mouth.
Oh, brother, I
No,
get down
thank you.
plenty.
Well, he doesn't let you
I've
talk,
heard
so it's not worth unmuting him. He doesn't let people talk anyway. He just calls people liars.
I've heard plenty of his globe stories, so no thank you.
The sad part is with our friend Robert, you could actually drag him out and sit him there whilst doing a laser transit. You could drive him around the opposite side, hand him the tape measure, and get him to measure the distance where you should have a 500-foot drop and only have 2 foot, because that's how high the laser was shot at the start, and he still would deny it. He'd call you a liar. He'd probably accuse your $40,000 laser of being inaccurate or some other shit. There'd be some crap story he'd come up with just to deny the fact that the laser is pointing straight, as it expected.
Probably start arguing with himself.
Mute buttons in here are a lot nicer than the ones in the real world.
The lasers would all of a sudden start bending.
Yeah, he's just doesn't matter what you do. Even if he witnessed it himself, he would still not accept it. He's just one of those. Just a full tilt zealot.
Yeah, mate,
what
it seems like
happens
one of those guys that won't go below the surface on this subject and just refuses to accept anything we say. Sorry, Grayson, go ahead.
Well, he touched a rocket, so you guys know what that means. He went to
And he's
NASA
just
and
as
touched a
qualified as
rocket.
Katy Perry. That means he's just as qualified as Katy Perry.
When he touched it, he knew it went into space.
It wasn't a dude called Rocket, was it?
No, he touched a dude's rocket.
Probably had Rocket tattooed on it. That's how we knew. Something that someone pointed out to me the other day. Isn't it amazing the difference between amateur rocketry and these things that NASA puts up in the respect of how they launch? And
Yeah, one goes fast and one goes fast and one launches like you're on a hot air balloon ride.
Like it's in slow motion or something, yeah. Like it's there to put on a show.
You would never even feel it. You could just stand up and drink coffee inside of it. It's moving so slow.
That's kind of the way gravity works.
Say what?
I think he's trying to say if we unmute him, we can make him dance. I dance time. Robert's new name. Well, who's taking on that task? Not me.
Well, since it was me that put the red flag on him for 39.59 minutes, I'm not going to undo it. That was put there for a reason. If anyone wants to undo him, I'm not going to disagree with it, but you're responsible for making sure it goes back on.
For what it's worth, I don't want to talk to him either. So
Well, I'm glad I can't.
stone cold silence would be better than listening to him. That's just my opinion, though.
I mean, everybody has a kryptonite when it comes to this discussion. Maybe Robert's kryptonite is Flat Lloyd.
Nah, I doubt it. What's going on, John?
It's up to you, Flat Lloyd, man. If you want to talk to him, go ahead. I ain't trying to discourage anybody. But he's just, it's zealotry. Anyway.
And just taking care of children today, Lloyd. Doing some dad stuff. Listening to some great conversations.
Very good. Yeah, I don't know about Robert. I mean, we're going on like the 800th try.
I don't think Robert knows about Robert.
Well, one thing's for sure, he could definitely break the silence. If you like Jamaican accents, anyway.
Well, while it's silent and Flat Lloyd's on here, I want to congratulate him and Meg and everybody else. I watched the Rumble podcast. I liked it. Good job. Hope y'all keep
thanks,
going.
man. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Really just talking about anything and everything that's going on. Myself, I've been kind of thinking about doing my own kind of like architecture, kind of John Levy style, or Levi. But I don't know, it takes a lot of work. A lot of scanning through just looking at different pieces of architecture. And for myself, it's really more of a nothing burger. I don't really like to call it Tartaria because that's more of like this unified belief that maybe it was the Moors, maybe it was this or that. But for me, I just like pointing out objectively what we're looking at. And sometimes it's Griffin. Sometimes it's, from what I can tell, is actually the mathematics of, say, a chord progression in a piano. It's sometimes like the doorway, for instance, or the proportioning system is mathematically the same as, a Hungarian fifth minor chord, which is odd, objectively. It's really hard to say what that means, but
random argument. Sorry, I thought you was done.
Go for it, Dave.
Man, I could Google this, but what the hell is a gargoyle, and why'd they ever start using those things?
Right. And some of them are even worse than you would imagine. Like, I mean, just really grotesque. Like entire creatures from what look like they're made out of entirely antlers that are gigantic, and they're at the top of the building, and nobody even sees them from the bottom. So you tend to wonder, like, if you're going to make all these wonderful visual things on your building, who are you making them for to view, right? You know, is there a large component such as like the airships, you know, that have been objectively wiped away in some areas? But just really more questions, which, you know, is just different for me, especially in a topic like flat Earth, where, I mean, don't get me wrong, I have questions, but you come to a certain, you know, humbleness about where we all share and what we live and what we can objectively know. And in architecture, I think that's the case, but we're just taught that it's a style and that people are just being artistic. And I do think it's something to definitely look at, and that everybody, if they actually looked inside some of their towns, they would even realize that they have a lot of this unique architecture as well. Especially Australia.
Speaking to that point, Flat Lloyd, if you haven't watched it, My Lunch Break episode 3 had some of the craziest buildings I've seen. There's one that's like, I forget, might have been like, I mean, the way it dwarfed the public was just insane. I forget where he even mentioned that one was, but that one piece of architecture, you'll know it because he has to actually
Lunch Break is great, man.
Oh my gosh! But episode 3, that one piece in particular, you'll know which building I'm talking about because the people look like just tiny, and he has to pan up for a good like minute and a half before he even reaches the top of this thing. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. It's crazy tall. It's crazy tall, and you're talking massive columns on the top. And yeah, again, the narrative of no cranes, just begging some questions there.
What? But yeah, it looks like we have Barat. What's going on, Barat? Is that how you say it?
I don't know.
Well, how do you say your name?
John.
Okay, John.
Yeah, what's up,
How's it
guys?
going?
It's going well. I was just playing some League with my friends.
Nice. Are you under the impression that you live on a spinning space ball?
I am under the impression that I am living and I don't care about the Earth.
What a particularly odd thing to say.
No, it's not.
Do you want us to call like SAMHSA, like the mental health hotline? Do you need to talk to somebody?
What? No? Why?
Because it's a very nihilistic solipsist worldview right there.
Do you guys really care so much about the shape of the Earth?
Okay, if you're going to ask yourself, what's the meaning of life? Wouldn't knowing where you live help you answer that?
Why should I care about the shape of the Earth?
Because if you answer my question, that just becomes self-evident a question. Because if you want to know why you exist in the first place, you should know where you are.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're walking on top of a cloud, right, you might think you're in a Jack and the Beanstalk book and there's a freaking goose that lays golden eggs somewhere around you, right? That might be your meaning. If you live on a spinning ball, you might think that you've descended from apes and that there is no meaning because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway. So that could be your meaning, right? If you live on a flat earth, you'd know that the whole world is created and that it's unique. It's not like anything else. And you're not like anything else. And that will give you a whole different meaning. So it does matter where you are. It tells you, defines your existence in a way. Was that a sufficient answer?
So if you really don't care, why'd you even click into this channel? I'm just curious.
To tell us you don't care?
Yeah, basically, I was just wondering what you guys are thinking. Like, why do you care so much about the shape of the Earth? Just live your life. You know what I mean?
We are.
It's not actually about the shape, it's about the deception, man. Sorry, go ahead, India.
No, I was going to say we are living our life. This is part of it. Why do I have Deadpool like going through my head with Negasonic Teenage, whatever the last part was. I'd rather be anywhere but here. It's going to be long, sullen silence.
Yep.
You've got a tornado of sound locked in a tiny box. You could always open that up.
Bailed.
Egypt.
Okay, so guys, Earth is flat or not?
Yep.
Well, yes, it is. Thank you for asking. It turns out it is flat. Thank you.
Yes, she is. Yes.
Guess we exhaustively looked for measurements of the curvature for the ball that they claimed, and it's not there, sir.
Why do you think Earth is flat? For real? Okay,
Somebody else go ahead.
Question. Sorry, I'm just joining, but so the Earth is flat.
Yep. Did you say why do we think it's flat?
Well, why do you think it's flat?
Well, I would say that it's more of a realization, right? It's not a belief. It's not like a new.
Are you for real, guys? For real? Why do you think that? I'm
He's trying to answer your question and you're interrupting him. Why?
Maybe if you let him
I mean, the short answer, we think it's flat because it is.
No, it's not. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
I was taught a globe too. You were taught a globe also, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah, I was too.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, so you think it's ridiculous? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If no one told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out all by yourself? Nobody told you.
No, but you have an image from
Flat Earth can't, but then flat Earth can't be ridiculous if the globe is not self-evident.
But it is, bro. It's like
You just said it wasn't. You said you wouldn't have figured it out. Can't figure out things that are self-evident? That doesn't even make sense.
Why do you think that? For you?
I think he's broken. Dude, your record's skipping.
Are you able to take in any information, or are you an automated bot or something?
I'm sorry. I don't speak very well English, so if you can send me like simple words, I can understand. But
Do you understand the word water?
can you repeat, please?
Water. Do you know what water is?
Waters.
Water. W-A-T-E-R.
Water. The water. Yes.
Okay. Speaking of water around the world, bodies of water. Yeah, listen, bodies of water do not curve in reality. And they tell us that the Earth is like 70% water, so it cannot be a ball. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Okay. But what is the problem with Why do you need? Why do you think? I can't understand that. I can't. Why do you think the world is like flat?
5 times now. You asked the same question 5 times.
Yep. What are you doing, man?
We think the Earth is flat because how flat it is.
Why flat?
Okay, ocean flat, water flat. Is water flat? Is the surface of water flat?
No, but bro, you
It's not
know
an It's a
you know
yes
the
or no.
world isn't
Yes
flat.
or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
No, the surface of water is not flat. How come we use water to make a flat floor then? If you build a floor and you want it flat, you use water inside of a level to make the floor flat. Why did we do that then?
Bro, are you serious for real? Do you really think
They're all being different. They're just trolling.
Bro.
Oh yeah, he's trolling. It's Stray Cat. Yeah, he's been in here before. I'm sorry, I didn't notice who it was talking.
No, bro, please.
You're obviously not taking the
Don't blame
subject
me
serious.
again. I'm so sorry. Yesterday I was there and I got good mood. Please. Don't
Yeah,
mute again.
but we'll give you another chance. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll give you another chance. But you're gonna interact like a normal human being, or like we don't need your grief, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Impossible.
I'm so sorry for yesterday. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. If I speak very bad yesterday, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, let's move forward and see if we can have a productive conversation. Right?
I'm trying,
We're not
but
going to get very far. We're not going to get very far if you can't comprehend what we're saying. That's kind of the issue too. So we got two problems here: cognitive dissonance and a language barrier. We got like two separate issues going on.
Yeah, no, but it's not a point for banning me and mute me from every server because yesterday I was mute on every server, so it was very annoying.
No, and our intention is not to mute you. It's just when you're being disruptive and cussing people out. And yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to disturb
Mute
you. I'm
yourself?
sorry.
No, it's okay. We're not trying to mute you, brother.
Okay.
It's mainly like Indio just told you to try to act like a normal human being and discuss the subject seriously. Can you do that?
I'm trying to be a nice human being, and I listening your point, but I can understand that. Why do you think I can understand? I'm so sorry. I can understand that. Why do you think the earth is flat? It's not sense for me.
That's like the 10th time you've asked the same question. That's the point. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if asking the same question like 10 times. Sorry. For me, it's why? Just why? Just why? Okay, I'm leaving, guys. I'm okay with your point, and I'm sorry if I'm disturbing. Sorry. And I appreciate your points. I appreciate the way you answer me, and sorry to disturb. Okay.
Hey, Gary, you're welcome back when you're ready to have a serious discussion about it. Okay. Next. Who's next? Anybody? Let me pick one random person here while I'm talking. Apocryphon thinks he lives on a spinning ball in literally nothing, don't you? Let's see if he's at his mic.
What's up?
You do not accept that theory of our cosmology, sir, do you?
No, I don't.
And literally nothing.
As it says in Job, we hang on nothing. And then God's like, later on, he's like, where were you when I built this place? Totally reminds me of man.
Well, thanks for speaking up, Apocryphon. I just randomly picked somebody to pick on. It was you. And good job on that stuff about the military thing. Give everybody a brief synopsis of that thing that proved that there's no curvature over the ocean.
Yeah, you know what's messed up about that, though? I even, is Kimbo Beats in here? He even said that he's like, what? He's like, I saved that. Because I had posted it, and he said he saved the article, but it's gone. It's like not to be found anymore. They scrubbed it. And I'm like, what? I just, like, what the heck, man? I just posted that just recently. But yeah, it's.
Did you have it downloaded on your computer, right?
No, luckily I just had the like a video of it. There was a video that was made. This guy put it together. Like he's not a flat earther.
Really?
Yeah, he's just like a guy that's like he's just kind of like he was into it, like the whole like. And then the drones that were 10 feet off the water, but the USS Carney, like they saw it, using the Aegis A1 spy radar. Like he's just really excited that like what happened, how it went down. He doesn't have any skin in the game. So when this guy made this video, like I'm like, cool. So then I looked up for the article. I'm like, I want to see where he got this information from, doing my due diligence, right? And then lo and behold, I found it. I'm like, cool, awesome. So I got that article. I posted it in the other server. I believe I was talking to Indio at that time, and he was like, "Oh no, you." And I even asked Indio, like, "Dude, you remember?" He's like, "No." He's like, "You just showed me the video." I was like, "But I did post it though." And then Kimbo Beats, he was like, he's like, "Yeah, you did show it." I'm sorry. He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I saved it." So I'm like, "All right, cool." Like that's good. That's good stuff. But I guess it's it got taken off, dude. Like it's gone. So that sucks.
Well, scrub from the internet. Imagine that. They would never do anything with that.
Right? It's like that's all they do.
Supercharged.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, to be honest, because it's like, what the heck, man? Like, why does it go down like that? Like, it sucks.
I mean, it's probably because that, like you said, that was made by like a unbiased person. They wasn't discussing globe or anything. He was just telling you about how cool it was they could do that, right?
Right.
And he accidentally debunked the globe while he was doing it.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Just this, it's just like, wow, like it's messed up because I mean, I hate to think like we could have had a that was a good like that was a good position, like that's a really good article, like to show people like, no, look at this is what it is, so it's messed up that they did that. But I'm more curious into like, how did that get like taken out so fast, like what happened?
Yeah. I know it's just hearsay, but I remember back in 2015, somebody, I can't remember the guy's name, but said he was in the Navy on one of the hangouts back then, and he claimed that they could laser target up to like 160 to 180 miles across the water with line of sight laser targeting. But I have no way of verifying that, but that's what he said.
Yeah, matter of fact, like I had said before, there was a guy that was in my old server, and we, like, I remember we were talking about everything, and he whatchamacallit, he came out with well, we were talking about the Aegis system like way back then, and I'm sorry, I was playing chess and I just messed up. I was distracted. Okay, now I can talk. We were talking about the Aegis system like years ago, like I don't know, like around 2020, 2021 or something like that, way back on my old server. And we were saying like it's 150 miles line of sight, and then Globers are like, no, that's a network. They use satellites and planes. And then I'm like, okay, I'm not going to argue that because you're right. They do have a network. But there are also times where they just have the Aegis system on the destroyer or whatever craft they have, and it itself has a 360 degrees of 150 miles line of sight with the radar. They always argue that, like it couldn't exist, and obviously in their position they're right. That can't be in their globe Earth. So but then the guy, he's like, well, my brother's in the Navy, and he actually says that 150 is what they disclose, but it actually can go twice as far. So that would give like a classified reading of 300 miles, of technology. Like they're able to do that. But, obviously when things are classified, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, here's what we got, guys. You know what I mean? They're not going to tell the enemy like how far they could truly see them from away from their position. Because then, hello. So, I mean, yeah, this is an old argument. Like, the Aegis system is an old argument, but coming across this video was cool. Posted it, and just sucks, dude, that it's gone though. It's no longer online, man. Kembo, were you able to find that? I don't know if Kembo Beats is here, but he said that he saved it, and I guess it's gone from what he saved too. And I couldn't find it for the life of me. I searched. I spent hours yesterday searching for it. But that's definitely a globe killer. It's impossible to have 100, even what they disclose, 150 miles line of sight. And that's not incorporating high altitude of anything, any assistance. That's just the destroyer, just the instrument, the radar itself on the vessel. So they're done, dude. That's like a wrap. Like, that's not a globe.
Yeah, Hey,
Yeah,
APOC, we had a guy.
nobody in the military's doing anything practically and trying to deal with Earth's curvature or motion. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, we had a guy come in last night that was talking to Matrix, Paul 77, he had his own Black Swan from, what was it, Matrix? Are you around? You remember exactly what the calculation?
Radio gear. He's radio gear when using radio, and T-Dub looked it up. And instead of us doing our 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, the radio gear is 1.41 something, 1.414 or 1.418, whatever it is, times the tower's height in feet. But the tower at the other end also has the same thing back, so you get like a double horizon effect. And he said that his radio gear with a 50-foot tower, he could hit 130 miles. So 130 miles, I think it's about a 9,000-foot drop that he's got to account for. And no, you don't know what line of sight is. So pretty funny.
He told you you don't know how radio waves work, is what he told you.
Yeah.
You don't know what line of sight is. Like what? Like, okay, what is line of sight? It's line of sight. Like you can see it. It's right there.
Because he was saying that that's how line of sight works, and that's what we're saying. Yeah, it's a straight line, and yeah, then it's like, dude, you've just Black Swaned yourself. Well done. Radio gear. And he didn't like that much.
So I guess their excuse for that is it follows the curvature of the Earth somehow because of gravity or something, or light refracting or whatever it is. Whatever globe excuse with.
Well, the problem with that though, when they say that it's just curving around because it gets into these like this ducting, right? Like you could send like radio waves or transmission feeds using ducting. And like it just so happens to form this like perfect, going along with the curvature of the Earth. But think about this, like ducting, it's not reliable. It's not 100% because the conditions, like they even admit it too, the conditions can it could throw off your signal so it wouldn't go in the direction that you were intended to, like for it to be like shooting out to. Like it can go a different direction. So ducting, and even this is a problem even in their own, in their own reality, in their paradigm. So think about it. The military is not going to rely on this ducting thing that they say they're using when it's not 100% all the time accurate. Like you're not going to have a missile defense system that's going to shoot a signal that's going to get caught in that ducting, and then travel around the curvature of the Earth. Well, guess what? If it fails, then you fail, and then we lose, and then we get hit. So it's just asinine for someone to think like that. They just throw that out. They always use that as an excuse. Oh, there's ducting, atmospheric. They have all these different excuses of how this is happening, because they'll say anything and everything than just to admit it's just literally just going over a flat planar surface in the ocean. Like they just cannot admit that. It's funny.
Yeah, it's obvious when lives are on the line, the military's doing anything, they're not going to play a percentage with ducting or whatever they're trying to say.
Exactly. It's known to be unpredictable. Like you cannot predict it. So imagine like you're not going to fight a war with unpredictability. No, that's ridiculous. But that's their excuse. They have to have that be their reality, and that it just so happens to work every single time. Like, come on. Every radio transmission, you're talking back and forth through ducting, and you just so happen to have a full conversation. No, that's ridiculous. That's not even what happens.
Let's check, see if anyone news joined. I heard a couple of noises. Anybody on here? want to tell us about your globe beliefs and why you think that.
It's the same old song and dance.
Who's our radius? Did we talk to them?
Oh, I think that's Robert. Just morphing. It's morphin' time.
It's his latest sock account.
Is he the Pink Ranger?
He's whatever he wants to be at this point. He can just switch it up. Must be sad existence, you know. Sitting here just hoping you get unmuted. Pick me, pick me.
I don't think there's any part of the globe lore that he hasn't told us already. So, what's the point?
And it's been just a whole lot of not even any rebuttal to your evidence. Just like no, you just don't understand how it works. Well, explain to us how we're wrong. Well, I can't do that. I'm just going to say some more. So,
You just don't understand the story they made up, man. What's wrong with you?
Oh, but brother, there's rocket going into space.
it is pretty funny though. Just listen to him go off. It's like lighting off fireworks. Like once the fuse is lit, and he's got to wait, and it's just like.
I would almost say maybe he's a better Jamaican guy than Robert does. It's close.
Oh yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, man, it was good. You really did. You nailed it. Great impersonation there.
Well, before I bounce off here, I'll shout out to anybody out there listening on YouTube or wherever. You're interested in this subject, this is the place to come in here and talk about it. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, and bring some 21st century globe proofs.
Good night, bro.
Yeah, cheers, Dave. All right, y'all. I'm heading to the general chat. I'm gonna cast my net. I'm gonna throw out some chum. Get some globers.
Get him, get him. Have fun. Hey Kingsley, I was wondering that the other day. I haven't heard from him for a while,
Yeah, it's been a long time.
and I don't know. I don't know if he goes into Earth Awakenings, but I'm not even a part of that anymore, so I don't even know. I haven't seen him. I'm not over there anymore.
Is Earth Awakenings just another server?
Yeah.
Okay. To join that.
Yeah. I mean, but he used to go there. I haven't seen him anywhere else.
You there, Indio?
Same with Quantum Eraser. I haven't seen that guy around either.
Yeah.
Mic check. Mic comes through.
Cash
Yeah,
one.
you're good.
So Indio's AFK probably. Damn it.
The encyclopedia is not always available, T-Dub. Sometimes you got to look your own shit up.
It'll make bookings.
I'll tell you something now. If we ever learn how to clone people, I'm getting a copy of him and keep one at home. It's like, dude, I need to know this.
Yeah, it would just be easier to upload his consciousness to the net.
Feel sorry for the current AI models that are being used. They're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings is holding a live stream about the Celestial Theodolite update number 7. We got a fair number of people in there. Fif- 51 souls.
All right, I casted a wide net. Let's see what happens.
If there's that many people over there, then there's got to. It's probably like Shane and Alan. They usually draw a lot of people in from X.
Yeah, they're doing a lot like a live event there.
Oh yeah. So then Yeah, if they're doing the celestial navigation with the mountain and the angle and all that stuff. Apparently, that guy that did it did some really good work. Proved quite a
Yeah,
bit.
Shane's doing the live thing going on there.
Mm. Yeah, and it's interesting. I don't know. Did you watch Jesse Path of Light go against Allen in regards to that on McToon's channel? I don't know if you saw that or not, but did he go over there? I think he probably went over there because all he did was cherry pick numbers and say "nuh-uh," but it's just pure ridiculousness.
Do you have to have an invite to join that Earth Awakenings?
They might have it as a link that you could just click on the link.
I think there's a if you go into our Discord, there's a link in the partner section. I mean, we could just ban you from our server and you're automatically probably invited.
Wow.
We call it the land of misfit toys for a reason. I mean, it's all right. I mean, I've only been there a couple times. I mean, maybe I just went at the wrong time, but it was total freaking chaos when I went there.
Once was enough for me. The time I went there is when FED went across, and Neil, within about 10 seconds of opening his mind, where are we today? In the land of misfit toys? And that was it. Instant blow-ups. Oh, shit. Instant blow-ups. This one dude piped up, had a massive cry. How can you say that? Whinge, whinge. And I was like, yep, that's enough for me. I got me dose. That's the only time I've ever been there, and I was there for that episode. Fantabulous.
Thanks, I definitely got to check it out.
Hey, Sporag, they apparently did have actual observations that people documented. I forgot the guy's name that said he went out and did them.
Hey, Indio. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I've just been in the back chats discussing with Amish about Perplexity AI's review of the 3 Beacon 19 combat Hawaii trial, right?
What trial?
the trials, the Becker trials from Hawaii, from the observatories. You know, the one, the 150K one?
The 3 laser one? That one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's trying to tell me that that the divergence or the separation was greater than predicted.
What does that mean?
Well, you know, so that because I was under the impression that they predicted a certain amount of separation between bandwidths, right?
No. That's not what happened. So they did the experiment. They did the experiment, and then a guy for his master's thesis decided he was going to analyze the experiment. That's part of his master's thesis. He was, he participated in it as intern student, whatever, right? Just like you're a PhD student, you participate in experiments or whatever, and then you use some of the data for your PhD. So he was doing this for a master's, right? And actually, another person at the same university also did their master's thesis on this same experiment, but they did. I can't remember what they did. They did some. I can show it to you. The other guys review it. The other guys, yeah, I'll get it. I'm on my cell phone right now. The guys review, like what he wrote his paper on, was a little different. So this guy David Bricker, part of his master's thesis. So what he was trying to do was model. So he was trying to create a kinematic model post-diction, right? Basically a post-diction, getting a model to fit what was observed, right? And so in the course of that, right, he models refraction, he runs some ray trace simulations, and he runs the U.S. standard atmosphere prediction of what the path of light would be. So that's like the first thing he does, right? Because they're like, the question was turbulence, right? But before you even get to the turbulence, how do you know how the beam shifts around if you don't know what it's supposed to do? So he models what it's supposed to do, right? Quote unquote, the globe refraction, U.S. standard atmosphere, and he calculated it for 3 beam wavelengths. That prediction showed that the beam should have been separated by 20 meters, but the telescope is 3.4 meters wide. So obviously, according to the globe, they couldn't have picked up the beams. So they had already done the experiment, right? They had already done it, the test or whatever, not the experiment. So the test, they'd already done it, and obviously it worked, right? So obviously, if it worked, and the model says the beam should be 20 meters apart, the model's wrong. Got it?
So it was post-modeling, right? Post-modeling. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Because they probably would have did something different if they did it first, right? They didn't do any, like, they just, listen, it describes it in the actual test. Like, we just aimed the laser at the spotlights on the other island. That's all they did. They just freaking pointed it. So to get the direction they pointed at, right? They just, like, they had spotlights, like searchlights. You know what I mean? Like on a boat. And they just aimed at that. So, and they, like I said, they picked up and measured the what's called a speckle pattern of all 3 lasers in the telescope simultaneously. Okay, they did this. It's a simultaneous test. The lasers were all attached to a gimbal, right? It almost looked like, kind of looks like, I don't know if they have them in Australia. So if you go to the top of a mountain and they have those binoculars you can stick a quarter in, it kind of looked like that.
Yeah. Yep.
It kind of looked like that. And they just looked through the eyepiece and, like, basically centered it on the searchlight. The searchlight was at where the telescope was, and they just aimed at that and picked up all the lasers in the telescope. They weren't like, oh, we are only getting 2 wavelengths and not the other one, or we're getting 1, not the other 2. They got all 3, because once they captured it, they split it. Each wavelength was split through a different fiber optic cable and analyzed individually. Okay, so they get it through the telescope. They have, because they use a filter, so it filters out everything but that wavelength that they want to analyze. So they had 3 successive filters, right? So they filtered it 3 different ways. So basically, they take the original input, they split that into 3 paths, right? And then filter each of those paths for the wavelength they want. And then they analyze the speckle pattern to try and predict turbulence, like what turbulence is, right? They tried to use a model to see if it matched the model. So this guy in his thesis, he tried a ray optic model, he tried a wave model, and a mixed wave. Hold on a second. I got a phone call. I got to take this phone call.
Yeah, no problem. I got to dip anyway, but yeah, so I'll catch up with you later. But I think I know where the confusion is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Cheers, man.
All right, bye.
Hey, welcome to the room, Ali Sherman. Yeah, welcome to the room, Daniel and Ali.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. So we're asking people. Basically, we were like kind of running this event. It's like the Earth is flat, prove us wrong. You know. What do you think, APOC? You think they could prove you wrong?
What was that?
Said if I told somebody the Earth is flat, prove you wrong, would they be able to prove you wrong?
No. No. There's no way that they can prove a globe. You can't prove something that like are they going to prove that there's
Yes, there is.
leprechauns at
There
the
is
end of
only
rainbows?
one way. There's one way and one very simple way. All they've got to do is show verifiable, repeatable proof of measured drop over distance. That is it. It's a very simple call.
Yeah, that's why I said they can't, because that doesn't exist.
Yeah, Robert was here. Ali was here. Basically gave him the rundown. Earth is flat, prove us wrong. They were like, I don't want no part of this noise. I'm not touching it with a 60-foot pole. And they turned around and hit Beat Street.
Yeah. I'm starting to like also their positions they take mathematically, because it's very easy to strike that down. I like when they take that position now. And I'll even not even argue on that. You're right, mathematically, but not physically, not reality. And then they really don't have anywhere to go from there. It's about getting them to the point of realization that it is a mathematical conclusion, because they don't even know that's like the reason why it's proving, quote unquote, itself. You have to share the truth with them. It's just math.
I love it when they answer the VC muted. Always makes you feel good.
GW back. Test, mic check.
Do what now? Mic checking?
I'm all alone.
He was asking if T-Dub is back.
Oh. T-Dub! He might be AFK. If you really want to go stir the pot, just go post gifs of Venus flytraps in the vegans are better chat.
Okay.
And annoy them because they hear you talking about it online and every day.
At least you guys have each other.
Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna hop off, and it was very fun talking to you guys, and probably will join with more information later on.
Awesome.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Yeah, appreciate the chat. Have a good one, man. Catch you next.
Yeah. See you guys all again.
So what's up in the flat Earth? What are you guys up to?
The mushroom. Just, yeah. That was a good conversation to listen to earlier on. Well, I was doing something. You could hear it kicking back though, couldn't you? Like he was pushing back a bit. Like he's like, you're showing him that observation, and he's like, well, what if he was looking uphill? Like, how high was he? He was like looking for. He was trying to reason his way out of that, but politely. It didn't escalate. Didn't get heated.
Yeah.
Right.
It went well.
There's a guy today, and he goes, "I don't care if I can't see curvature. There has to be curve. There just has to be." And we're pointing out how you just don't see any. He's like, "No, there has to be curvature there."
Brainwashed fool. Has to be there.
You just see the thing where they put the American flag in the middle of Tehran, I think, in the street. It's a giant American flag on the ground. It's painted on. They're expecting everyone to go and step on it, spit on it, and stuff. And everyone walked around it. No one walked on it. Everyone respected it and walked around it like it was So total miscalculation now on what's going on in their heads, sort of thing. The people, that is, and the extremists over there are such a minority. And most of the people are really cool, like him. I went out with a couple of Iranian women here. Fantastic. They're really alive, And the women here think they can complain about women's rights and that women are mistreated. You talk to an Iranian woman, and she'll tell you what it's about and how they handle it, sort of thing. They're great women. Oh, this one was an Uber driver, and I was talking to her. I was like, "Woman is absolutely fantastic." Like, "What's your phone number?" She goes, "No. I get asked too many times for phone number. No." She was brilliant. So fantastic. Just alive.
Yeah. I was thinking about that too, Daz. Like, they show us in America images of Iranian people burning American flags and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, one of my best friends in my neighborhood is from Iran. We're laughing at this stuff together because it's propaganda from their government. The people there,
They hate their government, but they're.
Yeah.
I don't know how they get all the power, though. The minority has so much power there.
Yeah, through force.
Yeah, intimidation and stuff, and just brutal. Like when they had the uprising there not long ago, that lady got
journalist got killed, and there was a big uprising, and
Yeah.
but it didn't really last long. Didn't change much, I guess.
No.
I've heard that it's a pretty common thought amongst the people of Iran that their government is essentially working with the American government to maintain the situation that they're in. There's a lot of, quote unquote, conspiratorial thinking about the.
Wow. Unless I've heard the same from America. Yeah. I've heard the same thing, that this is like a weird, cozy relationship. For what end? I don't know.
I mean, you can take it to quite a lot of levels. The fairly simple, straightforward one is military-industrial complex, economic reasons. But yes, that part of the world is special for some reason. You gotta maintain the axis of evil. You always need an enemy. There's lots of reasons for why it could be happening.
A lot of our doctors are from Iran or Iraq region. I think we've had like 3 or 4 doctors in the last 5 years come through this town that were from the Middle East. I think we're, probably 5th one. Yeah, this one surgery, they're like a long line of Australian doctors, this surgery, and they're hiring people from Iran or Iraq, usually. Yeah. New young doctors that come in.
Yeah.
And yeah, because I've heard some of the stories they tell, like, about how they're happy to not be there anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a pretty oppressive situation. There's a lot of secret police and had a friend I went to school with. Spent a fair bit of time. A girl actually went and lived in Iran for a while. Yeah, talking about always having to keep your head on a swivel. Always, the feds are around.
It sounds like UK and Australia right now.
Everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. I don't think it isn't happening in the US.
I don't know so much that it's really like, to that degree.
No.
That's more just they're just coming here to live and just
he's talking about government secret agents keeping an eye on the populace. Mostly it's people are being monitored online is what's going on here in the UK.
Put in jail for memes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Not quite as far along that avenue as UK is, but we all have the similar laws on the books. I mean, it's happening everywhere. There's no escape. There's nowhere you can run to at the moment. It's just are on a certain path. They are talking about strengthening anti-Semitism laws in the United States. No, pretty sure I saw something about that.
New stuff again. So if you're a visa applicant and you attempt to enter the U.S., they're going to request their social media accounts, and they're going to scope them specifically for anti-Semitism. This happened just under Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of thing's been going on for a long time now. I mean,
right?
Basically,
But it's
started
official.
with the Patriot Act. Yes.
This is official policy, and it's just sentiment. It's not like you've broken any laws.
I don't know. So much of that stuff just seems designed to make people angry.
Like, what's this crazy shit that's going down as of December or something? Like, we're going to show ID or some crap to use
to go on the internet.
platforms. To go on the internet at all?
No, social media platforms. You got to be above 16 or whatever. And there's no way for them to actually.
I mean, Telstra already have all my fucking shit, right? It's like,
it's just digital ID by another name. But I don't know. It's not actually going to stop any kids. It's going to teach everyone how to use VPNs, basically. It's just, they've been talking about digital ID since I was a kid in the 90s. They've just been trying to get there for 30 years, piece by piece. They definitely want to do away with anonymity on the internet. They want to know who's saying what to who.
While keeping their own communications private.
Yeah. Was it one of our
where's that transparency?
One of the previous prime ministers was talking up using Signal, and that was how he's communicating.
Didn't someone destroy a pile of emails? What was it called? Whitewash or bleach the fucking hard drive?
Bleach.
What a cow! What a cow!
She wiped it like with a rag. At this point, what difference does it make?
Just because I cleaned my hard drives with bleach doesn't mean there was anything inappropriate on them.
We're all doing it using all official government communications are supposed to go through official channels, but they're all using back channel methods for discussing things. I mean, it comes out all the time. There's no exceptions. They're all doing the same stuff.
So it's been too overcast to do my moon shadow thing. I'm gonna have to wait for a full moon, clear night, nice clean.
Yeah, it's a nice, clear full moon night here. You trying to compare sun shadows to moon shadows?
Sorry?
Trying to compare sun shadows to moon shadows?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so getting a reading when they share the same place in the sky relative to location. So that I would have had, if I did it last night, I would have had to wait till late November for the sun. And then, so I don't know, I'll have to figure it out for next month, and then when the sun will be in that position in the sky next. Because that's what you need. You need those two.
Yeah, when they have the same azimuth and elevation.
Yeah, or
altitude,
as they call it. Yeah, or you can go with the ascension, declination and road ascension.
Yeah. You'd have to get it down to the minute, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you want it to be pretty close. I'm using AI to help me, but like it's I don't know. It'd be better if I had some kind of sextant or something.
Or a sundial and a moon dial. There's can't remember the name of them. There were like moon dials that you could use to tell the time with. Basically, you don't have to make any adjustment other than like basically time of year. You can read the time using the full moon the same way you can read the time using the sun. So at least at that scale, there's no difference.
Yeah, I mean, either going to make or just buy a cube sundial. So it's got the dials on each face. They're really good. There's a guy in my town school. He made one. He made it based on something else he'd seen. Yeah, what he'd seen. So I want to get one of them. Well, actually, I wonder. I've got standing stones here. So,
yeah, go around and poke a bunch of sticks in the ground.
Yeah, no, they made one. It's that's a calendar. It's an observatory. So I could use that maybe. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that.
And derive Glober's radius from it.
Yeah.
We know it's a globe.
Right. I was talking about that the other day in here, because the guy was saying, "What is there any sort of flat Earth model?" I said, like for seasons, like explain seasons with the flood of like standing stones, bro. It's as good as you're gonna get. Yeah, no, I'll derive the Earth's radius using moon shadows.
That's actually very funny. Do they claim that moonlight is parallel like the sun? I don't even know.
As far as I can tell, they avoid talking about it.
It's my understanding that they don't. Because apparently you have to make allowances for the moon in celestial navigation. Now, I don't know how true this is. I haven't looked into it. Like, I've just heard this, right? I think I read it, may have read it somewhere when I was looking through something. And apparently you have to make allowances. Yeah, you have to make allowances for using the moon in celestial navigation because of its divergent light.
Yeah, the calculations are slightly different for using the upper and lower limb of the moon. They have special sections in the almanac.
Right, so the limbs have to be amplified.
Does that also depend on how close to the horizon it is? I would have thought that would have a bigger impact. You also, because you can derive the time from the moon. That way they used to be called lunatics. They used to, before they invented really good timekeeping devices for the ships that have a member of the crew who knew how to derive the time just using the moon in the same way that you could do that using the sun. They used to be called lunatics.
Like tick, like a tick of a clock, tick tock.
Yeah, tick of a clock, yeah. Apparently. This was just half a conversation I heard from Adam Meakin on FED. He was looking into it.
So you have lunar noon.
And you can do like multiple sightings of the moon to establish your longitude as well. You're a fair bit more complicated than using the sun, though.
Yeah, I saw that in that movie with Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger when they're in the prison out in the ocean, on the, like the abandoned oil rig or whatever. And he sends the old mate out, like he ends up, one of the inmates gets to go out onto the deck or something briefly. And he made this makeshift sextant and told him how to use it, and he had to take an angle measurement to the moon. and then he brought the results back, and then I was Sylvester Stallone's character, like he figures it out, like where they are on the globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had a rough idea of like in the movie. He says, like we're roughly in this region, like can get that an exact
If you
coordinate.
knew the time of the year, and I could see how you could. Yes, you could get a fix just using the moon. You wouldn't be able to do it with just one. You'd have to do a couple throughout the night.
Right. This guy only got the one, and somehow he was able to come and see they were likely in, and in what hemisphere they were likely in.
Hmm. Yeah, no, that's if you already knew roughly where you were, you'd be able to narrow it down more. If you had a very detailed ground position of the moon. That would be a very thick. I don't know how much of that is contained in the almanac. Stark tables for clearing the lunar distance and finding universal time by sextant operation. They're called lunars for the celestial navigator who has everything. Lunar distance is the angle between the edge of the moon and another celestial body along the zodiac. The sextant can reach out to almost 120 degrees. Those sights half of this range or less are easier. Right. So you can use the distance, the horizontal, the angular distance between the moon's position and a known celestial body. That's interesting.
Does that mean they can set their clocks by the moon if they think their clocks are out of calibration from like Greenwich Mean Time? Sidereal time.
Hello, YouTube. Let's land. Oh my god.
And the IQ points just dropped 20% in this room.
1%? Really?
He's being generous.
No.
Right, one standard deviation.
Even that might be generous.
It's like 32%.
When 15%, man, it's very hard.
We could be dealing with two tales of stupidity, not just one.
I just remember what they did in that movie. So the reason he knew which hemisphere he was in was because of the way that the toilet flushes. I remember that's in the movie. So he uses the sextant reading and
That's
the
funny.
toilet.
And head off, guys. Good chat. Catch y'all later.
All right, see ya. Good night. Quiet this morning, or evening, depending where you are on flat Earth.
It's pretty interesting. I'm watching one of my YouTube channels called VizGit, and they're doing a Matt Powerline interview where he's talking about how he found out about flat Earth and stuff. It's pretty neat. Yeah, he posted it a day ago. What's the views? Almost 40,000 views already.
That's awesome. Go ahead, take it away. I'm doing yard work.
Oh, yeah. Is anybody here, any Globers, would like to ask any questions or present any evidence? Let's have a look, see who's here. We got Daz, welcome. Always here. Effie Batman. Elbow, nice. Good to see you. Kimbo Beats. Lots, hey, lots. Mitan, I'm not sure how you are on the fence or flat globe. It's all good. Sporadic, yes, welcome. Let's see, I think I have to punch here. Treza Fabian, welcome. T-Dub, giddy. Ultimate Flat Earth, Boss. Car. And we got Prigozhin. Welcome, Prigozhin.
What's up, flat man?
Yep, just chilling out and watching one of my YouTube channels there. He posted in it that's got some flat earth info and or whatnot. Interview with Matt Powerland from a few years back. 40,000 views a day ago. That's cool. I find the info is starting to get out there and more people are starting to realize the bullshit. And I'm just optimistic that hopefully sooner rather than later, the wasted money stops and the system can stop eating itself from the inside out, and inflation can finally be where it should be, and our dollar can be worth what it should be, and etc. No $3,500 bachelor in 15 years or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I sometimes wonder if the world will finally catch on when the rest of us have already done the legwork and we're tired and we can't deal with it anymore. It'd be great to have the same energy that we had a couple years ago dedicated to the effort when it's finally up and running and has some steam.
Certainly. Yeah, I already helped out one person today, so I'm feeling decent. Did a bit of gardening earlier. Don't have much planned for the day, but I do have a lot of things I need to organize, so I'll probably kill a few hours organizing a thing or two. It's crazy. It's almost like my mind, like I can quiet it and have peaceful moments in my head, but it's always usually in a creative mode or a thinking mode, and I'll be deciding how things could be better organized before I start organizing them. I guess my point is my mind thinks, why didn't I just think of doing it the better way in the first place? how did how did I have to set it like that and then think on it and figure out something better later? I just wanted to promote Flat Nasty. He's a music creator and whatnot. Check him out there on any of your listening platforms, Spotify or whatever. welcome to the room. Any new people? If there's any questions on the flat Earth topic, feel free to unmute and ask. Or if you'd like to present anything to verify your understanding of things, feel free.
So Yo. What?
Yo, what's up?
Beneath bent boughs where breezes break, tread a trail unshorn. Through shifting shale and silver streams, hone a fate unknown. Let dust descend with whispered weight, a cloak of cool repose. Yet kindle embers where shadows fade, a spark that fiercely grows. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. Past craggy cliffs where cold winds call, stride through mist and mire. Let sodden soil sing soft and slow, a hymn of hidden fire. No compass carves a crooked course, no star to steer the sight. Yet every step a stubborn spark ignites the endless night. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. In the cradle of the quiet, where the world unwinds its thread, gather glints of gleaming grace from pods the lost have led. Through the dark let drumbeats dawn, raise voices in a tide, unfurl a flame, renew a vow, where doubt and dreams collide. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. With every breath break through the veil, let spirits burn, they shall prevail. Shape the dawn through dusk's embrace, the truth, a flame, a timeless trace.
stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void where questions collide, the tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites, we chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim, seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world remade, our seeds are sown.
To the top of the mountain, in the clouds, with the angels looking down at the ground. There are cities all around, and they're playing with the people, with their pieces, mile by mile. There's a game that's being played that's not ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants, they're among us. From a town that's made of stone, that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a head that's bigger than the president. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true.
don't know. It's like so many people here. It's like, what? Why are so many people here?
It's an important topic that cuts right into the. You do you.
No,
and the best part of doing you is that then you always know why.
No,
it's like 100% of the time.
It.
Know why?
No,
it's like 100% of the
get
time.
It, but I'm not like I guess I'm just like you know we all have our lost for lords. So
an animal that's in the category.
So you don't know why you believe the Earth is a sphere?
No, I do, because they had a solid argument. I just don't remember all of it. I could look it up and I'll put it in the chat.
So if I was to say to you, why do you believe the Earth is a sphere? What would you say?
Hold on, I just looked it up. How did the Greek scholars know the Earth was a sphere? They observed.
So how did you know?
I know because my worldview is Platonic. So everything from ancient Greece is how I know things.
Okay, so how does what you just said prove the Earth is a sphere?
Through their test.
What test?
Yeah, I was trying to explain that.
No, you weren't. You said you didn't know. You said you forgot.
Yeah, just because I forgot something doesn't mean that I wasn't shown before that was true.
Well, if you forgot something, then you don't know it, do you?
Yeah, but have you ever forgot something that you knew was true and had to relook it up?
Go ahead then.
Yeah, they observed that ships disappeared over the horizon while their mace were still visible. They saw curves and shadows of the Earth on the moon during lunar eclipse, and they noticed that the changing positions of the stars in the skies.
Okay, so do you want to start with the first one then?
Yeah, I'll just put the academic site in the chat.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Am I talking to the academic site or you?
Both.
The academic site.
well, I know, but you guys realize you have an ancient Near East cosmology, right? But the Greeks did find it. Yeah.
So you'd be claiming, with boats going over the horizon, that horizon's a physical place, yeah?
Physical place. Why would
and ships going over the horizon was debunked by physics 129 years ago.
The physics today, well, I mean, that's appeal to age, but the physics today hold it.
What did you just do when you posted Eratosthenes?
What?
You just did the same thing.
No one disproved the whole shadow thing they did.
The Greeks.
I believe that today.
What does it matter? Does it matter that they're Greeks?
What?
Well, why did you say it was the Greeks? Who cares if it's the Greeks?
Okay, if you to do...
because it was an appeal to age? Yeah, okay, good try.
No, it's appeal to origins. Appeal to origins of who discovered the Earth was round first and how did they do so. So it wasn't just, it's true just because the Greeks, that'd be fallacious. I also put their argument in the chat that still people agree with is true with the shadows.
So go ahead,
they do not agree with that, by the way.
Yeah, it's still today. Carl Sagan had a whole thing on the shadows too. I mean, they still.
Yeah, but that's not everybody. That's a person. And Carl Sagan admitted that it works on a flat surface too. It's not exclusive.
Okay, you can't go to any university teaching your view anywhere in the world.
Yeah, okay, who cares?
I mean, so what it is like this weird Gnostic view.
Isn't that
everyone is in
I'm not going to do it now. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
Are you doing an appeal to authority then as well?
That's not just appeal to authority; it's appeal to data and information.
What data?
The data about the shadows.
Okay, so
data.
So I discussed in the chat. So you said this is from an academic journal. Okay, it says an academic journal. However, his observations would have led to very different conclusions if he had used another set of presuppositions interpreting his observation. It's not exclusive evidence of anything.
Not being unreasonable. Interpreting the evidence of what?
You don't even know what it is, dude. It's so fucking sad, dude. presenting evidence, you don't even know what it is.
What is this referring to?
Okay. It works on a flat Earth too.
The shadows?
Yes.
I'm not downloading this PDF to just see that, but I don't see any. That's how you learn how.
They had presuppositions. They presuppose the sphere, they presuppose parallel rays, they presuppose the distance of the sun, and they presuppose the distance between the points. So they had presuppositions. If they used different presuppositions, they would reach a different conclusion.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, that's from the consequent, dude. It's a logical fallacy. It's not evidence of anything.
Wait, how's that a logical fallacy that they use evidence
affirming the consequent? Affirming the consequent.
Okay,
it's a form of logical fallacy.
For affirming the what?
Affirming the consequent. If P then Q, Q therefore P.
Yeah, affirming the evidence that shows that the Earth is round.
No, affirming the consequent is a form of logical fallacy.
Yeah, how am I doing that by accepting the evidence?
If globe then sticks and shadows do X, sticks and shadows do X, therefore globe, it's affirming the consequent.
Well, I still think
it doesn't.
that's true. It's not,
I don't care what you think. Still, I don't care what you think.
Okay, what you think, dude? No one thinks the Earth is flat in university. Like your view's pseudo history. Okay, so what's
pseudo history?
Pseudo history is those that reject like all the data and evidence that we have today. It's like pseudo.
Did you just literally just make that up just now?
No. So pseudo history would be like people making up like the blacks or Egyptians or something. Pseudoscience would be science that is non-ethical, doesn't work, and it hasn't been proven.
Yeah, so I still don't understand your point. What's still historical about it?
That we found out the Earth isn't some ancient Near East cosmology. It's just not true.
Who's we?
Humans. Humanity.
So even at the time that the Greeks and Eratosthenes did the sticks and shadow, there was a guy named Thales of Miletus, the guy that predicted the first known eclipse. He wasn't a globetard.
A globetard. Okay, but like it just
so he was contemporary. He lived in the same city at the same time.
So what?
But it didn't convince him. Why not?
Okay, well, eventually the whole world gets convinced with the globe. So what?
Well, no, it ain't the whole world. It's not even close. Oh, where'd you get that number from?
What?
Yeah, where'd you get that number from?
Okay, where can I go learn about the flat Earth?
Yeah, where'd you get the number from? So you're full of baseless claims, aren't you?
Statement.
You're just it's a general statement with no evidence, dude. Ipsy dixit bullshit.
Well, why I'm saying the evidence is there's nowhere on Earth I can go to a university in any country that teaches you a view of the Earth.
So what? No university teaches plumbing either. Do we not have toilets?
So it's a bunch of people in the basement.
Do any universities teach plumbing? Do any universities teach plumbing?
So who cares about your view? It just sits in a basement.
So do any universities teach plumbing?
I don't know, dude. What the hell?
No, the answer is no, but toilets still exist.
I'm worried about you, flat Earth view, because it seems to be something that...
Yeah, now you're just gish galloping all over the place because you're fucking TikTok goldfish.
I think you have to accept the demiurge that all these nations
now you gotta change the subject, right?
Are deluded, right?
Yeah, now you gotta change the subject. This is just like a pathetic, low IQ thrashing about, dude.
You're not a critical thinker, dude.
You don't even know what that is.
Yeah, dude, it comes from.
You didn't even know what affirming the consequent was, and you tried to freaking justify it.
Yeah, I don't think I fit in that category. I affirm the evidence with the eclipse and the shadows. It's not a fallacy to do that. Like, there would be no point to even hide the shape of the Earth, because people did human sacrifice that thought the Earth was flat. It's like, oh, Satan's hiding this. Like, what are you talking about? The Canaanites that did human sacrifice had a ancient Near East flat Earth model, and yeah, that's in the Bible
It's that
too.
people who start wars believe in the globe. Like it's a stupid argument. It's dumb.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
there's
not
nothing like-
hidden.
Well, what's
It's
the
not
idea?
hidden either.
Like Satan's
What?
hiding this stuff, or like the evil.
Dude, why are you trying to change the subject to some fucking metaphysical occult shit?
Because I think your view is a cult. It's hidden, right? The true shape of the Earth. Is hidden.
It's not hidden.
Yes, it is.
How is it hidden? You can just go outside.
It's obviously doesn't tell you the shape. You can go outside and the Earth could be a friggin'
What is obvious?
cube.
Does it look that way? Does it look like a cube?
It's obvious
How
because
would you tell
it's
from just going
obviously a
outside?
globe.
Because
Why
it looks
is
a certain way.
obviously a globe. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
this is
obvious
recording.
because
Hold
it's
on, boys and
obviously a
girls.
globe.
Boys and girls, this is a recording. You're responding to a recording.
Oh, my bad.
It's not going to answer you.
My bad. I thought that was a human talking.
No, it was a human talking, but it's a recording of a human talking.
It's obviously a.
It's obviously a globe? Okay, where do I have to go to see where it's obvious? Tell me. I'll go there right now. We'll shut down this chat and when I come back.
So is this guy using a soundboard or something, or like is this?
Oh, Valentine, probably.
This is my voice. It
Well,
sounds like
I
he's
mean-
using an AI augmentator for his voice, to be honest with you.
But this is my voice, my real voice.
That we're hearing? Are we hearing your real voice?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So good, fine. Well, your computer's having a real hard time processing your audio. But that's neither here nor there. So where do I go where the globe is obvious?
All right. You need to increase the elevation.
Okay. To where?
Upwards.
Doesn't seem like this is very obvious.
It is.
Really? So before I do it, it's obvious?
Yes.
Really? It's obvious that if I go higher, the Earth forms into a ball.
No, it was already a ball before you went higher.
No, I mean visually forms into a ball because when you're on the ground, it looks flat. So it would have to form into a ball as I get higher. How is that obvious?
Because if you did it, it would look like that.
How do you know that?
Just try it.
No, how do you know that?
I'm telling you, dude. Try it, then tell me.
No. I'm not going on your faith, okay? I'm going on, how do you know that?
Don't say you don't like something without
I'm
you
going to say
trying
it I'm going to ask you one more time before I mute you for not answering. How do you know that?
Because the higher the elevation, the further
You're
you
just
see.
repeating your claim. I want to know how you know that to be true.
I wasn't repeating. I said something different.
No, you said you just go higher in elevation, and it happens.
Yeah?
You're Ipsy Dixit repeating yourself. I want to know how you know that.
All right. Let me say what I just said. The higher you go in elevation, the further you see.
Okay.
Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why were you being retarded and cut me off? Why couldn't you hear me out?
That doesn't necessitate a ball. That just means you went higher in elevation.
Oh,
even
man,
a
these
toddler,
people.
even a toddler, bro. Even a toddler. Dude, shut up. Shut up.
He thinks he's a flag.
Shut up. You gonna allow me to refute what you said, dude, or you gonna talk over me? Oh, you're gonna talk over me because you're a chicken shit. Okay, so it's really simple. Even a toddler. So when they're babies, right? They crawl around on their stomach, but they can't see everything in the room because they're too close to the ground. And then they stand up, and then they can see all their toys. That's why they learn how to crawl to stand in the first place because they want to see everything. Is the baby's room a ball?
No, it's
No, but he can see farther when he goes higher. Okay, so now we established that seeing farther from going higher does not necessitate a ball. Okay, how do you know that?
How do I know what?
Go on mute.
This guy's acting ridiculous.
How do you know what? How do you know when you get higher the Earth forms from fucking looking flat to forming into a ball? You don't know that, and you're too much of a bitch to say it. Oh, sorry, this is the PG-13 server. Sorry. I meant you're too much of a female dog to say it.
Hey, Indio. So these guys have been playing games with. I started mentioning flat Earth to them, and they think I'm. They literally said when I mentioned it, one of them said they said they got 10 times more stupid just because I said the Earth was flat.
Oh boy, I don't even know how they could have got more stupid to even think that in the first place. Like you're pretty low on the totem pole already.
And I was arguing with one guy. He actually came in this Discord.
In
His
here?
name's Gally. No, in the politics one. His name's Gally, and I was talking to him today, and he said he said the laser measurements don't work because you need to have a distance of like across the ocean of 1,000 miles to measure some form of curvature, dude. Which is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Because I tried telling him what the size of this their ball is, but he doesn't seem to get the geometrical claim.
Yeah, if you're new to flat smacking people, the first thing you need to learn how to do is even make them comprehend their own belief system. It's literally like what we spend half the time, more than half our time doing. Like this guy just now. Like you have to teach them their own belief system. Like they don't know it. Earth is a ball. That's all they know. So like the geometry of what they claim the Earth is, like you should have asked them like, how much drop do you think there is in 1,000 miles? And I bet you would said like 2 feet.
Yeah, but I think it gets to a point where you can argue with somebody for so long until you realize that they're just either being disingenuous or outright trolling you.
It could have been both. Who knows? Or they're just, you have to realize that you're like, there's people, they're like, you tell them, and there's nothing you can say. They have like a wall up. No new information is going to get in. The only way they'd ever think the Earth was flat is if like they got on TV and said, now the pandemic's over, the Earth is flat, so take off your masks and stop watching space movies. No, serious. They're never gonna think it unless everybody like it's an approved idea that everybody has to approve it in their mind. Doesn't even actually have to be approved. They only have to perceive it that way.
Yeah, I don't get that. Seems pretty stupid to me.
Because it is. It's a combination of stupid and laziness. And a little bit of the idea that they're like only really smart people can figure it out, and it's very complicated and complex.
Yeah, but being smart doesn't mean you have a degree or some kind of higher education. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them feel that way.
I think a lot of them feel that. See, there's an intelligence hierarchy, right? Smartest people on top, dumbest people on bottom. But how they think that hierarchy is divided, so there's a couple ways, right? There's people that take IQ, that's the intelligence hierarchy, highest IQ is on top, lowest IQ is on the bottom. Then there's the people that think the amount of education you've had, right? Formal education, with like the amount of degrees you have on top, with the amount of degrees you don't have on bottom, right? So this is how they evaluate intelligence. They don't evaluate it as in like the most rational people are on top and the least rational are on the bottom. Rational meaning most logical. So that would imply that they can critically think and actually use methods of inquiry to figure out what the truth is. Like that's a whole different thing. Like you can know nothing Zero. Having zero information, right? But if you know how to critically think, you can process any information that you're told to and figure out the truth of it. Because you can critically think. So you know how to analyze whatever new information you have. You don't actually have to know anything other than how to think critically. Because all truth claims, right? We evaluate truth claims. This is true. Okay. How do I evaluate that? If you don't know how to evaluate the truth claim and you just go, well, the person that said it, they have a degree, or the person that said it, they have a 200 IQ, or the person that said it, you know, they make $1 million a month. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Personality, I mean, you can't think rationally because the person that said it has no bearing on the truth of the claim. It doesn't matter who said it. Anybody could have said it. Hitler could have said it. You know, frickin' John Wayne Gacy could have said it. Jim Jones could have said it. It doesn't matter. It's either true or it's not. It doesn't matter who says it. I don't even understand the thinking that would even lead to you not thinking that this is true. I can't even comprehend it, quite honestly.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, we have Carl Sagan back in around 1985, 87, round about that period, stating that a belief without confirmation is a mistake. That would be Carl Sagan. And the reason he said it was because at that time, he began to feel that science had become a religion. where the scientists were no longer following the scientific method. Now, Carl Sagan himself was an astronomer, and as you well know, astronomy doesn't really follow the scientific method because it's not really a science, okay? But he was concerned enough that the scientific method wasn't being followed, and who's going to teach the integrity of science so that no one gets bamboozled? And remember, he used that terminology himself. So that's Carl Sagan, stating that a belief without confirmation would be a mistake because he was concerned that science had become a religion. Carl Sagan. Interesting, yeah?
Said a lot of interesting things.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, I agree.
Have you ever heard what he said about appeals to authority?
I never heard that one.
Hold on, I'll read it to you. Hold on. Yeah, I'll read it to you. Just let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah, never heard that one. But he said a lot of interesting things, I agree. That's one of the ones I missed. Yeah, I used to watch him in the 70s.
He mentioned it. Yeah, he mentioned it in a book that he wrote. So,
okay.
1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I used to watch the Carl Sagan show occasionally back in the days. I was a kid anyway, so I found it it didn't stick, as it were.
Said he wrote arguments from authority. One of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Authorities must prove their contentions like everybody else.
Yeah, that's really good. That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, 100% true.
Right. Yeah. People accuse the flat earthers of not accepting what the authorities say, which then leads me to say, well, I've got the right to question what they're saying. I don't have to believe what they say. That's where I made a mistake for 48 years, because I trusted what they said. And as gospel checking, because I thought they knew more than me. They knew what they were, and they did their duty. But now after 48 years, I realized I made a mistake.
We all made that mistake. Like, we thought, well, these people, they're special, right? They got special knowledge more than us. They're almost like superhumans, right? They're not like us. They've dedicated their whole life to something. Because I see a bunch of esoteric symbols on a chalkboard. I don't know what those mean. So when they tell me that to figure out what they mean, you need some superhuman freaking brain. So I'm just gonna, just assume that all that's true and go by what they said because they're super smart and they're smarter than everybody else. Turns out they're not. They're just like everybody else. They might be able to do one or two things better than everybody else, but just like a bricklayer that's been laying brick for 30 years, he's better laying brick than a normal person. They're the same way. They're just more practiced in a particular thing. But what are they practicing these days? They're just doing mathematics. That's all they're doing. A physicist is just a glorified mathematician at this point.
Yeah, and the other one is computer modeling, using their maps and creating models.
Oh yeah, now they don't have to do math. I don't even have to do math now. The computer does it.
Yeah. When you mentioned that we think that they're better than us. Not only that, their appearance, they come in a suit, well dressed, and then they've got the long white coat on top of that. So they know what they're talking about. They're well dressed. They've got the authoritative white coat on, pen there, clipboard. Yeah, speaking intelligently. You think, these guys are well studied. They know their subject inside out. I don't have to question them. They're the experts. They look like the experts.
So there's a secondary association there, Jen, that doctors wear the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? And people tend to want to trust doctors, especially when it comes to your health. You want to trust a doctor because you want to be healthy. You think if I go to the doctor's going to help me. And this goes back to a previous time, though, like when there was general practitioners and family doctors and all that stuff. So this, what could you call it? It's kind of like it's almost like a meme, right? It's almost like a freaking mind virus that's saturated society. Person in a lab coat, they're smart. They're in a lab coat. You have to pass an IQ test even to get a lab coat, obviously.
Exactly that. And I tell you who used that idea very well. That would be Flat Earth Dude. I'm sure you know him, right? When he used to do these out where he lived, he used to do these Saturday nights, and he'd be out with Van the Waterman, and they'd set up a flat Earth area, they'd have their coats on, and they used to get a lot of people questioning, right? And then what's his name? Authentic Intent, Joshua. He also used to wear the white coat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Authentic Intent. And he put the white coat on, and he used to get a real positive response from the people because he had the white coat on. You know, they thought he knew what he was talking about. He did
Lowers their guard. Lowers their guard, man.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Because you know what it's like? It's like a priest robe.
Yeah, exactly.
Who else wears robes? Judges, priests, doctors, scientists.
Yep. That's right.
They say don't judge a book by its cover. Nobody actually does that.
That's right. Nobody actually does that, no. You might be lured in by the cover, but you're not judging the whole book by the cover. So the previous conversation that was being had, that was a recording, was it?
Yeah. It's paused if you want to hear the rest of it.
Oh, no, it's okay. You know, I just wondered what was going on there for a second. I'm hearing two Indios all of a sudden. What's happening?
Next level multitasking. I split myself in half.
Yeah. Well, that'll please the women because women tend to think men can't multitask.
Dude, I was doing 10 things at the same time yesterday. They're crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we had to postpone camping this year as the timing we had to go was washed out by the rain, unfortunately. So in the middle of this month, we're going to go hiking instead. You see me, when I go camping, right, I like to ensure, first and foremost, that all the equipment is working well, right? So I usually do a recce where I take the stuff out to the park near us, and we set up everything to make sure everything's functional. And then you put it back pack it back up. So, you know, at least, you know, all the tents are okay. Brilliant. Then you check the gas cooker, make sure that's working. Check it. It's immaculately clean. Okay, that's safe. Chairs, sleeping bags, washing equipment, cups, saucers, plates, knife, forks, chopsticks, all these things, washing utensils, toilet rolls. These are the things you pack and check before you go. But I wasn't able to do that because we've had nothing but rain for the last 5 days. So I couldn't set up anything because it would have just got wet. And so, yeah. So we've abandoned the camp this year and we're going to go next year, of course, but we go hiking in the middle of this month. Yeah. That's the way I do things, because I definitely do not like, you know, going to camp and then something goes wrong, slight embarrassment there. You know, I might be the only black guy on that campsite. Because remember, I'm in Japan here. So I want to make sure that we put on the best show we can put on, you see. That's the way I am anyway, you know. So, and if I don't do a test and check everything, you know, it could go wrong. It's what we do in the military anyway. You double check your kit. You have to check it. you know what I mean? So, and I didn't get an opportunity this year because it's been raining for the last 5 days. It's raining now. And it's, coming up at 2:30 a.m. Yeah. My eldest son is slightly disappointed, but I said, well, there's not much you can do about it now. We go hiking together with the rest of the family and we'll be okay. Don't worry. We'll still get out there. The summer holidays have started now, you see. But you get what I mean, though, India, that it's important to check your.
Are there any Globers in here? No, it doesn't look like it. Eric, looks like a Glober. I don't recognize the name.
I've noticed there's not much action happening in the politics recently. Is that because we're low in numbers or what?
In the politics server? No, there's stuff going on last night, the night before.
Oh, okay. I missed it then.
Oh yeah, you just missed it. We've actually been over there. We had a full crowd. Yeah, it wasn't last night. It was the night before last night.
Yeah, and I've noticed Miggy hasn't been around for a while. Maybe he's taking a break, a holiday or something.
No, he's around, but he's just doing something else.
Oh, okay.
I've talked to him every day. I was hanging out with him last night in another Discord. He's working on
AI Overlord. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen AI Overlord for a while as well.
But we're in the other Discord. Had people from Geo server coming in there. Who else came in there? We got a steady stream of people. The 99%ers that don't know anything is real. They want to argue for the globe, which is kind of weird. Just sophists and just bullshit artists, and
they
don't even try to argue for the globe anymore. They know that's a losing proposition, so they just try to say you can't know anything is real.
Yeah. They start because, like you just said, they can't know anything, and they're not making any sense. They've thrown in the towel. They've lost. So this is the dejected behavior on Give Up Avenue, because that's where they are. Yeah, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's going in lots of different directions of we lost. I guess, man, because now. I don't want to get into it on the stream. I got into it yesterday, but there's
I know
pretty vile personal attacks going on. There's a vile personal attack on Witsit that McToon did. So there's a lot of basically they can't attack the argument, so they attack the person type stuff.
Yeah.
They can't attack the argument, so they just attack reality itself, or whether you can know anything at all.
Yeah, I got attacked. Because when I go to the OmniTalk server, right, I'm a mod there. So Omnivore's made me a mod, okay, which much to the surprise of the others. Now, the reason he made me a mod was because I appear to be getting muted a lot, and I can't get my points out. So it's like he's made me a mod so I can defend myself, which is a good thing because I'm getting. And then yesterday I was called a stupid black monkey. See, they got so heated. Do you understand what I mean? And I'm a mod. Crazy. Easy.
That's
like you said, they attack the person because they can't win the argument.
They can barely get their foot in the door and make an argument.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also,
I sent Omnivore my paper a few weeks ago.
Oh, go on.
Yeah,
just lamenting, on the celestial theodolite thing.
Oh, right. I wonder if he looked at it. You did say you left him a paper.
They haven't adapted any of the arguments in it yet with their discussions, but I think it's because they're skeptical. They're like, should I trust this? It's coming from this guy 24/7.
Yeah. I say one thing. Omnivore
they don't
would look
understand
at
it.
Yeah. Omnivore, you know what? Omnivore will look at it. Okay, Omnivore will look at it because he wants to obviously defeat the argument, but at the same time he can't. He'll never be able to do that. He will look at you because he always asks for that. He doesn't like the memes. He seems to think that memes are like, they're nothing. But as you well know, a meme can speak 1,000 words. And that's what I said to him, that, it's a form of communication and you can't stop them coming in, because when he started that server, he was totally anti-memes, and he was really upset with the, the black swan, and it says bye-bye ball. And he seemed to be upset with that. That's that bye-bye ball, and he was trying to ban it. And the rig said, well, is this a pretty meme only server? What's in? That's quite a lot, but in the end, he's changed his position because he could see that he wasn't going to win on that one. But he likes citations, doesn't he, Omnivore? That's what I'm saying. So he probably would have looked at your paper.
Yeah, he likes citations. He just don't read the paper. He reads the abstract, as they all do.
Yeah.
Or their conclusions, right? And then
that's
what it is. I don't look at any of that. I don't look at any of that stuff. I look at the back. I'll read, because typically in a peer review paper, they'll give like a little history of the field. And I'll read that. And then I'll go down to like the equipment list, like what they actually did. You know what I mean? Because that's that's all that matters is the experiment. I don't like what they say about it. I don't really give a damn, because like I could do an experiment and it can be interpreted 35 different ways. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you're intelligent enough to know. Anyway, you're intelligent to know. You know when you're at your level of intelligence, for example, you will know what you need to be concerned with and what to leave out. Do you know what I mean? You don't waste your time. That's what I've said to them in other servers that I go to. That I'm never going to be looking at your material because I've been in this 10 years. And the reason I've made that decision was back in 2018. So from 2015 to 2018, I looked at your material and I wasted my time was wasted. My time was wasted. That's painful. Not only was I lied to about the shape of the earth, now you Globers are now giving me material that's not proving your case. And I'm having to look through it. 1 hour, 2 hour, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. It's all been a waste of time. So in 2018, after a guy called Woz, who's an Australian in the Gen Panda server, gave me some material to look at. And again, it didn't prove his case, right? That was the day I decided that I no longer look at your material. End of story. So I always say to them, you will have nothing that I'm going to see or want to see unless it is you in a video showing how 8-year-olds can measure the curvature of the earth. You've got to be in it. You've got to be demonstrating to us how we measure the curvature of the earth as we flat earthers and the children can't get it right. That's the video I want to see. That I'll watch. That's it. That's what I've said to them now.
I tend not to. So this is the common gimmick. I'm sure you've been through it, right? Is they present the paper that they haven't read, and then you're like, "Tell us about it," or "I'm not going to go read a paper. Just read it." Yeah, what's it say? Just read it. Well, you haven't read it yourself. Why would I read it? You read it first, then come back here, tell me what it's about, then I'll go read it. You want me to read it first and then tell you what it's about? Like, I don't think so.
That happens a lot. And there's kind of like a skill that you have to develop in reading academic papers. It's not something you just like sit down for the first time and figure out. You need to read a bunch of them to kind of get an understanding of how they're written and how they're composed and what they're talking about in them. So
Yeah, it's not like reading a novel.
right.
Yeah.
And a lot of these guys have never read an academic paper in their entire life and have no idea how it's even formatted. Like, there's a particular, like, step-by-step, procedure kind of for writing academic papers that, like, if you read a lot of them, you can just, okay, open the paper. Okay, this is what they're doing in this section. This is what they're doing in this section. This is what they're doing. Oh, here's the experimentation section. Okay, like, here's what they did, like, with the data they got from the experimentation. They, might apply a statistical analysis or model it or do some other stuff. Then there'll be their conclusion, right? It's a typical format, but these guys just think, like, the paper doesn't say the earth is flat in it.
Yeah, I know. It's not even that. Yeah. They tend to follow like a finding, discussion, recommendation kind of thing that you see in other kinds of papers too. And if you want to understand like the meat of it, you got to go to the discussion part and then examine how they're thinking. Right? It's not just looking at the data that they're acquiring, but how they're acquiring and what thought process they put behind it.
Typically, I don't read the conclusions because there's so many assumptions in the conclusions, they're almost not even worth reading. To me. I mean, I will read them. It depends. Depends on, like, I guess
Well,
the tenor
depends on
of
the
the
topic
paper.
matter, doesn't it? And what you're looking
Yeah,
for.
like, because a lot of times, like, you can tell, right, from perfect instances, the refraction K value. Just even using it, you're telling me you're presupposing the Earth as a globe in the first place. So I know when I get to the conclusion, it's already that's just baked into the cake. So I'm going to take that conclusion with a grain of salt, no matter what it is, because you already baked the globe into the cake. Like, yes, this is how it works on a globe, blah, 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 blah. Well, you presuppose the globe part. Like, you didn't actually measure any of the globe part.
Dude, it bothers me so much when I see K everywhere because they bake in so much to that. They bake in pressure and temperature and things like the curvature, like you pointed out. Like,
yeah, the spherically symmetric atmosphere, right?
Toss it around. Yeah.
As if that could ever would be the case.
Yeah.
Spherically symmetric atmosphere, bro.
Right. Like, at all times of day and night. Which means like
barometers. What do we have barometers for? What are they for?
Exactly.
You're
like almost cringe.
Different refraction values looking toward the sunset than away from the sunset, right?
Yeah.
Well, then is it like the elephant in the room? And I've harped on this. Is the total internal reflection factor? Like,
yeah,
I put this into because at the distances we're looking at the angles between points on, say, a vertical object, like the difference between the angular separation between, say, something that's at eye level versus on the ground. That doesn't, like, they think it's going to refract down. It will reflect down because the angle is so super freaking small. If you like try to graph out like some of these angles in GeoGebra, you can have two lines when you zoom in, right, and you have an angle between them. But when you zoom out, it just looks like a single line. Like, it's so close that it's almost hard to even tell that there's two lines there.
Right, and if they're modeling rays, like, what's the diameter of a ray?
Well, this is one of the things I asked Mick West about. He's like, I said, well, you're modeling an array. Just the very fact that you're using a spherically symmetric atmosphere prohibits any ray from going straight. There's no fucking way it can ever go straight. Right? Not through your spherically symmetric atmosphere. It's always going to curve no matter what. But say it's in between like gradient values, it's going to get stuck in there, right? Mathematically speaking, right? It's going to get stuck in there. It's going to basically be at a singularity, right? Because you don't have because the ray is, has no width. And he goes, well, that's what's interesting about light. Light is a wave, and part of the wave is in the top gradient, and part of the wave is in the bottom gradient. And that makes you freaking go ballistic. Why, it's not a wave? And like, and it kind of got it off track, but because Mick West, he actually, have you ever seen Mick West's ray trace model? He goes on his YouTube channel, he goes through the math of how he did it, like using vectors?
Never saw that. I've only seen your
Yeah.
critique of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty So basically what he does is he has a line segment, right? It's vertical. It starts off vertical like when he shoots it. And then he'll step it forward like an increment, let's say 1 foot. Okay. Then you go, okay, the top of the line segment is in this refractive index, and the bottom of the line segment is in this refractive index. And based upon the speed of light in those refractive indexes, here's the difference. So the top of the ray is going to travel a little bit farther than the bottom of the ray, which is going to rotate this line. And we're going to emulate this by rotating this line segment, right, by the appropriate amount. And we're just going to keep doing this stepwise. Boom, 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 boom. And the direction of the ray is perpendicular to the angle of the wavefront relative to the surface of the ground, right?
Dude, that's fun you bring that up. Like, I was just DMing you last night about this, or the other night.
Oh.
In wavefront optics around the globe, how they have like this rope on a wavefront thing that tugging the wave around with the rope anchor in the center of the earth. That's how they model like in gravity, like a clock. And so the top is going to travel faster than the bottom.
Yeah, it's like one of these little...
And like what's causing it, right? What physical mechanism is behind it? Well,
fuck if I know.
Right. So it reminds me in the NATO Sapphire trials. I posted these documents before where they did an infrared light survey across the Chesapeake.
Gravity gradient pulls asymmetrically, rotates around the Earth as if it doesn't deform. Yeah. My goodness.
They're saying that gravity has to be deforming the wave. And if that's the case, why can't you measure like diffraction or something?
Yeah.
But anyway. And in the NATO Sapphire trials, they did infrared theodolite surveys across the Chesapeake Bay to try to find the curvature of the Earth, and they couldn't find it. And they came up with this wonky model where super and subrefraction was happening in the infrared spectrum at the same time. Sounds like what Nick West was kind of saying.
What the hell? Shouldn't it average out to just regular refraction?
It's funny. Hey, I'd love to geek out more. I gotta go though.
All right. Good talking to you. Sorry, folks. Me and Amish are like nerd level 1 million.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard refraction back in 2016. It was when Anthony Riley, who lives in England, he was looking at the Isle of Man, right? And he was showing that it should have been hidden behind X amount of curvature, okay? And he was arguing this point. He was being inundated, interrupted, and spoken over. Remember, this is 2015, so I myself hadn't been in any debates at all on this topic matter as yet. But I'm just listening, okay? And I was listening on the YouTube. So I didn't even have an account just yet. I had a YouTube account, but I wasn't on Discord or anything like that yet. I was listening and I thought, refraction. I mean, if he can see the bloody thing, it can't be refracted. What are you talking about? The man is seeing the island. Where's it refracting from? I thought, those globers are liars, man. They're cheating. Do you get my meaning? But there is obviously there is some refraction, but not to the amount that they were saying.
You know, it's very funny that, like, one of the best things Nathan Oakley ever came up with was, I see it because it's there. Imagine trying to argue against that. Like, what do you mean you see it because it's there? You see it because it's not there. Like, what are you going to say to that? You're going to look like a total idiot.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not really there. You just see it. Like, it's not there, though.
Yeah.
It's somewhere else.
I was like,
you don't know where. It was also in the couch.
I take Nathan Oakley's sentiment exactly because that's what I felt. I could blow it up. That's exactly what I said. I see it, I can blow it up. What are you talking about? I can blow that thing up from where I am. No, they're talking out of your ass. That's not refraction. I am not seeing a refracted image. You're a joke. Yeah, that was in 2015, first time hearing refraction in the way that it picks up an image from behind the curve and raises it up. That's the first time I've ever heard that in my life. I know about refraction when you put a pencil in a glass of water and it kinks. I know that refraction. Or if you're looking at a fish, where you think the fish isn't. So you have to aim to the left or the right to catch that fish. You don't just aim at it and in the water because you're going to miss it due to refraction, right? But that's the only. I never heard of it being lifted up behind the curve before, so I was like shocked to hear that, especially the black swan, because that was the next one. Shortly after that, the black swan came along. I got a Discord account by then, so I was well into the debates. But it was right at the very beginning, and Anthony Riley was just getting totally, blasted with refraction and that, and then the arguments were to-ing and fro-ing. I just had the impression that the Globers were just liars and cheats. You can't see what you're seeing then. Fucking hell.
Oh, I'm gonna play something from Nathan. It's short. It's like
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh, man. Hold on, I gotta figure out how to operate this stupid thing. Added. How do you do this?
We've covered presupposed Earth radius, pressure without a container, angular resolution, perspective hijacking Earth curve. We've covered Boyle's law. We've covered diffraction limit. The one thing we haven't touched on was mirages. Give us the most ridiculous excuse of a mirage that you've had.
Well, the mirage is an interesting one because this is probably one of my favourite points to make as a flat earther, especially when someone says there's no proof of flat Earth. So I'll give you an example. We'll use Ranty and one of his images. So he has a picture of a clock tower at about 20 miles at Barrow-in-Furness, and it's just a picture of a clock. Now, as a flat earther, I look at this picture and say, clock at 20 miles. That's the end of my explanation. As a flat earther, I can make that statement. I'll say it again. Clock at 20 miles. Now, if you're a fundamentalist religious zealot, then that's not a clock at 20 miles. That would be a slightly looming, non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified edge of a sphere based on an R value and a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking curve calculator to turn a clock which seems to be there into a clock which is not actually there. That's what you have to assert if you're a globehead. So it's not a clock, it's a holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified edge of an Earth curve based on a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking curve calculator. As opposed to me, that's a...
You like that, dude? That's some good shit, dude. I love that.
It's so hilarious. That
Yeah, it is.
And that's how you feel. That's how you feel because that's exactly what they're stating. These Globers, when they start evoking this refraction from...
Then they come in and they say, you guys are delusional. Like, and then I think of that, what Nathan's saying, I'm like, we're delusional? Like, do you understand what your own view is, dude? That, like, the whole world's a hallucination? Like, man, you crazy?
That's right. So Nathan Oakley there summarized it perfectly. Yeah. That's exactly what the Globers are saying. Which is exactly how I felt when I heard it. Because I'm thinking that what I'm seeing is slam dunk proof of flat Earth, only to hear refraction, and then your spirits drop a little bit because you're in shock of what you just heard. And then it goes into anger. It's one of surprise. What do you mean refraction? Shut the F up. What do you mean? I can see the thing. I can blow it up. Shut up. I can blow the thing up. So that means then that once I aim my weapon at this, let's say, oil rig, I shouldn't be able to blow it. That means I should aim and I'm not going to hit it. Okay. I'd love to demonstrate that, I would love to demonstrate that. Yeah, Of course, you can't go around blowing up oil rigs, can you? You can't go around blowing up oil rigs. I'd love to demonstrate that one for sure. Because it is ridiculous. They keep shouting out refraction. And then shortly after that, we have QE going on around with stating that the globe was always called refraction. He killed me when he did that. I said, yeah, that's what they do. And then we got to learn about, the Ferromagano, I think it's called, and then the looming, stooping, and various other inverted mirages. Yeah, we did. Back in like 2016, we did a lot on refraction and the mirages and all that, and QE was really laying down what to learn basically in the 24/7. You must have been there. Huh. You remember those sessions?
Do I remember what?
Do you remember the sessions when QE would be in the 24/7 and we used to go over refraction?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. QE was really good there back then. And then he would grill us all to make sure we understood it. Yeah, I used to like those days. They were good. He'd come in and then it'd shut everybody up and then he'd start asking questions. What's the point of the Black Swan? What's part of it? Yeah, I liked that. Do you remember those days?
Oh yeah, I remember the good old days.
Yeah,
good old
they were
days.
Good. Yeah, I mean we're having good new days as well now, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, those good days never end.
I like it now better because we get to talk to normal people instead of like psychos.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it all. Like I said, it's been a 10-year total enjoyment. I'd have to say, 10 years straight regarding the flat Earth heliocentric model, moon landing hoax, Mars, rockets, vacuums, all of that. It's just been one beautiful 10-year ride. And it's good for the brain, isn't it? Because you've got to get technical with it. You've got to get in there. You were talking about reading papers and citations. You can tell those who have read the papers, even if it was a waste of time for them, they still learned something and they can articulate it. Because it is time consuming to actually take one of those education papers and read it right the way through. There's a lot to get through, a lot. You could be at it for a week, actually, or more, on one paper. It's very time consuming, I'll give it that. So yeah, I'm still loving it. Never going to get fed up with it at the moment because just like you said, you meet normal people, you might meet a few psychos, but the topic matter is just interesting. The psychology that's involved, because that's part of the meat of the situation, the psychology, behavior of those who want to keep the globe alive, and the things they're prepared to do and say to keep in the globe when in the face of empirical, irrefutable, damning evidence, where you just give up.
That's one of the things I find most interesting is the psychology of this, because a lot of the people that fight this, they imagine everything as like some top-down hierarchy, and that's how anything happens, right? So for everyone to think the Earth is a globe, there must be some master plan from up top, directing affairs of everybody and, lying about it and all that stuff. And then they come in here, right? And then they'll say things like, you're crazy. All the authorities think the Earth is globe. That's space programs. And we go, well, how do you know the Earth's globe? I saw a curve from an airplane. So now they're lying, right? Now they're the people that they say don't exist. They become one of them, and they didn't get paid.
Yeah.
They're not in any hierarchy. Like at the whole bottom of like a foundation that they have this premise of like how the world works. They come in and demonstrate that the world does not actually work that way by defending the globe, an idea they don't even understand, and then lying about it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I find that just super like an interesting, unexplainable like phenomena of human behavior. I've never seen that in any other topic, dude. Where you become the person that you're saying doesn't exist.
They morph into it. Yeah, man.
Nobody's lying about the
Yeah.
shape of the Earth, but I saw a curve from an airplane. Like, what? You just lied about the shape of the Earth. You just did it just now.
Yeah. Yeah. And then especially when they say they see it from an aeroplane, I have to remind them that, look, when you're in an aeroplane, man, the perspex glass that you're looking through, it's just not bending enough to create this curvature, because a motorcycle helmet has a more steep curve on that helmet. And yet then when you look through the visor, you see nothing's distorted. You see it perfectly, because if it was distorted, that helmet wouldn't pass the health and safety test. Do you understand? Right? And that's a motorcycle helmet with a sharper curve on it, yeah? So the aeroplane one is almost flat. It's going flush with the curvature of the fuselage, but a very shallow curve. And the reason why they do that is so that you can take your pictures and enjoy the view. I've never seen curvature out of an aeroplane window, ever. Never had that. Never had that.
Sure. If you like, so you got the edge of the window. If you looked at an angle out the window from a certain angle, I bet you could get the horizon to curve from certain angles to look curved.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just because it's coming in the window at an angle and it doesn't have the same, because it's going diagonal versus straight. You know what I mean?
Right.
You might be able to get a little slight curve, but it would just look curved at that one little portion of the window.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the whole
I've
thing.
witnessed that. Sorry. Now that you mention it, I have witnessed that. Yes. So that's perfectly acceptable. What you've said. Usually sitting by the window, I'm there it is. So I'm not sitting at it at any angle where that would be happening, because then you're saying we're looking at the extreme edge of the window you're talking about, not in the middle, but the edge of the, yes. Yeah, I've had that experience being in the back seat of someone, just having to crank my neck. Yes, that I would agree with. But generally when you're sitting in the seat and the window's just there by your shoulder, right in front of your face, there's no distortion going.
I mean, and if you think about it for 2 seconds, right? How could it look curved out your window? And then, like, if you go to the other side of the plane and look out their window, is it curved over there too? Like, what shape is that?
Yeah.
That's not a ball, bro. You're like, you think you're flying over a toilet paper roll.
Yeah, a cylinder. A tube. Yeah, it is funny. Mental. That's when I first heard the words mental gymnastics 24/7. Yeah, I thought, yeah, that's what they're doing. Mental gymnastics, because they're having to think of so many things on the fly just to stay alive on the globe. Yeah, man, we were good. That's 2016. That's when I first heard the words mental gymnastics.
That actually made me just think of something else, right?
Yeah, go on.
Come in and they'll say, well, why can't I see Spain from New York? And they've applied no thinking to it on why that would be the case. But they'll apply crazy mental power to do mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not laziness, right? Because they'll exert the mental effort to stay on the globe. Yeah. But they won't exert any mental effort to, consider a so-called globe debunk to see if it's legitimate.
Right, and go out and check it, no, you're right. Well, that's why I used to laugh when you can see you've got the Glober on a fishing line, right? And then you let him reel out himself, let him hang himself on the line, The mental gymnastics is just a joke. That used to be funny, and it still is today because it's still happening. They come in and they still do that. In most recent days, the Asians who have come in from like Pakistan, or they've come from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they've come in and they've displayed the very same psychological, desperate behavior to try and keep the globe alive.
You know,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, that could be like self-selection because this is an English server, right? And maybe they like want to be like Westerners, so
That's
they like
definitely true.
like the
That's
Western
definitely
idea.
true. That's definitely true because here in Japan, right, there's an Indian guy who owns an Indian restaurant, and I used to go there a lot to the restaurant. I haven't been in recent months, maybe not in a couple of years even, but he was so proud that India had the Chandelier 1 and Chandelier 2 on this elliptical orbit, and I said to him, look, nothing goes to space. I said, show me a real picture of a satellite. Show me on his smartphone. This is the restaurant's owner, yeah? Okay, and he's looking. I said, that's a CGI image. That's a computer-generated image. Please show me a real satellite image. Try again. I gave him back his phone, and then I uploaded. You know, balloon that landed in the back of a Brazilian's garden. Right, I had that set up for him to look at. Right.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Now that's CGI. Try again. One more time. Try again. Because that's CGI. That's not real. That's a cartoon. And then he couldn't show me one. I said, okay, this is not a satellite. This is a Satelloon that crashed in Brazil in some. And then the Brazilians are there looking at it and talking. Now that's a real event. That's what we have. We don't have satellites, you see. And India has never put any satellite in the moon. NASA never went to the moon. So India does not have that technical prowess. Sorry. Get out of here with that. And that shattered his dreams, you know. But they carry that proudness, like you said. You know, they become westernized and they're keeping up with the highest.
We are now first world country because we put thing in space that don't exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe like it's a test, like for Westerners, like, has your propaganda reached the level of Western, you know, of a first world country? It has to reach a certain level before you can fake space missions. And India's like just like they do it the worst.
I use the expression Americans use. They are hamming it up. That's what they're doing. You know?
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're hamming it up, man. It's terrible. Terrible. Yeah, they're really exposing how fake it is. India,
you know,
that's the
to be fair, they probably have the greatest stratified society of any nation, right? They got people that are living like during the Stone Age still.
Oh yeah,
isn't that? It ain't gonna be that hard to fool them. like they've probably seen a TV 2 times in their life and never heard a phone ring. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to fool them with Atari level freaking video games.
Well, it's true, you know. It's true because when these Indians come in, right, you find you have a more intelligent conversation with the Indian woman who is oppressed in India, having to fight her way through all the nonsense, but she's very intelligent and she's here telling you that, well, you know, she thinks the earth is a globe. But when you start to explain that the deception's going on, they are more receptive. They realize that there's a mistake going on and they realize that they've made a mistake and they can accept it. The Indian men, on the other hand, their ego just gets the better of them. And of course, they're appealing to authority. You're nothing. What is your qualification? You heard them. What is your qualification for this subject matter? You know, and they're asking you, you know.
The women in India, they've been being gaslit for fucking like 20 years. Oh, that's you guys aren't really being gang raped and, you know, whatever. Like, no, they really are. You're trying to say they're not, like, you know, and then, like, the people that do it, nothing happens to them or very little, right? They get a slap on the wrist when they should be straight up executed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so the women are just being gaslit. No wonder they don't believe the shit the men say.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So when they come on this server, for example, I've experienced that the women, even though they think the earth is a globe, they gradually change their position, and then they're saying that they're like 80% they think it's a globe now, okay, and they're going to do the research. Thank you very much, you know, they're very thankful and they move on. You understand? Whereas the men, you know, just adamant that we are the retards, you know, and they actually do state that and insult us whilst you're trying to explain to them. They talk through you. You know, so it's been ready. That's what I mean. I've enjoyed all that, ladies and gentlemen, by the way. That's what I'm saying. And it's been good to be on this particular one, the English Hub, because we are trying to help them improve their English through the heliocentric model and the flat earth truth. And it's been fantastic. Really has. Really has. I'm just amazed at the amount of Indians and Pakistanis that have come through so far. Yeah. It's been good. Very good indeed.
Yeah, they really want to be Westerners, man. Like,
exactly.
Especially, like, I deal with them on X, man, and, like, there's so many of them, they defend Western culture against people that are in Western culture. Like, it's, like,
yeah.
I'm here. Why are you telling me that it's great? I'm already here. Like, I know it sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not suck as bad as your country, but it ain't all freaking roses here.
Yeah. They're trying to outdo the English by being more English than the English, and that looks ridiculous. It really does, you know? Yeah, and I had to remind the Indians in certain restaurants, you know, the owners, I said, remember this, it is not the black people that is going around Paki bashing and burning your homes. That's the white man, yeah? I don't do that. My people don't do that. We don't do that here. In fact, we are fighting the system much like you, but you seem to be aligning yourself with the British more so than the British themselves. This is why black people don't like you Indians, because you're sellouts. Okay, they occupied your land for over 300 years, and now look how you're right up the Queen's ass. Get out of here. And that's what you will notice as well, that in politics, Indians get the British favour the Indians more so than the black people. Not everything. That's what I actually lived through. Okay, that's a fact. That the Indians do try to. This is why I say to people sometimes, no, I don't trust the Indians, because they've got that deceptive trait that you see the English had when they were doing the slavery and all that at the time. So, you know, I've grown up through that. I am 63 now. So I've actually experienced that through my life. Still got Indian friends, still eat Indian food. Don't hate the Indians. Do you know what I mean? You know, I'm a very good customer in Indian restaurants. You know, I love their food. So, and when you eat the food of the country, you understand the country closer. But what I don't like is when, as you've said, they'll do anything desperate just to be westernized. Stupid. Ridiculous. Just enjoy your life, you know what I mean? And just be honest. Follow the road of integrity here. Fuck. We can't go to space. So stop that. Yeah. I didn't want to lower the tone of the conversation, but yeah, you know, that technology is there. It is there, very apparent in Britain. In fact, if you look on the TV today, Britain's got an immigration problem, and it's, again, to do with the Indians, the Pakistanis, Muslims. So there's a lot going on in Britain right now. Big issues. So it's actually got worse in the last 26 years, much to my surprise. But back to the space stuff, it is quite interesting when you watch over the 10 years, the psychology of the people who believe vehemently that the Earth is a globe, even though they haven't checked it. They don't know the model at all. Okay, and they haven't gone out to actually confirm whether or not the Earth is a globe. They haven't done any of that, but they are vehemently adamant that I'm completely wrong. They are absolutely correct. I'm a retard. I have no education. Tinfoil hat wearer, etc., etc. You can just go to space. You can just go to space to find out, just like that. And they say that simple as you can go to the supermarket and pick up some tomatoes. That's how simple it is for them. You can just go to space. Fuck. Hell. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You know, begging the question fallacy right there. You can just go to space. Have you been to space? Did you go to space to check it? Can you go to space? Can you? Wow.
So I ask them, they're like, you can do this. I go, well, is that what you did?
Yeah.
No. Then how do you know I can do that? Like,
yeah. I've been there when you've asked them. And you're asking them when you've got like 10 voices shouting at you as well. So you're trying to talk over 10 voices, right? But you still get it out there. Eventually you get it out there too. Did you do that? Yeah, I will say this, Indio, you've exercised a lot more patience with these Asians in particular, because normally you like bam, 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 bam. But you didn't do that at all. You weathered the storm. So that's quite interesting. I noticed that.
I know what they're trying to do. They're just trying to, like, you know, it's just like, hey, look over here, like a magician, right? They're just trying to pull a magician's trick and distract me into something else. And occasionally it works. I'll go down some road maybe I shouldn't have went down with them, you know, and I should have stuck to like some other thing. Obviously, I'm not perfect, but you know, the main thing is just like stay focused. Is really to just stay focused on like one thing, right? And then when like, listen, I'll let them get off of something. I'm sure all of you heard this. Like, I'll let them get off of something. And then 5 or 6 minutes will go by, and I'll go right back to it. I'm like, oh, yeah, by the way, that thing you thought I forgot about? No, I didn't forget about that. What about that?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And then when you've done that, and they realize it's in, they calm right down. Boom. The psychology there, ladies and gentlemen, there are some of those that realize their error, and then they've calmed down. Boom. Yeah. And then they slowly don't say much, and before you know where they are, they're gone. They've sneaked out of the conversation because someone else is coming in shouting at the top of their heads. So that's their opportunity to sneak off. Yeah.
Every time, man. I call it like I think Abby Hoffman said, we got to throw our bodies into the gears and the freaking in the screws. Like that's what they're doing. They're like, we got to stop this machine from working. We just need to throw our bodies into the gears. So we'll have a guy come in. They'll get banned or muted or whatever, but they'll do it to save the other guy.
Yeah. That's exactly what goes down, man. And that's what I mean. I'm laughing now because it's true, right? And that's the enjoyment of it all. That's the enjoyment of it all. That's all part of it because obviously they're not going to win their case. So you're just watching how they're going to try and articulate this thing. And as India has rightly said, he knows what they're going to be planning already. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, they have a very small playbook, man. Their playbook is pretty tiny.
Yeah.
So you heard that guy. You heard the audio earlier, right? So
yeah,
I'm talking to him, and then like he just totally bricks. He's like, it all comes from the demiurge, and like the brain just goes into like this fucking nonsense.
Yeah. You fried his brain. You fried his brain in the end because, as you were saying to me, he was a permanent consequent. He was, and appealing to authority and etc. etc.
Yeah, so I should have drilled down further on it. I should have like defined it for him, then given him examples.
Yeah, but it was really good though. It was really good because, like you said, I've witnessed that where they're coming in tight and articulating the narrative perfectly, word for word, and then once they realise that. They've lost that now. They diverge into their brain is gone. They can't know anything, and then they start babbling and that. Yeah.
Because last week, I don't know if you were in here. He said, "Well, then we'd just be able to jump over the moon if there wasn't gravity." Like what?
Yeah, I missed that one, but yeah, it's
like
ridiculous.
He just totally bricked. He just like wait until like they go into this like nonsense, just start saying nonsense, like. Yeah, it's a very. I mean, you could probably write a book on the psychology of a Glober, like just.
Oh, most certainly, yeah, without a doubt. You know, that would be that could be a great seller. That one.
Which reminds me, I'm going to make a video called "Top 10 Glober Archetypes." It's either going to be a YouTube short or it's going to be like a YouTube short for each one. So like. 10, which the space cadet, right? The ones that freaking we got Starlink satellites and like they know everything about like orbits and all the lore about freaking the Dragon spacecraft lifted a Falcon Heavy to freaking Tesla into orbit, and they know everything.
Yeah.
Like they're totally hooked on space. Like those people like Snackle. You know Snackle?
No, I don't know Snackle. No, I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry, yeah. I remember
he
it now.
He just spams space stuff in the chat. Just spams it one after the other.
Yeah.
Those people, an absolute space cadet.
Yeah.
Who's another one? Mage. They kind of stick out for me. The people that like, they don't try to prove the globe. They just try to prove that space exists. They're not even trying to prove the globe. Space exists. Rockets exist. We're going to Mars. There's a Mars rover. Like we've been to Jupiter. We're going to other planets. We're gonna have colonies on Mars. Like they all just like they're totally bought into that narrative.
Yeah. Full believers. Space is definitely real, and this is my proof. And they just totally spam the server with all their bump, or they're bump from NASA. NASA bump, meaning information. That's another English terminology. Yeah, all your bump. That's all your information. All your.
Yeah. So like these globalists have these archetypes, right? They come in like, and then there's like the triggered atheist. They're an atheist. Flat Earth is a religious belief. I'm there, but it freaking just go spaz because I hate the idea of God, and like you have those types. Like I said, I've already made the list. I got the top 10 list. It would be pretty cool, dude. When you guys see it.
Yeah. They hate God with a vengeance, and some these idiots. Do you know what I mean? You know, I don't know.
I know when they meet God, God's gonna be like, "What the fuck did I ever do to you?"
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I made you a beautiful flat Earth, filled it with abundance of resources and substance, and you hate me with a vengeance, and some. Oh.
Yeah, but Jen, like they're strangers to God, right? You know what I mean? It's like hating a complete stranger. It's like hating a complete stranger. Like, why would you hate a complete stranger? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like hating your mum and your dad, even.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you do that? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I could never understand that because it's clearly obvious that this earth wasn't created by man. Although we are the custodians, we are to maintain it. Because it's not ours, you see. It's yet the children who are not yet born's earth. So we're here to keep it as pristine as we can. Leave as you find, as another expression that I like, okay? And enjoy it. So how you could hate God, you never met God even. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. That's just mad. I was saying to only like maybe yesterday, that was it. A young group, they're in their like 20s, early 20s, 30s, and I said to them, it cannot be that you're living on this earth that you don't know how it was made, you don't know how the animals came, you don't know how the food got here, the pistachio nuts, you don't know how all this stuff arrived, and yet you don't think there's a price to pay. There has to be a price to pay for this. So you're going to meet God for sure. You're going to meet God for sure. I guarantee you. So you better start living properly. Okay? Start thinking about that. You got the gift of life. Look at this earth. Look at this earth properly. That was a beautiful gift. Whatever gave you that gift, you're going to meet. I guarantee you. Got to. It cannot be that you don't meet that. Cannot be.
Yeah, and experience life as like a human being and not as an animal. It's so different. Animals experience the world, and it's just like, try not to get eaten and eat anything that you can feast on. Like it's a very harsh life to be an animal. Yeah. But, like we get to realize like what life is. We get to reflect on it and all those things, and like that's a total gift.
It is, isn't it? This is what I'm trying to say to them. Yeah, you need to connect properly here because you're living like there is no God, or you're not going to pay any price. You're kidding yourself. I'll tell you that now. You're kidding yourself. Silly. Come on. Where's your honesty? Look at that. Look at the leaves on the trees. Look at the blades of grass. Pick up one blade of grass and look at that integrity that's inherent in that grass. It is what it is. It's not lying to you. And yet beautiful. Look at the lines. Yes, please go ahead.
Honestly, I think God was created so people think there's a punishment for doing bad stuff and they conform to their realities easier.
It's a good opinion, but that's, that's
so you don't think there's bad stuff? You just think bad
morals are relative. Like, of course, I have my morals, but they're all relative, and it's very convenient that, like, the whole idea of God and punishment and this kind of stuff is very convenient to keep people, like, behaving and doing, like...
Morally? Yeah, that's the idea.
Morally,
that is the point of them. Yeah, but that's the point, is so that you behave morally.
Yep. So, I mean...
Otherwise, it's a free-for-all, right? Otherwise, it's law of the jungle, and everybody can just do whatever they want to each other.
Yep.
So where do you, like you said, you got your personal subjective morals. Where do those come from? How do you figure out if some action is moral or not?
I mean, from living, like, interaction to other people and their morals.
So you're adopting the morals of men instead of God? That's kind of weird.
I mean, if God doesn't exist, why would I adopt his morals?
Well, it's kind of like, if. It's a big if.
I mean, I
Well,
believe that the world is indifferent. Like, if there's no God, like, things are indifferent. Like, it's kind of like nothing matters, but at the same time, everything matters because what matters to you is basically. Oh, I
yeah,
don't know.
so what if it matters to you that, like, you should just, like, you know, be able to murder anyone that comes within 30 feet of you? What if you want to do that? Why should you not do that?
Well, I believe that, like, for me personally, murder is wrong, of course, but, like,
Why?
if someone wants to murder someone, like, if I would like to murder someone, I have to understand that I live in a society and there's kind of like a contract. When you live in a society, you have to follow the society's rules, which mean
Says
laws
who?
and this kind of stuff.
No, you don't. You can do whatever you want.
I mean, you can't do whatever you want, but there's gonna be
And then
consequences.
yeah. So consequences in the Dia sense is that the consequences are beyond the physical world, right?
No, I think consequences are the
No.
institution.
Listen. That's not. Listen, you can't just say no. In people that believe in like a deist theology, they believe that consequences are in a future state after death, right? They don't believe it happens now. They believe it happens later.
Yeah, I think.
I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying that's what they believe.
Yeah, I mean, can I disagree?
You can disagree that that's what they believe?
No, I mean, disagree with that idea. They can believe whatever.
Yeah, you can disagree.
I don't care.
Yeah. You can disagree with the idea. I'm just saying from their viewpoint, right? Their viewpoint is that the punishment isn't now, the punishment's later. Right?
Yeah,
They used to call it a future. They used to call it a future state of rewards and punishments. That's what I used to call it. Meaning after death, there's a future state that you're going to be in where you'll be rewarded or punished based upon what you do in this life. Right? But you think that it's more important that is more pragmatic, as in the sense of if you do these things that society says are wrong, the punishment possibly is now. And that's why you shouldn't do them, because you might be punished now. I don't see the difference, really.
You don't see the difference between like consequences now and consequences after death?
Still consequences.
Wait, what?
It's still consequences, and one you can't avoid and one you always can, right? If I can get away with murder.
Yeah.
But since God is omniscient, I can never get away with murder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have like these rules in society, and we kind of have to follow them. But at the same time, there are like gaps. Like, you can get away with murder, so it's kind of like, it's kind of like the universe doesn't care. The universe.
So is it only wrong?
Like,
is it only wrong if you get caught?
Murder, it doesn't matter because like there's no God. There's no one.
So it's only wrong if you get caught.
Yeah.
Did you really say that?
No, morally it's wrong. Like personally, I think morally it's wrong, of course. But like,
what if you get away with murder? Is it wrong, or does it become wrong when you're punished, or is it wrong when you do it?
I think it's wrong when you do it, but like punishment doesn't always like. You don't always get punished for doing bad, and sometimes you even get punished for doing good. It's not like there is a God to like do the right thing.
I understand. You just keep saying there's not a God, dude. It's not like you have provided any evidence of that fact. We know there is a God. There has to be. Otherwise, we couldn't have this conversation right now. Okay? And I'm not going to get into that immediately. So we'll go over it. So hold on a second.
If I keep talking
you
like
said
there's
that
no
if
God,
you kill
and you say
somebody,
that there's no evidence, what is your evidence for saying that there is a God?
It's the transcendental argument for God. Have you ever heard it?
No.
Okay. So So this is the logical form, is that Y is a necessary condition of X, meaning Y can't exist unless X exists already. Such as, and I'll give you an example. You have a steak. So you know a cow exists because you have a steak, right?
Yeah.
So a cow has to exist. So a cow is a necessary condition of steak. Okay? So we have things that we use. They're called transcendental categories. One of which is the laws of logic. So the laws of logic are the law of identity. Cat is a cat. The law of non-contradiction. Something can't be on and off at the same time. And the law of the excluded middle. Meaning that there's no middle ground in a dichotomy. There's no, like, there's the identity. Cat is a cat. There's nothing that in between that, right? There's no middle ground. And the on-off switch analogy, right? It's either on or off. There's no half off, half on, kind of off, kind of on, right? There's no half pregnant, right? You either are or you aren't. So these are the three laws of logic, right? It's the entire, all of reality must exist in reality, but they don't exist in nature. They exist in a mind, right? I can't go out there and find the laws of logic, and I can't like look into your brain cells and find the laws of logic, right? They only exist within a mind. And because they must exist within a mind, right? They had to be created by a mind. So if reality even exists, a mind must have created it. So a mind is a necessary condition of the laws of logic, and the laws of logic are a necessary condition for reality to exist.
I feel like you've jumped to a lot of conclusions. Like, I mean,
I'm just giving you the argument. You can think about it for a while because no one has really ever been able to defeat this argument. But I'll give you
makes sense. Like,
within your
we've created the laws
hold
of
on,
logic.
hold on.
It doesn't mean that there's a God that like created all of us. That's like you're jumping to conclusions.
He must have created existence, reality.
What if like the universe is just like indifferent? Like,
No, that's impossible. That's impossible. I'll tell you why. Okay, so check this out. This is going to blow your mind. I actually invented this myself, as far as I know. Now, say the universe is just like physical laws, physical processes, matter and energy. That's all the universe was. It started at a Big Bang, and time goes on, and it makes, stars and planets, and then evolution happens, and it makes human beings. Like you. You're a human being, right?
yeah.
And you're part of it. You're part of that process, right? Of matter and energy, obeying the physical laws and creating a human being, right? Well, since you're part of the universe must have created a part of itself that thinks about itself, because right now you're thinking about the universe.
So you're saying that because I'm thinking about the universe, someone had to think about
the act of you thinking about the universe is the universe thinking about itself. That makes the universe itself self-conscious because you're a part of it. The universe created you, right? Through physical processes, physical material processes. So the physical material process created something that made the universe self-conscious. Told you about your fucking mind.
I mean, it's not.
You're part of the universe, right?
Yeah, I'm part of the universe, but I'm not the entire universe, bro.
So, yeah, but you're a part, and just like your brain isn't your entire body, your brain or your mind can comprehend your entire body, right? It's just a part, and only a part of your body comprehends its own existence. So just like that, a part of the universe comprehends its own existence.
Yeah, and by part you mean me, but what about, I don't know, animals? They don't realize they exist, they just live.
So what? Your finger doesn't know it exists, it just lives.
but I do know I exist.
Yeah, but your finger doesn't.
Well, yeah, because
Your
my
finger's
finger,
not conscious, but it's still a part of you.
yeah, but that's science. Like my finger is like
That's
there are
science.
nerves that connect my fingers to like my brain.
Yeah.
Technically,
And your
my entire
finger
body has a conscience because it's all connected
could
to the
be.
brain.
Could be. Every cell in your body could be conscious. Dude, everything in existence could be self-conscious. Who knows? Can't really say. Just because it can't communicate doesn't mean it's not self-conscious. The point is,
Oh, it could be, or
you
it could.
can't get away from a sentient existence. It's impossible because you're sentient, meaning you're self-conscious, means that as a whole, it has to be sentient, or there has to be some sentient personality that exists. Just has to be. It's a
Not
matter of
really.
logic.
Like,
Well, I mean, you can try to imagine a situation where that wouldn't be the case, but then you'd have to say that you're not self-conscious.
no, I wouldn't. What if we're just like the only
You
self-conscious?
used the word "you"
Maybe there
twice
are
when you
other
said
like
that. That's hilarious.
what?
You don't even people don't even realize that they reference their own self-consciousness every time they say the word "you" or "I," because you're saying I'm separate when you say "you," and when you say "I," you're also saying I'm separate. That there's an individual thing called "you" or "I," right? Which implies
Yeah.
self-consciousness.
And what about it?
Are you aware of your own consciousness that you think?
I guess.
Can you think to yourself, "I am thinking"?
Yeah, but I just don't get it. That doesn't imply that there is
I
like
know.
someone like the fact that I think that I
Yeah, and
exist or
sometimes you
something
think
doesn't
and
mean
you
that
go,
someone thought I
"What is this
existed.
universe thing?" Right? Sometimes you think and go, "What is this universe thing?" That's the universe thinking about itself. Anytime you think that, in your worldview, not mine, in yours, there's no escaping it. And this is the thing that I think that atheists typically don't like
No,
is the
but like
idea that there's a conscious agent, a personality within the physical reality.
no, but think about this. Like you said that when I think about myself, that's the universe thinking about itself.
No, when
Like
you think about the universe,
yeah, whatever. When I think about the universe, like it's the universe thinking about itself. But like
well, it has to because in a materialist worldview where everything is only matter and energy, there's nothing is really separate. You understand that it's just everything is bound by the laws of physics, right?
yeah,
The way
but still
matter, particles, atoms, electrons, neutrons, photons, all this stuff
yeah, but
interacts.
my what I'm
It's
trying to
purely.
say is
Oh, hold
what
on,
I'm
let
trying
me
to
finish.
say.
It's purely mechanical, right? The way these things interact.
Yeah.
That if we had the appropriate mathematics, we could predict with perfect specificity how everything was interacted. And if you had perfect knowledge of the state of the universe, you could apply the laws of physics and predict that you exist.
Yeah, sure.
So, okay, that being the case, that means your consciousness, you thinking about the universe, that is also part of that same process. That means the universe created itself. It must be thinking about itself because its physical process has led to a conscious agent that says,
No,
"What is the universe?"
but can I speak?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, it's like I don't. You can say, for example, like when I think about the universe is thinking about itself. But I think that's like a generalistic way to say it because I think my conscience extends only to my body. If you have like a crowd of people, for example, like 100 people in the same room, and I think about the crowd, it's like the crowd thinking about itself. Like that doesn't make sense because it's only one person thinking, you know?
Well, crowd, see, this is a false equivalence because the crowd is an arbitrary category. Okay. But
What
we're
does that
talking
mean?
about, I mean, it's just a category. Like, when does a crowd become, like go from a gathering to a crowd or from one person to now it's a crowd, right?
No, but
Is
what
it
I'm
two
trying
people?
to
Is
say
it three
is that
people?
like
Is it five people? What? Listen. Is it how many people is it? Right. That's an arbitrary distinction we made. But this is a physical distinction. Physical, as in exist or not exist. This isn't a matter of like semantics. You're
no, yeah,
part
but
of the
I'm
universe,
just
right?
trying to say
There's
like
atoms in your body, right? Atoms,
yeah,
electrons, neutrons, protons. All those electrons, neutrons, protons allegedly came
sure,
from the
but
Big Bang.
there are physical processes that separate my consciousness to other people's consciousness. Like it's not because it's all atoms that
Okay,
they all
now it's game
represent.
over. Because now you're saying your consciousness isn't physical and based in physical reality.
I didn't say that.
You said my consciousness is separate from the physical processes.
No, I said that my consciousness is separated from other people's consciousness because there are physical processes that like separate it literally. Like I think my consciousness comes from the brain, so like it extends to my body literally. Even if everything is atoms, like all the universe is made of atoms, they are different. Like they form different things. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm well aware that atoms form different things. The point is, those atoms.
Yeah, you can just say like it's.
I've never heard like the scientists say you came from stardust, right? That there was first generation stars and they went supernova, and then they blew up and made heavier elements, and then they formed second generation stars, and they blew up. And now, like what we're made out of is second generation material, right? That these materials can't be created through fusion processes; they can only be created in supernova processes. That means the atoms in your body were once inside of a star, but that star was once freaking part of the Big Bang, right? Right. So
I mean,
so that
I'm not
process,
sure
right?
about
There's
the
a
Big Bang. Like
chronology.
it's
You're missing the chronology of events, right? There's a chronology of events, and each one of those events are physical processes leading up to you. But in your mind, those are just purely physical. But to maintain that, you have to be purely physical. That means something purely physical is thinking about itself.
yeah.
Which is, yeah, no problem. It's easy. I made a Tonka truck that thinks about itself.
And also, the Big Bang is a theory, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to call it. I'd call it a hypothesis.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm just
But
saying,
wait,
you can't get away from the consciousness problem. That's why they call it the hard problem of consciousness in science. They don't know how
I
to
have a
deal with it.
question about God. Like, when you say you think God exists, right?
I know God exists.
Okay.
100% certain.
Okay, sure. You know God exists. Do you think God has moralities?
Yes,
Why?
because it's been written down.
But if like that doesn't make sense for me because like if the entire universe was created by God, like that's according to you. Why would like
According
he
to a
come
lot of
to
people.
our Earth?
There's more
and
people that
like
believe in God than don't, buddy.
what?
I'm not saying that's proof of God. I'm just saying this is the fact of the matter is more people believe in God than don't.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is like if God created the entire universe, why would he come to our Earth and like make people write stuff down? That doesn't make sense. Like
Because our Earth is special and unique as our people, as are you.
do you think like other
You don't think you're unique? You don't think there's gonna be another one of you if we wait long enough time? They'll make an identical you somewhere
I think
in some multiverse.
there's a possibility that like my DNA sequence like may be replicated, but that's like
No, it wouldn't be just
there.
that. It would be all your experiences, all your memories, everything. There's gonna be an
Yeah, that's why
identical
like
you.
an exact me will probably not exist because like different experiences and that kind of stuff.
Well, no, like there'll be an exact replica of this little part of your universe, right? Because if the universe is infinite, that means there's infinite Earths that are just like this one, and there'd be infinite flat Earths, technically.
Yeah, sure. Then there is a possibility.
You really? There's no possibility. I understand what you're saying. In mathematics, I guess there's always a chance, or but I don't think there's a chance here. But that gets away from the point. The point is that.
But let's just what
is
if
that you have a
let's
world?
just
Hold
say-
on, this is very important. That's why I'm
Okay.
interrupting. So there's something called the Copernican principle. Have you ever heard of it?
I think so, but I forgot.
Okay, well, it says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. That the Earth is just like everything else, and by extension, that means you're not unique. If the Earth is just a little speck of dust in a giant freaking universe with billions of planets, billions of stars, you know what I mean? That we're not important. So and that's probably how you think reality is, right? That the Earth is just not special. There's nothing special about this place. That's why you ask that question. Why would God come here? Why would he hang out on Earth? And that's a fair question. I'm not saying it's not. But from your viewpoint of the Earth's not special, yeah, it makes no sense that God would come here. Or it is special. It is unique. It isn't like anything else. And our observations show that that's the case, right? There's no life anywhere else. There's no water anywhere else. Like there's a lot of things about Earth that don't exist anywhere else that we know of. And they spend billions of dollars trying to prove that there's another fucking Earth out there somewhere. Right?
And
the Kepler.
they may find
Oh, the
something.
Kepler looking for planets. And maybe one of these planets will be just like Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's possible. Like if
Is it probable?
yeah, like if you consider that the universe is infinite, it is probable. Like something has to be out there.
Well, yeah. Infinity is, forever. So it's infinitely probable. But then again, there has to be a universe where it's not true, because infinity goes in both directions.
Yeah.
You see, this is where we end up in this is the problem with thinking of things in the terms of infinity, is that it's just a concept. Okay? It's a concept human beings have a hard time dealing with because it's contradictory at its core. Right? So, like you said, well, if there's an infinite universe, it's obviously probable that every possibility will happen. But on the same token, if it's truly infinite, that means that there's a universe where none of that shit happens. It's a problem. It's a contradiction. Infinite possibilities means infinite possibilities, right? There's an infinite possibility of every event. And some of those events are events where nothing happens. You understand?
Yeah, but you're saying that there's more than one universe then, because inside this universe.
Shouldn't there be?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, this is so far down the rabbit hole, in the weeds, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact is that, the fact we're having a conversation, we have to use certain rules. Like I said, the laws of logic. If for instance, say to even argue against the laws of logic, you have to argue against them and say they're not a thing. You have to use them, right? Like the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity. If you were to argue about that and use words, all your words have to have an identity, a meaning to them. Otherwise, you're just speaking gibberish, right? So just by arguing, you're confirming the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction, the law of exclusion, just by speaking and conveying ideas. That very act. So it's where do these exist in nature? Was there a big bang and it threw out the law of identity in every direction?
Well, I don't have an answer for that. I don't.
Yeah. So this is the base of the transcendental argument for God, is that not everything that exists in a physical form. Like objects of the mind, these transcendental objects, like the laws of logic. They exist. You can't even argue against their existence, but they don't exist in nature. You can't like put them in a cup, put them in a test tube, measure them with a freaking device, right? You can't. They're not physical in that sense. They're not corporal. So then, what are they? Right? Where did they come from? What necessitates their existence? What has to exist? Okay. So what has to exist for them to exist? A mind has to exist for them to exist. So a mind must have created them. Now that mind could have disappeared and everybody could vanish after that, but they had to exist. It had to exist at one point.
What if like my mind is like the one that created my reality and I'm actually living like in something I created?
Well, I mean, then you might want to see a mental health professional because you're talking to yourself.
Yeah.
I'm a figure of your imagination, so is this Discord, everybody in it, everybody you ever talk to, they're all actually you, and they're not actually separate entities.
That'd be crazy, honestly.
So since me and you are not separate beings, what are we having for dinner?
Probably lasagna.
I want to know what we're having for dinner, man. I'm a figment of your imagination. I need to eat too.
Damn.
I'm messing with you, bro.
No, but like, for example, like, there's something I think about. Like, let's say that there is a God, like, there is a God. And what if, like, God is actually, like, indifferent as well? Like, it created the universe, but it doesn't care. Like,
maybe.
Like,
That's
just
a possibility.
There. And, like, the Bible and this kind of stuff were just people trying to understand God. Like, it's not really, like, I don't know.
I mean, I agree with you, man. Maybe God created a house so shitty he don't want to live in it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
fuck, I made a reality. Ugh, that's gross. I don't want nothing to do with that. And just walked away or whatever. I mean, that's obviously a possibility.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case, though.
Yeah, but there's no way to know, right?
You know, for people like you, what I say is, why wouldn't you just hedge your bets, dude? Because if you don't believe in God and there is a God, then you're fucked. If there isn't a God and you do believe in God, don't matter.
But I mean, let's say like I just
does it matter? Oh, no, I'm serious. Does it matter if you believe in God and there isn't one?
No, not really.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But if the opposite is true, then you're fucked. You see what I'm saying?
What if like okay, there is a God. I don't believe in God. I'm going to hell. Whatever. I don't care. Like, bro, I'm gonna go to hell and then I'm gonna suffer for eternity. But I'll just get used to it, I guess.
You just
no.
I
mean,
yeah, man, it was bad when I first got here, but you know, reminds me of a joke. So a lawyer gets hit by a bus and he goes to the pearly gates and they're like, you don't come here, you go the other place. Poof. Now he's in hell. And he's surrounded by, you know, other doomed souls and he's like ankle deep in shit. He's like, man, this ain't so bad. And right when he says that, a loudspeaker goes off and says, okay, everybody back on your heads.
wait.
Like,
Oh my god.
Get it?
Yeah.
Break's over, back on your heads.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to find out. I don't want to find out. Look, you can believe what you want to believe. I'm not here to preach to you. I'm just telling you, like, there's no proof of God. There's not going to be physical proof. Like, you're not going to get here's some God in a jar. Like, it's not going to be that way. It isn't going to be what you would consider empirical evidence, right? It's not going to be like how we figure out that fire, you know, is combustion, or you know, water boils at 100 degrees. Like, you're not going to find God that way. He's not in that shit.
Yeah.
He's not in nature in that sense.
Yeah, but
So people ask her like all the time for scientific evidence. I want scientific evidence of God. Well, that's impossible. And it's not impossible. It's impossible in the sense that if you say, hey, I want evidence of God, as soon as you say that question, you're not doing science anymore by definition, because science deals with the physical natural world and the things in it. It doesn't deal with questions of God. Okay, so you'll never have scientific of God, evidence of God, because it can't answer that question, because it doesn't deal with questions of God. That's
wait,
theology
so
or metaphysics. It's a different category.
When you said that you believe God exists like 100% because like he has to, the logic you used is not scientific then.
Well, science doesn't use logic.
Wait, science doesn't use logic?
Well, it uses what's called inductive logic, but that can't prove anything.
I mean, it has been working.
So, yeah, but that's a different argument, right? Just because it works doesn't mean anything. You might think something works, but that's very subjective, right? Right. Condoms work, right? Condoms work.
Yeah.
But not if you're trying to get somebody pregnant. If your goal is to get somebody pregnant, they don't work. If you're trying not to get somebody pregnant, they do work, right? So, does it work? It works depending on the situation.
No, but I mean, it works for its purpose. Like, its purpose, like, I don't, it doesn't matter if it's good for you or not, but it worked for its purpose.
What is the purpose of science?
I guess to understand physical stuff.
Yeah. Science is defined as a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
Yeah.
So that's what you're trying to figure out, the natural world. Berserker, you're hot like, bro.
Thing, right?
Hold on.
Let's say, like, I don't believe in God, but I just do good my entire life. Am I going to hell?
That I don't know, dude. I'm not God. I can't tell you that. It's not for me to decide.
Yeah, for you.
I mean, just try to find the truth. That's it. You're young, dude. You're not gonna, What I would say at your point would be like, well, God said you will find him in. God will reveal his nature, and God will reveal himself in his handiwork, right? Which means that God is revealed within nature itself.
Yeah.
So consider this. Consider this. Has man ever created anything? Ever?
You mean like cars, for example?
Actual creation. Something from nothing.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Like you
what
have
man
to
does
use
is we
something that already
rearrange what's already here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can't actually create anything, but we'll make a car and we're like, look what we created. No, you just took a bunch of stuff that was already there, rearranged it, and said, look what I created. Which I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a good thing, because I'm on a phone right now with someone, quote unquote, created. But all they did was just rearrange matter.
Yeah.
And that's really what men do. We rearrange matter. We rearrange our environment to suit us. Which kind of animals can't kind of do. Maybe some of them, like beavers or something, could do that.
Yeah, just like we were rearranged to be created, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there's a weird thing about science that is counterintuitive, is the more we know, the less we know. And what I mean by that is, like, say, for instance, since you take the human cell, for example. Now, we can look at the human cell and discover something about its function. We go, oh my God, it has this function that we didn't know about before. But in the process of finding that function, we discover that there's 5 functions that we didn't even know existed, and we don't know how those work, right? So even though you like advance, right, it was one
Yeah.
step forward, 5 steps back, right?
So
And this is
like,
how
if
science kind of operates.
if there is God, who created God? Is there like another God that created God and then God created the other?
That doesn't make sense because God, by definition, is the first cause. It can't ever anything before it. The first by definition. But that's just like an infinite regression fallacy. Who created God, and who created that God, and then who created that God? You can just do that forever.
Yeah,
But you
I
know,
guess.
these questions are these are more like limitations of the human mind than anything else. When dealing with infinities,
Yeah.
that everybody just takes for granted exist. Yes, there's infinite this and infinite that. No, there really isn't.
Bro, infinity is oh yeah, you try and think on that too much. It's just a pointless errand. But I remember when I was younger, it just really it was almost to the point of anxiety, trying to conceptualize it, and you couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to, and then I gave up, and then I tried to actually do it. So, like, if you take a video camera, link it right into the TV, and you point it at the TV, right? It ends up like an infinite freaking loop.
Yeah, that reminded me of my grandparents' home. They had a double mirror in a bathroom walk through where you
Oh
had a
yeah,
mirror
yeah.
on each side, and you're like just staring into like infinite versions of yourself.
The fun question is there really it's approaching infinity, right?
I don't think so. I think of infinity as the realm of unicorns, like something we've imagined that you can conceptualize it to a degree, but there's nothing real about it.
Yeah, it's almost like the construct of clocks and calendars has us trying to conceptualize it as a forward backward than like a single source point, like, and that goes into like, I guess, the mystic teachings and stuff on being in the moment and stuff, and that's eternity. But I think for me it was like this arching theme in my youth of religious upbringing, of trying to put that fear into like hellfire and all that. And so you anxiously try and think about like 100 million years times 100 million years, burning, man. What the hell? But yeah, for me it was like even the thought of heaven for eternity brought anxiety, because to do something forever just sounds like insanity. Like, even if you had everything you wanted forever, that would sounds insane to me. Like, it would be unfulfilling. It's like the only way to really conceptualize it is almost to forget it and be like a child in the moment, which is pretty much forgetting eternity at that point and just being here.
Yeah, I I think like good things for eternity would like be boring.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you had all the wealth, right? You had $1 trillion on this planet and you could live forever. It would still. It's like, no, that sounds insane. I don't want that forever. I want some kind of conclusion.
This planet? What planet?
Oh no,
Pizza Planet.
The planet, bro. The small plane that we're on. That's probably a part of a bigger plane, but we just don't know.
I think people thousands of years ago would think we're absolutely freaking nuts and out of our mind because we've gone so far into abstraction that we've lost grip with reality.
Or maybe because we are in the Discord call.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Do you think planes exist?
Planes
No,
like
they don't exist. No, not airplane. Plane. Right?
plane.
Two-dimensional freaking surface.
Yeah.
They don't actually exist because there's nothing that's two-dimensional, right? They're abstract ideas. They don't actually exist. But we talk about it as if it's such like a foregone conclusion that they do exist, but they actually don't. And so, like someone 1,000 years ago that was very connected to reality because they weren't running around looking at books, playing video games, and talking nonsense on the internet, they would think we're all crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if someone back then just saw someone staring at a tiny little flat box in their hand, they'd be like, "This person's out of their mind." While a bunch of humans sit all around each other, and instead of looking at each other, they're all looking at the tiny boxes.
Yeah. That's crazy.
All right, I'm off to eat lunch. Y'all have a beautiful day.
Yeah.
You too, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, if we get some lasagna, I'll save you some.
Hey.
Well, I'm eating some burnt chicken thighs I fucking completely friolated yesterday in the barbecue. Perfect level of burntness.
I'm eating yakisoba. Japanese.
Oh, you guys are killing me. I'm 4 days. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, go on.
I'm 4 days into a fast, and I can smell bacon cooking at the moment in the air, and listening to you guys talk about lasagna. It's killing me.
You're being straight tortured.
Yeah. Continue, Jen. Tell me about your awesome food that you're eating.
Hold on. Hey, kid, that hell that you were talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
DJ's going through it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely marvelous. Grilled noodles with grilled vegetables. That would be sliced carrots, cabbages, a little bit of thinly sliced beef mixed in. I don't particularly like the yakisoba sauce because it's too rich, but I do put just a little bit on there, mix that in, and then I sprinkle basil, or you may say basil, but basil, and some black pepper, and away we go. That's it. And man, I've finished it now. Last fork spoon going in now. Lovely. A very rare occasion that I'm having breakfast this early, by the way.
I guess
I've been up all night.
Basil wouldn't really work for the name of a man, but Basil does.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works out.
Yeah, we say basil in England, but I have heard the Americans say basil.
Yeah, but we don't use it as a name here for people.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Wicked, that was delicious. There you are, finished. Very rare occasion that I'm having a breakfast. I don't usually have breakfast, but I was up all night talking with my brother. And then talking to some American youths. They called me, and luckily they caught me. I met these guys. I met them like what, 5 years ago. Yeah, about 5 years ago. online, of course, on the Discord. They couldn't believe that the Earth was flat, you see. And they were on the 24/7 Discord. They were on, but it was a bit heavy because they were kind of like trolling. They got heavily muted. So they DM'd me, and then they created this group. And then I've been a guest there as a flat earther to speak with them for 5 years, right? So they're coming round. There's a few of them that are flat earthers already, and then the others are slowly coming around over the 5 years. But they originally came onto 24/7, you see. But when they came on, back then we were very, very, very adamant and strict on, like trolling and that. If you're going to start trolling, you're moving away from the topic matter. Like, boom, you're muted. Boom, you're muted. That's what was happening, you see. Then they were given a chance to speak, but they carried on trolling because they thought that flat earth was ridiculous, and they started ridiculing and that. So in the end, they ended up befriending me and sending me the DMs and, look, we're going to create a group. We want you to talk. Because they felt that I could talk to them better. They said the others were a bit too strict. I said, I'm not a moderator. Maybe if I was a moderator, I would have done the same thing. That's what I said. But anyway, and they've been with me ever since. And I had a 2.5 hour discussion on the flat earth and on like questions like 9/11 as well. So I gave them an update. Funny, yeah, and they've been there ever since. They know that the earth's not a globe. They know that. They can't prove it. And I said, well, from the moment you can't prove that you're not on a globe, that's when you're in trouble, okay? And if people are telling you that they've gone out there to measure the curvature and they're not finding it, and they're bringing back the results, what you're meant to do is say, okay, let me take those results. Let me go and confirm for myself. That's what you have to do. And that's how you know. So currently you haven't done that. Some of you, that is, haven't done that. So you can't claim that you know either way at this point. And you can't say I'm wrong. And then, they're saying, yeah, you're speaking a lot of sense. I go, well, okay, let's go and prove it then. Come on. Some of them have gone through their college and graduating as interior design. One girl was. Others are following, computer, IT or whatever. So they're doing a number of studies over the 5 years. We went through the COVIDs together with that bunch. I just kept telling them that, just avoid it as much as you can. That's all I'll say. I gave them the best advice anyway. We can't really talk about that on here. But yeah, so that's been my day. It's been like from yesterday, non-stop, no sleep. Coming up for like 3:15 a.m. in the morning. Almost. So I'll just carry on now. Yeah, 3:10, 3 a.m. Japan time, Monday morning. Holiday times now. So hence I'm not sleeping. Holiday. Summer holidays. Scheduled though, through the summer holidays, because there are some parents who like to have their children continue their studies. If they're not traveling around the world, not going on holiday, they want to keep them busy still. So yeah, and then they call me up and I say, yeah, they can come in, no problem. No extra charge. Yeah. So even though I'm on holiday, I do have some lessons that I have to give, which I don't mind. I was saying earlier on that we were planning to go camping this year, but in the we were supposed to be going next week, really. But I haven't been able to prepare for it properly. I was meant to be doing all my checks, but it's rained every day this week. Sorry, last week. We're meant to be going this week. Monday now, I'm forgetting it's Monday. Yeah, so last week I was meant to be checking out all the camp equipment, unpacking it all and then setting it up with my son and checking that everything still works and clean the inside of the tent because we haven't used it for like 2 years now. So last time we went camping was 2 years ago. So what I like to do is always open up the kit and check that everything is there, nothing's missing and everything fits and works. So we set up the tent, literally set it up, give it an airing because it gives the tent a chance to air from the last time we went camping, just in case there's mold in. Sometimes we do find mold on the inside of the tent, the ground part, which is all plastic kind of thing. So I tend to wash that out, of course. Hot water, sponge, bleach, a little bit of washing up liquid, and then we wipe that down, clean it out, and then dry it with a cloth. Clean that out nicely. Let that dry out in the air again. And then once that's done, and then we pack that tent away, set one. We got three tents, one dining tent, two sleeping tents. So I like to check that, and then the next thing we do is check the cooker, because we use a gas cooker from a company called Woolrich, very similar to what's the other Goldman, Coleman, sorry. Top brand in Japan is Coleman, which I think is an American brand, and then Woolrich, that's an American brand as well. So I've gone down one step from the top, and it's worked perfect for me, and it's working still, this cooker. So we tend to switch it, put the gas connected, switch it all on, check everything ignites, works beautifully. Everything's clean, right? Put that away, pack it, that's working. And then we check out the utensils, plates, pans, knives, forks, chopsticks, bowls, sponges, toilet rolls, that kind of stuff, you know. So you check all your kit. And then when you get to camp, everything's just going to work smoothly. You haven't forgotten anything. Yeah, your sleeping bags, your tables, chairs, of course. And then of course your lights. I use battery lights, so we've got to make sure that all the batteries are working, and if not, get some new batteries. And we have a great time with it. And then being the only black guy, generally, whenever I go camping, I want it to go smoothly. I don't want to have any mishaps where there's embarrassing moments. None of that's happening when I'm there. Perfectly military-style operation. And I was meant to do this check last week, but it rained every day of the bloody week, so I couldn't unpack my stuff. So we're going to go hiking this year with the kids. We're going to go hiking instead, and then we go camp next year. Yeah. I like to have a month's, generally, a month's notice in advance. Jim and the wife, we want to go camping next. Okay, okay, right. Let me start preparing now. Because when it's a 6-member family, right, you know, there is a mini logistics that you've got to do, you know. If you're camping for yourself, that's okay. But when you're camping with a family, you've got to make sure that all the sleeping bags are perfect. Nothing's torn, it all works. Okay. Then you check like I said, the bedding, the air beds, check that out, make sure that they're okay. Toilet roll stuff, sponges and washing up liquids to wash equipment. Check your pans, pots, bowls, knives and forks and chopsticks. All that stuff's got to be checked, and then make sure. I tend to wash them again. Wash all the plates and that, because you don't want any mold in there. So you wash all that now, and then you pack it so you know that's clean, that you can just pick it up and use immediately. Yeah. Frying pans, and that's what I like to do. You see, it's very important. You don't just turn up at camp from last 2 years ago, equipment, and you haven't checked anything. Things could have broken, could have got ripped. You could have mold in there, dead spiders, leaves, all that stuff. Yeah, so I clean everything, check everything. It's neat, tidy, and then bang, we're having a great camp.
Hello, Jensper.
Say that again, sir.
How you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing very well, sir. Thank you for coming in. How are you doing?
I'm good, bro.
Wicked.
I used to be active in this chat, but I kind of been off it for a couple months.
Isa, well, welcome back, man. Welcome back. Sit down, relax. Tell us what you've been doing for the past couple of months. What's new? Go ahead.
What's new?
Yeah.
Well, most recently, I've been playing a lot of games, and these people I've told that the Earth is flat on the game, they said that their intelligence dropped significantly when I mentioned that.
Oh, bloody hell! You gotta laugh when they say that. But yeah,
one of them actually came in the politics Flat Earth channel.
Yeah. And what happened?
He basically just regurgitated the common narrative.
Oh, okay, yeah. As they do, vehemently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything in your private life? Anything new there?
What'd you
Of course,
say?
it's private, so you don't have to tell us. That's fine. If you tell us, you have to kill us.
No. I don't have anything really private.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely great to have you back. You know, of course, we always welcome our prodigal sons who go away and return. You know, have a little party, little celebration. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, I was just saying that I had to put off going to camp this year. Rain, due to rain washing away the opportunity. So we've opted for hiking instead. Yeah, we'll go hiking for sure, and then we might go mountain bike trekking as well towards the latter part of this month. Yeah, that's gonna be good as well. So that's it, you know. And even then, even going mountain bike trekking, that's got a little logistics of its own, you know. You've got to make sure that all your equipment works. That's the bike, everything's adjusted, fixed, balance, wheels are okay, tire pressures, and then repair kits in case you do have a puncture, or maybe you you ding the wheel and now it's no longer true. So I've got my spoke key anyway. So we've got to have all that kind of stuff on hand just in case. First aid, of course. That's all part of my equipment that I take in my rucksack. Back in the day, we used to have walkie-talkies, okay? Back in the day. But we've got mobile phones now, so the walkie-talkies have taken a back seat. But we used to use them when we camp, when we mountain bike trek, when we snowboarding as well. Yeah, we use the walkie-talkies. They're clipped on. Yeah, and you're in constant communication with your kids, wherever you are. When we're driving, 2 vehicles. I've got the SUV with all the equipment in it. The wife's got the L-Grab with the kids and that in there. They might want to stop off somewhere. So on the radio, yeah, Daddy, we're going to stop off at the 7-Eleven. Okay, I'll keep going then, right? And yeah, okay, over and out. It just makes it more of an adventure, you see. Yeah, man. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. So this year, no camp, unfortunately. Yeah. But I do love it. But I think the hiking will get us out into nature anyway. And then the mountain bike trekking towards the end of the month, that will also get us out to nature and enjoy it. Yeah, man. You get to see the flat earth in all its... Smell the air, of course. And then you catch up with your families, what the kids are doing at school, and you know, you just passed your exams, well done. Yeah, okay, what's Honda RC going to be telling you? Yeah, my son just graduated from the Honda Technical School. He graduated last year, and then he's had a year of orienteering whereby you go into the Honda factories and look at how they manufacture. Then you go to the showroom where they actually sell the vehicles. Then you go into the actual mechanics where they repair the customers' cars, of course. So you've got to go through all those sections. Yeah, all those sectors of the company. And now he's going to be working on the Formula One engines for Honda Racing Corporation. Yeah, wicked, man. Okay. So he's going to be building the new V6 hybrid engines. That's what he's going to be working on. Yeah. And he got into Honda because of Jin CBR1, Mr. Honda himself. I used to take the kids to the Honda racing circuit. It's called Twin Ring Motegi because Motegi is the only race course that has 2 race circuits intertwined. Okay, that's why they call it the twin ring Motegi. So I used to take them there to watch the motor racing, motorbike racing as well, of course, because I'm a motorcyclist. Then I used to take them to the Honda Fun Lab, and in there you get to build up electric cars, and then you drive them around. Okay, so we did that a lot. They got to dance with the Honda robot called Asimo, the robot that dances and runs around and jumps up and down steps and all that. So we danced with, I got videos of them dancing with that. Got them onto the motorcycle circuit as well. And then the second son has now graduated from the Honda Technical College, and he's going to be working on the Formula One engines, V6 hybrids. Yeah, brilliant. Because I'm Honda crazy. Yeah.
Have you ever had any close calls on the bike?
Oh, I've been biking for so long. I've had many close calls. Many. I got hit. The most recent one was about 2013. I got hit from behind by a woman whose partner-in-law had died that day, and she had a lapse of concentration. She drove into the back of my bike, and I shoot off like Superman. You understand? Because the domino effect. So I get the bang, and then I'm launched off my seat. Okay, I injured my knees. Just my left knee had cuts and abrasions. The back of the Honda CB404 at that time was totally written off the back. So with the insurance, I got the CBR 1000. That would be the second CBR 1000 that I owned in Japan. The first one got stolen. Yeah, I had a bike get stolen. Yeah, so that was a close call. And lucky for me, when I was hit from behind and I went up in the air, I landed on the other side of the road. Now I was lucky that there wasn't any traffic, because I could have been hit by a car. I could have been killed. Okay, but the woman was apologetic. They actually came to my house. They came to the house to apologize, and everything. Because her father-in-law, so it'd be her husband's father, died that day, and she had a lapse of concentration, and she drove in the back of me. I'd just finished work. I was on my way home. So I've just been teaching English at a school, and I was on my way home in the afternoon, and I got hit from behind. And the funny thing is, the car, I felt that the car wasn't behaving itself in its driving, so I overtook it, right? Got in front, stopped off by the truck was in front of me, stopped because the truck stopped. She come plowing into the back of the bike. And you know what I said to myself? I went, what the fuck? And then I had to steer the bike around the truck, because I would have gone into the truck. So because I steered the bike around the truck, that puts me onto the oncoming traffic. Lucky for me, no oncoming traffic. And all that happens as I'm in the air. So if you can imagine, I overtake the car, truck in front of me slows down, I get hit from behind, bang, I think, and then I have to concentrate on the truck, steer the bike around the truck, and I'm leaving the bike at the same time. I'm leaving the bike. I'm flying like Superman. All that happened in a nanosecond. Fuck. And that's how fast or how slow it becomes when you're a motorcyclist. You can recall it like that. Wicked, man. Lucky I didn't get hit, though. Yeah, and the police came along. Sensei, are you okay? I said, yeah, this woman hit me at the back. Okay, she came out, parked her car up, and she helped me explain to the police, Yeah. That was the close call, the most recent one, back in 2013 here in Japan. Hit from behind. One of the worst accidents you could have, because you don't know what, you've got to react after you've been hit. You don't know it's coming. Blinded. But my reaction was quick, because I recall myself saying, what the right? And I'm looking back now, but then I had to instantly realize that the truck is in front of me. I managed to steer the bike around the truck as I'm leaving the bike in the air. Okay? And I come down onto my toes and knees, boom, right? And then I got up, bike's a mess. Luckily, no trucks, no vehicles. The truck driver drives on. And then, the woman who hit me called the police. Yeah. Honda CB400. Immaculate. Completely clean. Owned it for 16 years. No scratches. Clean as a whistle. As good as the day it was bought. Brand new looking. Totally trashed. The rear section, trashed. So it was written off, and then I ended up getting this Honda CBR 1000. So yeah, that was the closest call that I had. And then on the mountain bike, mountain bike trekking, about 4 years ago, I was on my own on this day, so I'd hiked up with my mountain bike, and now you ride up where you can ride up. Of course, you ride up where you can ride up. Certain sections you've got to walk up, then you ride up, you walk up, you got to ride up, you walk up. That's what I was doing. You get to the top, okay, then you're coming down. Now I did that 3 times that day, and on the 3rd time, I came down just a little bit too quick. Okay, I had to hit the brakes, and hitting the brakes skidded. Hit a rock, it launched me up, come down, and I hit my head on the ground. Luckily, no damage, no blood, no cracked skull. I was luckily, but I buckled the front wheel of the mountain bike. But luckily for me, it was near the end of the downhill section, so it was like a 15-minute walk back to the car. But front wheel buckled and front wheel punched because the impact where I hit the rock launched me up, so it buckled the wheel and punctured the front wheel. Oh yeah. Well, that was okay. Didn't have a helmet on that day. I hit my head, but I didn't hit it hard. Didn't hit it hard at all. It was like, what it was is that my body landed, and then the force carried through, and then my head just knocked to the floor slightly, due to the inertia from the actual hitting the rock and being launched up, and then you land, boom, 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 and then your head is the last thing to hit. And that was my head that hit the ground. Boom. Didn't hurt me at all. Didn't give me any shock. It was just a light impact, luckily. Because I was able to get up, spun the front wheel. It didn't spin. Front wheel puncher, flat tire. Okay, so it's a walk back. But I've had many of those sort of incidences, But I don't know if any of you tried this mountain bike trekking. Downhilling is a little bit more extreme because you're carrying more speeds, which means you're going to need a more expensive bike. The suspensions have to travel more. I've got what's called the MTB Hummer, mountain bike Hummer, which the front suspension gives me about 2 inches of movement, 2 inches only. That's not a lot. And the rear 1 inch. So there's not a lot of movement, so you're basically trekking through you've just wrecked the bike. Okay, so you're limited on how fast you can go. You still can go pretty quick, but if there's a lot of undulating surfaces, then your suspension is going to be bottoming out. You're going to end up bouncing off the course and ending up in a crash. So you've got to ride to the limitation of the bike, of course. And I love it. Going down steps. Oh yeah. Go down steps. I mean, let me show you a picture of me going down. If I show you a picture, I'll show a picture of me going down the steps, and you understand what I mean. I can do that quickly. Let me put one in the chat for you. Hang on. This image you're going to look at was me 15 years ago, though. That's not now. So I'll get that out there just in case anyone gets no misinformation. Yeah, I'll show a picture of Gin CBR1 going down some steps, and you'll see what I mean. Oh, hang on, where am I here? Oh, yeah, I'm in the right place. And let's just get that image. The reason I have it to hand is because I've recently got Skype Teams, and I had to reload the image. So, yeah, keep it original. Hang on a second. Here we are. Come on, where are you? Yeah, I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? It's okay. Wrong direction. Yeah, so if you ever get a chance to do mountain bike trekking and that, it's immense fun. Absolutely. You pay the price because you've got to walk up and ride up and walk up and ride up, but then the downhill is the freebie, isn't it? as long as you pick your route perfectly and enjoy it and live within the limitations of your suspension, because that's key. Okay, the wheels will roll, no problem, but will the suspension absorb at the rate at which you are descending? Sorry. Okay, because if you're going down too fast, then you might be going faster than the ability of the suspension to absorb, and then you end up bouncing off the course into trees, and there you go. You're writing off your shoulder, smashing up your handlebars, feeling very sorry for yourself, and, wish you hadn't come out that day. Yes, I've had some of those as well. But it's all fun, I have to admit. It's all fun. Even when it's going wrong. It's all part of the excitement. And that's what keeps you alive. That's you keeping it real, you see. All your senses are sharpened up. Your adrenaline is flowing, you're a live wire. Yeah. And you're enjoying it. Your heart is pumping. Yeah. You're fit. You understand now? You're fit. That's what it means. It means you're a fit individual. Strong, fit, alive. Blood pumping, adrenaline. Yeah. Love it. I still love it now, and I'm 63. It's just a case of what they call muscle memory and then experience. So you know what you're doing. Still have a freak accident anytime, and you could be killed doing downhill, no doubt about it. I wear a helmet now, though. Do wear a helmet now, so that the head's protected. I don't wear any knee pads or elbow pads. Should really, but I don't. Isn't that odd? Whenever you don't want the picture, it's in your face. When you do actually want to summons it, don't know how it's hiding itself from me. Damn image. Where are you? Oh, come on. Okay, here we go. Right. Yeah, I've got so many fantastic images of life here in Japan and the things that I've been up to with the family, on my own, with friends. Yeah, all the outdoor adventure stuff. Yeah. And then I was destined to be a flat earther. I just love nature too much. And the embarrassment is I didn't pick up the clues all that time, because Earth was letting me know it was flat. It was clearly there. I just did not see it. Eyes wide shut, as in Stanley Kubrick's, was it perfectly titled movie? Oh, yeah, here's the image. Right, got it. Bloody hell. Okay, let's see if we can send it now. Here we go. Hang on. Okay. Okay, here comes the image. Those of you who are interested in what I'm saying, I'm just about to post it in the side chat. There you go. Okay, you can see me there, look. Jin CBR1. That was 15 years ago. (2010). Okay. Looking cool. Rucksack on the back, body position perfect, goggles on the eyeballs, no helmet note. Okay. I was with my friend on this day, that's why he took the picture. Brazilian friend. And his bike, he won the bike. You know, in Japan, they love the rock, scissors, paper competition, yeah? Rock, scissors, paper. We say fist first, yeah? Fist first, fist, paper, scissors, right. He won a $2,000 downhilling frame, right? But that's all he got was the frame. He still had to build the bike up, but the frame alone was $2,000. He won it at a mountain bikes fair that he attended, and everybody was involved in the stone, scissors, paper, and they whipped you down to the winner, and he won it. Lucky bastard. Yeah. And then together we went to the shops to get the kit to kit the thing up. So in total, it was probably worth about $4,000. my mountain bike, about $400, $500. On hilling, it's a mountain bike which you can use for mountain trails. Now I'm pushing the envelope going down the stairs, by the way. Okay, but again, I'd set the suspension just right, and I set the actual air pressure as well, because that's going to aid me as well. Yeah, so I'm able to do this, and this would be the limit of that mountain bike. What I'm doing. Okay. Right. So I hope you enjoyed the image there. It was nice. It was a great day. Sweated a lot. Thoroughly enjoyed it that day. Yeah. I've got another image I can post. I think some of you may have seen this one already. Let's have a look. One more. Try to keep it as interesting as possible without being in your face with it. This one was taken 1 month before the tsunami hit us in March. So this particular image was taken in February. It's snow. But it was raining on this particular day. Raining underneath the clouds, but above the clouds, the sun is out. Here it is. Yeah, here's this beautiful. No, that's not it. That's not the one. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I've got this image before we carry on. Yeah. Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry. I thought I was still muted. What did I have, Mike? Actually, I just made the tea. I just woke up. Sorry if I was happy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, you were hot micing Berserker earlier, so we muted you. We heard you humming something.
Oh, thank you. Thank you that you did that.
So DJ, what do you think of the image I posted?
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I used to be obsessed with mountain biking myself.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. So as you can see, I described it to you well, perfectly, yeah, in that I'm pushing the capabilities of that mountain bike, because it's not really meant to be doing that. But when you're a motorcyclist, the experience comes in, doesn't it?
Yeah, the only time I've ridden a motorcycle was riding scooters in Southeast Asia. which is a bit of a challenge when it's the first time you've ridden a bike and you're riding around on the most tragic roads, right? Because we're on an island in Thailand, and it's crazy. It was crazy. The first time ever riding a motorbike was like in thunderstorms on the worst roads possible.
So as they say, you cut your teeth in Thailand. Okay, right.
Yeah,
I got gotcha. Yeah, well, that's a good proving ground, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. But I loved it. You know, my wife and I both fell in love with riding. You know.
Yeah,
it's great
absolutely.
fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's not to like? Okay, here's that image I was telling you about. That's the same mountain, but further up. So when you saw me going down the stairs, I'm at the foot of the mountain. Okay, we've just left the car park. I thought, get a picture of me going down these steps. I want to just test the suspension and everything. Let's see, and we did it, and it went perfect. Okay, let's go. Okay, and then this would be a year later. So this is February of 2011, 1 month before the tsunami hit Japan and the earthquake. Yeah. This is February. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. Below the clouds, it's raining hell for leather, cats and dogs. But look at it. Look at above the clouds. Look at that. Okay. And I'm on that same mountain bike, climbing up. Lovely shot. And note the sun not being 93 million miles away. The sun is right in the shot. What do you think of that image? I don't know. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's amazing. Is that a cloud deck? Is that a cloud deck?
Yeah, that's a cloud deck, exactly.
Yeah.
So underneath the cloud, it's raining heavily, but then look at it, what it's like above the clouds. Look at it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I've seen that on planes, right? It's been pouring rain, and then you get up above the cloud deck, and it's beautiful sunny day. All of a sudden, it's such a mind-bending experience.
Contrast. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's exactly what happened here. Okay, I've got pictures like that as well, where it's pissing down on the airport down there, heavy rain, and then they take off, and it's like you get above the clouds and it's sunshine. It's like wow, and that's what happened here. I took the shot because I thought it was what a beautiful view. Wasn't a flat earther, remember? This is 2011, so Jin destined to be that flat earther, obviously. But there you are. Look, lovely shot, don't you think?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Now, if you look on the clouds, you can see a mountain in the background. That mountain is roughly 42 kilometers away, 24 miles away. Okay, from the location that I'm at, you can just see two peaks of a mountain. I've climbed that mountain. I've climbed that mountain with the two peaks more than 300 times.
Nice.
All right. And then this particular mountain I'm on, this has been done nearly maybe 200 plus. Hiking and then mountain bike trekking as well, yeah. Friends, families, on my own, all part of my routine. Been in Japan 26 years. And a big chunk of that, I've been just doing all this stuff. Love it. So it is really exciting, when you've got the right conditions to do it, you really enjoy it. It's just another, it's therapy, it's excitement, it's achievement, it's satisfying, really, really, it's everything. And you feel pumped up, you feel you've achieved something, even when things go wrong, it doesn't matter, because if you're skillful enough, you're going to be able to repair it all, and that's me. I don't throw money at it if I can do it myself. Yeah. And I carry all this stuff in my rucksack anyway. As you do anyway when you're on your own. Yeah, whenever you're hiking or mountain bike trekking, obviously safety is paramount. So you have your first aid, of course, and then you have equipment that's going to help you repair your bike, spanners, puncture repair kits. What I do is I carry 2 brand new inner tubes in my rucksack anyway. So if I have a puncture, I just swap them over and repair at home. But I've still got the emergency repair kit on me, because you never know if you have another puncture, with my luck. Could have about 3 punches in one downhill. But anyway, yeah, so I have 2 spare inner tubes in there. One for the back, one for the front, of course. And then the relevant tools that you would need. Yeah, tire levers. Yeah, because you need to get the tire off the rim. Carry my own pump. Pump is there. Telescopic type, really nice one. Made by Panasonic. See, Panasonic do TVs, but they also do out adventure stuff and camping equipment as well. So I got a bicycle pump made by Panasonic. There you go. Who knew, eh? Who knew? Yeah. And then at the extreme end of what I do is the downhilling. Yeah, there you got, you're talking bikes that are costing, from the region of like $2,000 upwards. Mini motorbikes, really, when you look at it, disc suspension, disc brakes with full long length suspension to absorb the jumps that you get. Okay, yeah, really exciting world. Yeah, I've ridden on those as well. They're really nice. Yeah, there's a lot of flexing in there, so they're not really good for climbing, because you're flexing too much. You're losing a lot of forward motion. But going downhill, which is what they're designed for, to absorb all the undulating surfaces at a high rate of speed. That's where they come into their own. So as a climbing bike, my mountain bike's better. And I do beat those guys on their bikes, because my bike is suited to climbing up as well as coming down. I have to come down gingerly, carefully, pick my route. So there are times when I'm actually applying brakes to slow down. Okay, we got past that. Carry on down. Oh, okay, again. A little bit more brakes. Jump here. Okay, little bunny hops. Okay. And we're not coming down at non-stop brake speeds like the downhill bikes. Yeah, no, I can't do that on this mountain bike. I'd break it, totally destroy it. So I've got to live within its capabilities, is what I'm saying. And that still makes for an adrenaline rush, pumped up, and gratification, satisfaction. It's all there, albeit at a slower rate than downhilling, but you're still there because your life is still in danger. That's the other thing. And that's what pumps up the adrenaline, because you could lose your life even on a mountain bike trail. You know, you go too fast, you bounce off the course, you're now into the mountains, into the trees, you collide with a tree, you could smash your head, dislocate your shoulder, break a leg. So it's all there. All those dangers are there. So the dangers are there. The only thing is it's slightly reduced because you go as fast as you can go on a downhill bike. Yeah. The best time, the pinnacle of that was when we went to Nagano, to the ski course, that all the snow has melted now. So now it becomes a downhill course, you see. So you're putting your bikes in the gondola, right? You're putting them in and you're going up to the highest point of these mountains, and then you're coming down. Wicked, man. Wicked. It really felt weird putting a mountain bike in the gondola. That was the most weirdest thing I've ever done, that was. Because usually it's you and your skis or your snowboard. But in this case, we're putting the mountain bike in. So it's just you and your mountain bike. You might be lucky. You can't really get two in there. It's a tight squeeze. So one bike, one person, one gondola, and up you go. And then you wait for the rest to turn up. And then you get yourself ready, and then down. Yeah, and then down you go.
Just letting you know quickly, I've just started an event.
Oh, brilliant.
So we hopefully we'll have some people coming in.
What's the event called?
The name of the event is Globe versus Flat Earth debate.
Okay, nice. Yeah, simple, straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah, straightforward. So I'll go share that in the home server, and hopefully some people will join in. So should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do advise any of you people, if you've got a chance, get out there and enjoy the flat earth. Mountain bike trekking, snowboarding, hiking, camping, canoeing, rock climbing. Even if you get a chance as well, shooting. Yeah. Hot air balloon riding. That's fucking brilliant as well. So get out there and enjoy this flat earth. You only live once. And most of these activities that I mentioned are not so active. You could end up paying silly money to do it, but, buy yourself a reasonable bit of equipment, and you want to join parties, look online and you find some good groups, not charging silly money to do the activity, and get on with it. I don't pay any money, except for paying money to be at the campsites. You got to pay. So yeah, well, that's fine. Don't mind paying at the campsite. You don't have to pay to go downhilling, except for you have to buy the ticket for the gondola. And in this case, this mountain I'm on in the image, there's no charge at all because it's a hiking course / little bike trailing course. So it's free, no charge. So we take advantage of those situations where we can. Loads of pictures of with my kids as well, and with their rifles on their backs, target practicing. If there's a chance here, one time on this very mountain, I took them with me and I set up the targets. So they're at the foot of the mountain. We've got the walkie-talkies, set up the targets. So they had to find the target, hit it, take it down, bring it with them. Okay, a little bit of military training, you see, orienteering military style. Okay. And then they had to find me in the bush. Okay. Yeah. Whilst mountain bike trekking. How's about that, eh? I used to create all the activities for my kids using the military training that I received. So I downloaded it to them. Because like I said, the training is good, just don't want to kill anybody. But yeah, good shooting practice is good when you want to go hunting. Yeah. So my children will tell you that, yeah, you know, they had a great time of it. And all praises are due to God for that. I thank God that I had the experience I had, that I could do that. I've enjoyed God's flat earth, definitely. Whilst I missed all the clues. That will be my forever embarrassment, that I was exposed to God's flat earth beautifully from 1969, okay? From 1969, that's when I first saw the earth as flat, but not knowing it was flat, because I was only 8 years old at that time, 7, 8 years old. So I didn't realize that the earth was flat, of course, but I remember seeing it. And that was my first exposure right there, being that high up in an aeroplane on the way to Nigeria. NASA had just gone to the moon by this time. So I was going to be 8 years old that year. So I would have been 7 on that plane. But I turned 8 whilst I was in Nigeria. Okay, 1969. And then from there, you know, you grow up, you travel around the world. I was in the army, cadets, Royal Engineers, parachuting, paragliding, you know, all sorts. And you miss all the clues. Didn't clock that in that sense. Didn't clock it at all. That's why I say it's my forever embarrassment. Because I should have known. Should have picked it up. It's flat. It's clearly obvious. How did I bloody miss it? Okay, it really is that obvious, isn't it? Wouldn't you say, DJ? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, clearly obvious. And it's easy to reverse engineer as well, because you think to yourself, where did I see the curvature? And that's the thing that's missing. That's what's missing from your existence, the actual curvature experience. So you need to go back and check. Yeah, rewind. Yeah, man. The system we're living in doesn't want you to rewind, because it wants you to go forward only. And when you go forward, you don't know what to expect. So they lay down the story for you, but you mustn't look back. They don't want you to look back. For if you look back, you're going to recognize the patterns of deception. Those who want to deceive you do not want you to look back. And I'll give you one quick example of this. There's an advert in Germany. This advert was aired during the early 80s. It's the Voss Product Technique, the Audi advert. Voss Product Technique, meaning evolution through technology, translated into English. But at the end of the advert, it echoed away saying, "Never look back, never look back, never look back, never look back, never look back," like that. Okay, never look back, right? And I remember sitting there thinking, "No, I'm going to look back, because I'm enjoying my memory." And this would have been me 20 at the time. Okay. And the Voss Product advert stating that back, that was a subliminal message. Never look back. Why would you never look back? Wow, that's not a good thing to do. Right. TV programming from Germany. Audi. Voss Product Technique.
All right, got some people showing up.
Okay, welcome. Go ahead. Introduce them. Welcome them in.
Oh, Jim, what's up? Mr. Beast, a returning guest.
Welcome, everybody.
Hey, something, Sir Jim.
Hello, how are you doing, sir? How are you doing?
You've got Nova. Hello, Nova.
I'm doing great.
Okay, good to hear your voice. So, carrying on from, I think, yesterday, what is your position now? You heard what we said to you yesterday. You know, the earth is flat. We're not able to measure any curvature anywhere.
Yeah, bro, I'm so sad for yesterday's behavior. You know, yesterday we got me. Yeah, man.
Yeah. No worries. We don't want to dwell upon that. Sometimes mistakes are made. No problem. Let's move forward anyway. And the question to you is, how do you feel now? How do you feel, you know? Because we tried to tell you that the earth is not a ball, orange-shaped ball. It's not that. Okay, it's a flat surface. So what do you think?
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
Bro, today I'm feel so good, and in my country it's a rainy season. That's why I'm feel so good, and yeah, that is my.
Is your country Bangladesh? Is it Bangladesh?
Yeah, Bangladesh.
Yeah. Yeah. You get a lot of rain in Bangladesh. You get so much rain, they flood your house.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. No, you know about our season, bro. Could you tell me how many seasons we have?
I thought you only had one season, rainy season.
Yeah, I'm already told you, but in my country they have maybe 6 seasons.
Yeah, well, explain them. Explain those seasons on a flat earth.
Okay, and then name. Yeah, I'm gonna explain them. And then name is winter and summer. Then winter, summer, rainy. Bro, I mean it's so hard for explain. I mean I can't explain it properly.
Okay, no problem. I know English is not your first language, so we appreciate your efforts. Right, yeah. So let's bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. That Mr.
All right,
Beast
so we got a few
speaking.
new people. Yeah, we got a few new
Okay.
people coming in as well. So I'll just
Go ahead,
welcome
go
them
ahead,
quickly.
DJ.
So we got Arfin. Arfin, welcome to the channel. I see your mic's unmuted. You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hello, Arfin. Not you, Mr. Beast. Amal. Amal, welcome to the channel. Right. So Christopher has just joined as well. Rudolph.
Hey.
Who was that? Was that Amal?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, awesome. Welcome to the channel. Right. So if good to have everyone here that's just joined. So if anyone has any questions about the topic, right, feel free to ask questions about flat Earth or present evidence for the globe Earth if you want to.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity you have now. So let's try and keep it orderly, giving everyone room to speak and talk freely. Please, those of you who are globers, what is your best proof that you know that the Earth is a globe shape? Please tell me.
Christopher Columbus.
Oh, explain. Please explain. What did he do?
I don't know. I don't know. He went on a trip and then found out, oh shit, the Earth is going in a circle. He's not flat because he came back in the same island, even though he went straight.
Well, that can happen on a flat surface, can't it? You know, like we often say to the globers, you know, when you're in your neighborhood, you can go all the way around your neighborhood and come back to the same point you started from. That doesn't prove that you're a spherical ball, does it?
Well, I think you would notice it more if it was flat because there is an edge, but in a circle there is no edge.
But that can't be true either because you mentioned the word edge. What happens if we're near that supposed edge that you mentioned, but you're still on the surface of the Earth? You can navigate it in a circle without going near the edge at all. You see?
Well, you said when you go around your neighborhood and then you would come back to the same house. Yeah, but going around means that there is still an edge, and it's where you enter or a corner. There is
that's
always
not actually.
an edge.
Actually, no, that's not true. No, that's not true at all. No.
Oh.
There's a slight misconception.
Well, it depends on how your neighborhood is built, like how you want to present the neighborhood to me, because I see it as you go around the street. And when you go around the street, you have like 3 houses, then a curve, 3 houses, and then a curve. But if you mean like in circular, where there's houses built in a circular way, then you have the edge, which is when you get in and out to the street. And then you have 2 edges.
Let me explain it one more time to you. You could be in a neighborhood that has like that when you do the whole complete circumnavigating of your neighborhood. It could be like 4 miles. Okay, and you've gone round. You started at one point, and you've gone around 4 miles all the way around the perimeter of your neighborhood, and you've covered 4 miles, and you come back to where you started from. No curvature experience is the point I'm trying to explain to you. That you don't experience the curvature, do you? You're on a flat surface, the surface of your earth where you're living on, your neighborhood. There was no curvature experienced, and it didn't prove that my neighborhood is a ball. So, can you accept that you're?
Yeah, I can accept that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can accept.
I appreciate that, because you putting forward Christopher Columbus sailing supposedly around the globe proves that the globe is not. That's not proof. Okay, that's what we call a debunk. Okay, because the same happens in my neighborhood, and I'm not on the globe there.
Yeah, well, it depends on what form you believe the Earth has. Because if it's flat, it needs some type of geometrical shape.
Okay, can I just stop you there for 1 second? Do you mind if I stop for 1 second? Most of my esteemed colleagues would say to you, you are committing a fallacy. You're assuming the Earth to be a globe already. You see what I mean? So you're already putting into your head the Earth is a globe, when that's not really. That's not good. That's not correct. That's not intellectually honest. What you've got to do is look at it as you see it, without the assumption. Okay?
Yeah, well, if I kind of get, but at the same time I don't, because everything, if you like flatten everything out, it still has some sort of shape. Even if you take some Play-Doh and you flatten it out, yes, it might have some cracks here and there, but it still has some form of shape. And yeah, if you take the globe and let's say if I think it's round and I flatten it, then it becomes oval.
Well, it's meant to be oval anyway. It's meant to be. Yeah, go ahead.
Couldn't something be round and flat, like a coin, a clock, a dartboard?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it needs some shape of form, like a geometrical
I agree with
form.
you.
Yeah.
I think she might be thinking. She might be thinking of an. 1 second, Jen. Sorry, just a second. Just one thing, really quickly. I'll let you go back to it. But I think she's trying to think of an object, floating around in outer space.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You said what I was going to say, so there's no need to repeat. Carry on if you like. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Jin. Yeah, please.
Okay, yeah. So thank you. Yeah. So basically, young lady, you're basically, what you're doing is you are creating this globe shape that you think that you need. I've posted an image in the side chat showing you how to circumnavigate on a flat surface, flat Earth. It's there for you. And it doesn't, in order to, hang on, what I'm trying to say to you is that if you think you're on a globe, you should be able to measure that globe, that curvature. You should experience it. Christopher Columbus, traveling and coming back on the same point where he started from, doesn't prove that he's on a globe, point which you've conceded to being correct. And then you said, yeah, but I got to have this shape. Well, that's you now creating a shape for you. For yourself. That's an assumption. It's better to measure it and then you'd know it. Would you agree or disagree?
I would say I'm neutral to that, because I'm still unsure and I'm still trying to get like an answer for myself in my head.
Okay, I'll ask you one more question then. If they're giving us the size of the Earth, the circumference supposedly being 24,901 miles, that's the current supposed size of the Earth. And then the radius of that, which is like 1/4 of that, is 3,959 miles. Okay, the radius. Now, with these numbers, we should be able to go out into nature and confirm that, seeing as they've given us the numbers. Okay, we're taught that it's 24,901 mile circumference. The radius is 3959. That's 159 miles. So that means we should be able to do some quantitative measurements. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I'm wondering, where's the depth?
Well, the depth is going to...
Where's like the depth measurement in all this? Yeah, I see your plan, but the picture, I see it. No, I see it. But is it like a 3D or is it 2D? It might be a 4D.
No, the Earth reality is 3-dimensional. We exist within 3-dimensional space. We're talking about the surface description of the solid thing that we stand on. If you're talking about depth, that will be a measurement from mean sea level. That will be the horizontal data that you get any depth or indeed altitude height from. But if you want us to tell you how deep the Earth is or how far away the things in the sky are, we're not going to be able to tell you. We can't measure that directly, right? But we can measure the surface upon which we're on.
Well, you didn't need to tell me anything because I just joined to learn why people think the Earth is flat and why
just
should it
told
not
you.
be circular. Yeah, I get it. But
yeah.
it's just like just saying it's just a waste of time of y'all asking me things and wanting me to prove why I think my reasoning because it ain't gonna go anywhere.
I didn't ask you, I'd made a statement.
Yeah, I get it, but like still, I'm not here for that. I'm here to learn why people think
Then
so.
I just told you.
Yeah, yeah. And part of the learning of
How
why
weird.
the Earth isn't a globe, sorry to cut you off there, Jedi. Part of the reason for learning is that you may have to explain to yourself or to us how it is you think that the Earth is a globe. What's your proof? Because we're telling you that if they've given us the numbers, we've gone to validate that. That means we're going to try and measure the curvature of the Earth. That's the surface. And we're not able to measure that curvature anywhere that we've been to on this Earth. Each flat earther that's it, wherever they live, they've gone out and tried to confirm the curvature of the Earth, and we're finding extended horizontality. So we bring the findings to the globers and we say, we're not measuring curvature. What proof do you have? How did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Have you done that? Or are you just believing without
No, I just
confirmation?
believe in NASA.
Sorry?
I believe in NASA.
Okay, well, yes. Believing is a mistake, by the way, because it means that you're not actually validating anything. So you can't say to us that the Earth is a globe because you don't know that. That's just a belief because someone else told you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I told you it's no use in wasting your time on asking me questions because I'm just here to learn why. I don't really know why it's circular or why it's flat.
Okay.
What do you want to know then? What question
Why
do you
do you
want to
believe
ask?
it's flat? What's your reasoning to believe it's flat?
Okay, because it measures that way. The surface of the Earth, when measured, the water that takes up 70% of it, when measured, the water lays horizontally. Now, this is antithetical to the Earth being a curved surface because that water over distance should measure that curvature, but it doesn't. The Earth measures to lay horizontal. That's why we say it is, because it's measured that way.
Have you also included the perspective on how the human eye sees things?
Yes. So the angular resolution limit of the human eye is 0.02. This is why we observe a horizon for a 6-foot observer when at the beach looking across the sea at approximately 3 miles away. That's based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye. But when we change the optic, like a camera or a telescope, the horizon moves further back. The horizon is dependent on the angular resolution limit of the optic in question.
Okay.
It's primarily where we start, right? What we see the Earth to look like. So, yeah, we have taken account for how we see it's based upon that.
Hey, Rudolph, can I ask you a question real quick? I just have one question for you.
Yeah.
So, you know how the flat earthers don't believe in NASA, we don't think space is real. I just have a question, so I'll play devil's advocate. Let's say NASA is real, and we give them $65-70 million a day out of the budget, right? Let's just say, for argument's sake, NASA's real. What have they done for anybody, including you or your family, to benefit you in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I don't know. Like for me, they're just proven that, giving me pictures on how the Earth looks and how I don't know how the outer space is for us humans, how unsafe it is, and how far away the sun is, how long our planet could survive.
Let's say, for argument's sake,
sun and the moon, and if the future distance would change, how it would look like, how much distance we have between the planets.
So let's just say all that's real. Do you think it's fair that they get $70 million a day just to give you that information that doesn't make any difference in your life?
Well, it does do a big difference. It's the same as, do
How
you
has it changed
think?
your life?
Because I don't know. It's like knowledge that you kind of need. whether
I'm
to
just
go.
wondering how has NASA benefited? How have you benefited from NASA?
Why are we talking about this, dude? The lady said that she doesn't want to ask questions, doesn't want to answer questions, wants to ask us, right? It's a great place. And then you jump in and you start asking questions, and it's not
Yeah.
really empirical, right? It's subjective.
How does, and exactly like flashing you back, how does someone in the Wolf of Street people, like the billionaires, help you in life?
I don't. It's
I never said I
It's like
believed in
they
them
have
though.
a job, they work, happy, they are financially stable.
What other people do in this instance isn't really.
NASA offers jobs.
Yeah, that's great. They employ people. That's awesome. I guess we understand that, like most people, you just believe the information that they give you because they're an authority. The thing is, when we ask for the validation of the information that they give us, we kind of come up with the Earth measures flat. So it's kind of a problem, right? Regardless of what NASA says the Earth is, if they give us pictures of the Earth and tell us how big it is, that means we should measure a certain amount of curvature over the distance of that surface. We don't measure the curvature over the distance of the surface. So it appears the story that NASA tell us when we go to verify and validate it isn't true.
Yeah, thanks, Jedi. I was just going to say exactly that same thing, that the young lady said that NASA told her many, many things. Those things that you mentioned that NASA's, every single one of those was a lie that NASA told you. NASA has lied to you. Everything you believe about NASA is a lie. Everything. Thank you.
But why are they a lie when they came with proof?
Okay, there's two questions there, right? Why would they lie? That's motive. Let's go to the fact or not whether they have lied. Now, what's the claim that NASA are making specifically? This space agency.
Mm-hmm.
What's the claim and what's the proof of the claim?
I don't know. They came with pictures and
Awesome.
documentary.
Where are the pictures taken from?
Robots from space, like
Yes.
code that they could make into images.
Yeah. So they send things up into the sky to space and turn around and take a picture of the Earth. Now we have a problem with the space bit. Now the space is said to be a vacuum, and the Earth is said to be a thermodynamically open system, right?
Yeah.
So in this situation, that wouldn't be able to exist. The story that they tell us of an open system adjacent and within a available space for gas to expand into violates laws of nature. That's the problem.
Okay.
The
So
question
can I continue? Can I continue?
No, I haven't finished. The question then becomes, how do you have gas pressure if the Earth or the container isn't physically contained?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's an impossibility. If you understand what a tire is, like, that's on the bottom of a car wheel, or around a bike. Yeah. The reason why the gas stays around the rim is because of the rubber tire containing it there. It's like the situation for any amount of gas in a volume. For it to stay there, needs to be contained.
Yeah, that's why we have the ozone layer, isn't it?
No, that's gas.
Oh.
Okay. So we understand the consequence of putting gas into a container like a tire is the gas wants to expand but can't, and is pressing against the inside of the walls and is under pressure. Pressure is caused by the container of the volume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So if the Earth is an open system with gas pressure without a physical boundary, because we can send rockets to the vacuum, then we wouldn't be able to breathe gas pressure because there wouldn't be anything to cause it. In actual fact, there wouldn't be any gas here because it would keep dispersing into the available volume. We'd all be dead.
Yes, I might be thinking of some other gas, but we do have like gas on the planet that's not good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's maybe some artificial gas.
Is the gas that we're breathing pressurized? Do we have pressure, gas pressure here on Earth?
I don't really know, so I wouldn't say so.
No, we're breathing it, right? Oxygen and nitrogen, 14.7 psi at surface level, less when you go up a mountain. Gas pressure. We have gas pressure. Now, pressure is caused, right, by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, which means that the Earth must be a thermodynamically closed system. Because if the Earth was an open system, the gas would continue to expand. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we have a problem with pictures from space, because the space bit can't exist. So
But how are
NASA.
we sure that the human eye isn't lying to us then?
Wait, sorry, why are we talking about the human eye? At the moment, we're talking about laws of nature and how gas and thermodynamic systems behave.
No, I mean, like, I get you, but just like because I brought up that
Why are
we
you
had
jumping to
cameras,
another
right?
subject? Are we going
No,
back to
no.
how we see again?
Yeah, you know, I get you, but like, I just want to say, like, okay, so we know that cameras aren't really trustworthy, but are we also
Okay.
saying that? I just want to clarify: are we also saying that we can't really trust the human eye either because of the way we see the Earth?
What do you
The
mean by
perspective we see
trust the
the Earth.
human eye? What do you mean by trust the human eye?
Because
Now,
this other guy
I'll
said
give
that
you
when
this
we look at
I'll
the
give you
Earth,
this
we see it in a
example.
hor-
I'll give you this example.
No,
Right,
but this
'cause
other guy gave this perfect example by saying that we see the Earth in like a horizontal way that we see in front, but we don't see behind it. We see it straight out. Not in a
yeah,
cloud.
yeah, and the way that we see is based on angular perception. For example, with distance, things appear to get smaller. If I was standing next to you, when I walked away, I would look smaller with distance. I'm not actually smaller though, right? Now, it might look like I'm smaller because of the human eye, but we know because we can test it that I'm not actually smaller. So, yeah, perception is a tricky little thing, but we understand it. That's how we navigate the world. So, like, I'll give you another example. When you look down a corridor, the ceiling, as you look further down the corridor, appears to get closer to the floor. Conversely, the floor appears to ramp upwards, getting closer to the ceiling. Now, we know that they're not physically actually getting closer, but the mathematics behind this is known as the Rayleigh criterion. We understand that with distance, things reduce in angular size. This is how we see the world.
Okay.
So when we observe, for example, the horizon, when we change the optic, the distance to the horizon changes because it's based on the angular resolution limit of the optic. Now, if the surface of the Earth was curved, the limitation to how far we will be able to see would be dependent on the curvature of the Earth and the human eye and the atmospheric conditions of the day. That limitation is given to us by the mathematics of the sphere. It has no number, so radius, diameter, circumference, for example, a curvature rate over distance. Based on that math, if you're standing on that curved surface at, say, 6 foot above the surface, the horizon, according to that math, would be at 3 miles away. Coincidentally, the exact same limit as it would be based on the angular resolution limit of the human eye at 0.02 degrees for the 6 foot observer. More accurately, it's about 2.84 miles. But when you change the optic, the horizon moves. If the surface of the Earth was curved, the horizon shouldn't move.
Okay, so the information that I gathered that we can't really trust the cameras or the human eye on that the Earth is circular. No, I'm just saying that it's still.
That's not what I said, though. That's why I'm frustrated.
Yeah, well, I get that, but it's just a few
So what'd you say,
keywords
then?
that I picked up that
That's not what I'm saying.
we don't know. I'm
We
just saying that
can't
we don't know
trust the
if the
human
Earth
eye.
is round.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying we can't trust the human eye in space
Okay,
because of
right.
how it sees. I'm
I'll
just
give you
agreeing
this.
with you.
I'll give you
I'm
this.
agreeing with you that
I'll
we
give you
don't know
this.
if the Earth is
We can't
round.
trust the
It
human
may
eye, but
actually be flat.
it's like you want to talk. It's like, okay, I'll give you this. We can't trust the human eye, but what we can do is verify what we see by directly measuring it and apply mathematical principles to it, right?
Yeah, that we can do.
Cool. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's flat. It looks
it
that
might be
way,
flat.
and when we confirm what we see by measurement, it measures flat also.
Yeah, it may be flat, but yeah.
Yeah. If I measure something's orientation and surface to be horizontal, level and flat, what is it?
An oval.
It's horizontal, level and flat.
Yeah.
If it was a curved surface, I would measure a curved surface, wouldn't I? A rate of change of slope. But what we measure is zero change of slope, a horizontal surface.
Okay.
So that's why we say the Earth isn't a sphere, because what we measure is antithetical to a curved surface. It must be curved if it's a sphere. It's not, though.
Okay.
That's it. Is that it? Everything that you want to know? Or have you got other questions?
No.
You sound upset.
No, I'm not upset at all. I'm just trying to read the pictures and go through the YouTube videos that I get sent in chat just to learn. I'm not upset at all.
That's good.
Yeah, Jedi, whilst you were talking, I was backing up what you were saying with the relevant images and videos that she would need to watch to learn from. So great job there, mate. Nice one. And the young lady was paying attention, so that was good as well. Yeah. So, yeah, what we see is what we're measuring it, and it's confirming what we actually see. It looks flat. Let's go and confirm it. It's measuring flat. There we are. So we do have to trust our eyes, ladies and gentlemen, because if we don't trust them, then, you know, where are we going to be? Well, we can always, where there's a little bit of doubt, you can always just try and confirm. Of course, have any questions relating to the flat Earth and why do we say it's flat? Or maybe you have a better proof of the globe, maybe because we've made a mistake, perhaps. You may want to offer that up. Please come ahead. Go ahead. We will all learn from you, so please go ahead. Don't be shy now. You've made it this far. You've arrived. You're here. Make it count. They're probably mesmerized by the images that I've been posting. Probably, yeah, wow, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, those planets, are we all moving like that? Really? Wow.
Really?
I'm still thinking of where the fuck is the go through? Why isn't there a hole through Earth? No, I get the images, but I only see the outer side. I want to see the inner side of the fucking planet that I'm living on.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not able to do that because one.
Yeah, I get that y'all are more specialized on the outside, but for me to truly be convinced, I want the whole body. I want the inner, I want the outer, I want the side, I want the middle to be true that okay, this is something that I can trust.
Sorry.
Not because some person is putting into me that this is the right way, because that's how you get war.
Well, this is the question, right? What is the surface of the Earth? Curved?
I don't want the surface, I want the inner side. Where's the heart of the Earth?
Then, I mean, look, if you're asking us where it is, we don't know. We don't have the ability to dig down, right? No one really does. The furthest anybody has dug down is either swimming to the bottom of the ocean, Marianas Trench, or the Korla deep borehole in somewhere in Russia. Both were about 7 miles, 12 kilometers, something like that. That's the furthest any human has gone.
Yeah. So, and I can trust. I don't know. I can put a plaster on the wound by telling you that you had convinced me that the Earth is not circular, but it also may not be flat. It may also not have a shape at all. I'm fully like on your side, but at the same time, like on no one's side.
Well, it's a dichotomy of a line, right? You can either have a straight line or a curved line. You might have a zigzag line or a wavy, but that's pretty much the same thing. So if you're making a claim that it's curved, then it must be curved.
I'm making
right?
yeah,
The
but
only
I'm
other
also
choice
saying,
is
like, we don't live in
horizontal.
a cartoon.
Pardon?
We don't live in a cartoon.
No, but we understand basic three-dimensional properties, right? Geometry and those principles, orientation, vectors, right? This is how we convey the reality around us, how it measures. Where, in fact, we get horizontal and level from is indeed the surface of the earth. That's what all level horizontal is referenced to. So we get level from the earth itself.
Well, I just used my fabulous brain and actually went to Google. I can say for the people that don't think
Using
that
the
the
brain.
Earth is flat, it's actually not round either. It's not in a circle.
Yeah, no one's making no one's making a claim to the shape of the earth, even though some people like to post things that make it look circular. These are just maps, right? Now, there is no claim to the shape of the earth. I couldn't tell you what it is. You kind of said it perfectly just a moment ago when you said it was earth shaped. Yeah, it's probably earth shaped. It's probably an irregular shape like a leaf or a lake, and not a proper geometric ideal shape like a cube or a square or something like that, or a sphere. But either way, it would measure to be what it is. And when we measure the earth, it lays horizontally. I mean, water. We understand that the properties of water, a large body of water, when contained and at rest, will lay horizontal upon the surface. That horizontal surface of water will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, the mean sea level water of the earth. So in all practical sense, and in all measurable, demonstrable reality, this is how the earth is measured. And on from that, it's how it's practically used. It's how we aviate, how we navigate, how we sail across the sea, how we send and receive communication is all based upon a horizontal stationary plane.
Okay.
So does anyone have any questions about the topic?
Gene, how are you? DJ, hello.
Hello.
Hello, do you know who I'm?
Pardon?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Okay, please tell me who I am.
Sorry?
Hello? Someone call my name.
You know me? You know me?
Yeah, Ginny's here. Yeah. What's your name? Mr. Beast?
You know me?
Come on, what's your name?
Hello, Wood.
My name is Mustafa.
Okay, Mustafa. Welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm fine. And how are you,
Good.
bro?
Oh, I'm very well. Thank you very much. Enjoying what's happening right now. Do you have any questions related to the flat earth? Any questions at all?
Oh, yeah, I have a question then. Don't mind, but I'm not very expert in English.
Yeah, ask your question. Go ahead. That's why you're here. Go ahead.
My question is how improve my English to be, and I'm how go to a beginner.
Okay, well, you may remember the last time that we spoke, and you spoke to DJ and various other individuals. We said that you have to listen to English programs, of course, and maybe listen to in your hobbies, the things that you find interesting, because you pick up vocabulary that way. Yeah, then you come to this server and you try to practice your English, discussing like flat Earth or the globe Earth, or maybe even the moon landings. That way you can improve your topic knowledge and your vocabulary at the same time. That's what we said. Yeah. So what is your question? Let's keep going. What is your question?
My question, I watching videos, TVs, then I learn English.
Yeah.
Properly. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, what it is, when you listen to English videos, what's going to happen? Obviously, it's going to be your listening skill is going to improve. That's going to be an obvious one. Then you may be able to remember certain words you hear. What's going to improve your language is obviously reading and speaking. So you've also got to read and you've got to speak.
Can I read it? Can I read it and speaking now?
Just quickly, my friend, we're running an event at the moment, right? So if you want to go into a different channel and talk to Jin about English, then you can go into a different channel and do that. But right now we're having an event. That's okay. But so I just want to check. You can continue if no one else has any questions about the topic. Yeah, so we'll go through the chat just really quickly. Right, so we got Assad, right? Daddy Diaz, welcome to the channel. We got KL talking a big game in the side chat. Did you want to open your mic up and ask us some questions? If you want to open your mic up, go ahead. Okay. Lily? Hold on, dude. Lily, welcome, Lily. Welcome, Ruben998. Right, so if anyone has any questions... All right, you got to go on mute. All right, you're annoying.
Sorry about that, yeah.
So Thetek as well. We got Thetek, I think, talking up a big game in the side chat as well. So do you guys have any questions? Right? Does anyone have any evidence that they live on a globe Earth?
Yeah, that's a great question.
If nobody mics up, I'm just going to assume that nobody here has any evidence that they live on a globe Earth, and it's just a belief, just a faith that they have.
Yeah. If you can't offer up a proof, it means you're just believing. That means you don't even know you're on a globe. You're just nodding your head. Yeah,
we got Vero. Vero, welcome to the channel.
You're going to step up to the plate.
All right. Hello, Vero.
Hello.
All right.
Welcome.
Yep.
Go ahead, DJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just I'm kind of busy, so if you want to take it, if one of you guys want to take it, then that'd be great. Okay. I was just trying to get the conversation back on track. That's all.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. What's his name again? Vimo, is it?
Vero. Oh, he's gone.
Sorry, Vero.
He's gone.
Right. Do you have any questions, Vero? Apparently, you were very big in the chat there. Do you have any questions? Anything you want to say? Please go ahead.
Yeah, Vero's left. Happens quite a lot in this server.
What a shame that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
We gave him all the room he needed. Apparently, he was big in the chat. Seemed to have blown a gasket there. Then. Okay. Anybody else? Anything you like. I know you've been listening.
KL is talking a big game in the side chat, but you're going to need to open your microphone up, KL, and you can just ask a question, right? We'll do most of the talking.
Yeah. So you just ask your question. It's not a problem, We might be able to answer it, and you learn something.
Well, he is listening, so apparently he's asked a question in the chat.
Right. What was the question then?
Let me see. Every circle is measured with flat lines and pi.
Oh, ridiculous. Bloody ridiculous.
What else do we have? Maybe
We've
he's
said that
asking.
one so many times before, it's a joke. All right. There is not
Yeah.
one part of a circle that is flat. None. Sorry. You have points, and points do not make a flat surface. Thanks. Oh, you know, engineer's nightmare, that one is.
We got
Oh
what if
my.
it's just
Yeah. Have you seen this long list? Or do we have to go through the long list? Fuck me.
oh okay, we have a ChatGPT list. Great. Yeah, so Thetek, pick one of those. All right, which one do you want to pick out of all of those?
We'll get around to all of them eventually, but let's see if we can deal with.
I bet you could cover them all in 30 seconds.
Yeah, can you pick one, please?
Number 2, please.
Number 2.
Number 2. Number 2, okay.
Curvature of the horizon. Go ahead.
Curvature of the horizon. When a ship, hold on, somebody's posted something. 2 seconds. So, curvature of the horizon. When a ship moves away from the sea, it disappears from the bottom up, which only happens if the surface is curved. On a flat planet, whatever that means, the ship would simply become smaller and smaller, but still visible. Okay. That's your first one, is it? Who wants to deal with this? DJ? Jin?
Yeah. Jin.
Anyone?
You've been chosen. Well,
shall I do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go for it like line by line. Curvature of the horizon. We'll just stop there. Horizon, that's a horizontal line. In actual fact, the horizon is 360 degrees around the observer, known as the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Now, this horizontal reference datum is where we get all horizontals from, because all horizontal lines will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. So curvature of the horizon is kind of oxymoronic. That's a contradiction. When a ship moves away from the sea, over the sea, it disappears from the bottom up, which only happens if the surface is curved. That's incorrect. You can actually make things disappear from the bottom up on very much known flat surfaces. Simply displayed as angular perspective. When something goes beyond the horizon, which is the limitation of angular perspectives and visibility of the surface until that point, things beyond that point are in that angle that the eye or optic can't resolve. So the bottom of that object starts to disappear into that unresolvable angle first, and then the top of the boat disappears downwards, but that's due to perspective and a reduction of angular size with distance. So yeah, we can demonstrate that things disappear on known flat surfaces from the bottom up. There's also other phenomena that can cause disturbances in the things that we see. These things are known as miraging, for example, badly named as atmospheric refraction, where it isn't actually refraction, it's the distortion and dispersion of light due to the density, the temperature, and the compounds of the fluctuating atmosphere over time between the observer and the thing being observed. So number 2 is demonstrably just incorrect.
Any questions about that, Thetek?
I've also backed up what Jedi was saying by posting a couple of a super zoom image, where they're zooming in on an object and then they zoom out and you can't see it from the horizon. Okay, proving flat Earth right there. That ships don't go over the curvature as they think, or over the horizon. So we've got that backed up for him. They're very short. I think one's like 5 minutes. That was like 2 minutes. Very good material.
Thetek says, could someone type what he said? I couldn't understand it all.
What you can do is, we're live streaming at the moment, DJ, yeah? Hit the link on one of the YouTube bots at the top of the channel, and you can go back and watch the live stream. Or you can watch it to your heart's content over and over and over again.
Direct him to the
Make sure you
site.
tap the like button.
Yeah, if he goes to the side chat, there's a couple of videos he could watch that explains it very well, and they're not long. 2 minutes each, I think, something like that.
Yeah, if you do go to the YouTube live streams, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, like and subscribe, please. Smash that like button, bang, and subscribe button as well, bang.
Welcome to the channel, Ravi18. Who else do we have in here? So, Ravi, if you have any questions, feel free to ask your questions. Midnight, welcome to the channel. If you have any questions about the topic, let us know. And anyone can write questions in the side chat as well if they like, if they don't feel comfortable opening up their microphone. Daddy Diaz, do you have any questions? So Midnight has asked, how do we know the Earth is flat? Right. So we all experience the Earth as flat. Right. That's how we all live our life every day. If we go to water, the surface of the water is flat. The horizon is flat. And then when we go and actually measure over large distances, the Earth measures flat. And there's no evidence otherwise that we can validate here on the Earth. So KL, yes, we do experience the Earth as flat, right? And they tell you that that's because the Earth is so big and we're so small. But we can go to a large body of water and we can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. Now, over a 10-mile lake, there should be 66 feet of curvature, right? Which is over 20 meters. A 20-mile lake would have 300 foot of curvature, over 80 meters, right? So we can go and test. We can go test for the curvature. We've done that, and there's no curvature over these distances, even longer distances. Yeah, so even if the large body of water is small, right? If you're saying 20 miles isn't enough, 293 feet is how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. Right? 293 feet, that's like a 30-story skyscraper building. That's a huge amount of curvature. So we shouldn't be able to zoom in from one shoreline and see the other shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? It should be hidden behind the horizon by hundreds of feet, but that's not the case. Right? When we go to the ocean, we see the horizon 10 times, 20 times further away than where it would have to be if the Earth's a globe. We can see islands that are 30, 40, 50 miles away just from standing on the shoreline. That's impossible on a globe. So sure, while you might not see the curvature as in the actual horizon curving, you would see the result of the curvature, which would be a horizon at a certain distance and obstruction of things in the distance. Things being hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But that doesn't happen.
Why don't all flat earthers, sorry, somebody typed, why don't all flat earthers elect someone incorruptible and sincere to go into space and bring the news that the Earth is a sphere? I don't know where to start with these hypothetical claims, because you think it's a foregone conclusion that when you go high enough, then you will only see the Earth as a sphere. You don't know because you haven't done it. You wouldn't be able to tell me what it actually looks like. You'd only be able to give me evidence that we've all got, and that's from NASA. And that shows the Earth to be a sphere with dimensions attached, so a radius, distance, and a diameter and a circumference. So we should measure the curvature of that surface over distance. Now, the small distances, like over 1 mile, that would be 8 inches of descent from a horizontal tangent. Over 100 miles, that would be 1 mile of descent from a horizontal tangent. The curve would be exponential with distance. With the radius, we should measure it on a local scale. So 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers, we should measure the deviation from a horizontal. I always say it's too small, and locally we measure it because the Earth is so big. Okay. According to the math, we should most definitely observe and measure curvature, something that we do not do.
You know what's wild, Jedi? Just 10 miles over that, just 10 miles over the 100 miles, you get an additional around 2,000 feet of drop over distance, 10 miles over that 100-mile mark.
Yeah. Crazy how the drop off
wild.
just increases and increases and increases. But that's the dynamics of a curved surface.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there somebody called Christopher trying to chat, DJ?
Yes, Christopher was here when the young lady was talking earlier, but Christopher said he had a question. So go ahead.
I wanted to ask, what do you guys think about the position of the sun and the moon? If you guys don't believe the Earth is flat,
Above the Earth.
Okay. So both are above the Earth.
Yes.
So like, are they like revolving over the Earth, or?
Yeah, they move in paths across the sky. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything else you wanted to know?
Yeah. So, like, if they are above the Earth, like, how would like an eclipse occur?
I don't know. Which one?
I mean, any eclipse, either solar or lunar. Like, how would it occur?
Okay, well, solar eclipse appears to be, not that we actually see the moon when it's new, but appears to be the moon getting in front of the sun. All right? Lunar eclipse, I've got no idea why the moon turns red. That's what the moon does when it's eclipsed, right? Turns red. Turns different colours. Blue, sometimes green. Sometimes lunar eclipses happen during the night. Sometimes lunar eclipses happen during the day. So I don't know.
Yeah, the problem with most people that bring up the eclipses and the phases of the moon is they've been presented with an explanation for why they're witnessing this phenomena. And yeah, because they've been given this, they automatically need a replacement theory when they're presented with the fact that the Earth isn't curving, right? So unfortunately, we can't present you with a replacement theory or a replacement model as to what's causing these eclipses or phases of the moon. But what we can assure you of, and what you can go and verify for yourself, is that the Earth is not curving. So you can rule out the fact that there's a spherical object that you're living upon, you know. But yeah, it doesn't solve the problem that you won't be able to verify or understand what's causing the phases of the moon or the eclipses, both solar and lunar.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have any other questions? I'm sure you do. So if anyone else has any questions, go ahead, open your mic up. You know, and not just questions. If you think you have some evidence that the Earth's a globe, you know, tell us what is it? What made you believe that the Earth's a globe, besides being taught as a young child that it was a globe?
All right. So, Kale, explain more, because I don't get how that's the sun moving. Okay, it's because that's what we see the sun do throughout the day. Because if the Earth, then it should be, because if it's flat, then it should be daytime at the same time in Europe and in the US. All right. So, because if it's flat, then it should be daytime at the same time. Yet we get time primarily from the sun's position in the sky. So Greenwich Mean Time, this is when the sun is at solar noon, for example, observed from London, England. Now, at this time, it is still daytime in America. It's just earlier in the morning. From their observation on the west side of America, on the east side of America, the sun is coming up from the east because it's above the UK, from the horizon, coming to their location. It will be 12 o'clock noon when the sun gets to that 90-degree angle in the sky at solar zenith. So the sun is telling the Earth what the time is. It moves across the surface. You think that it moves because the rotation of the Earth. We say that the Earth is stationary and it is the sun that is indeed moving. But we get the time bit from the sun. It wouldn't be daylight everywhere if the surface was flat. Because if, for example, you had a more local light source and the Earth was vastly larger than the sun, then that small limited light source would only illuminate a smaller portion of that surface. To illuminate the entire portion of that surface, it would have to travel over that surface, illumine the surface as it went over time, or move higher.
Aquatin, welcome to the channel. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to ask, what would the implications be If the Earth was rounded, what implications would it have versus being flat?
Well, it would have to explain all of the flat water that covers 72% of the known surface area of the Earth, right? That would be a big implication, right? Because you can't have that on a globe, right? We would have no atmosphere. We would all be dead because you can't have, an object like the Earth covered in water and gas inside a vacuum chamber, which is essentially what they're claiming, right? Earth is a big rock ball of water with gas around the outside of it, inside a vacuum, right? Deep space, inside a deep space vacuum. So, yeah, that's a big implication. I mean, nothing that the globe really claims here on Earth is what we experience. And then when we go and actually test for curvature, all we get's flat. Right, flat over huge distances that there would have to be hundreds of feet of curvature. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, please go ahead and ask. Controversial, welcome to the channel.
Hello, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say if people believe the Earth is flat, like, what about the sun and moon? Like, let's say, what's their shape?
Well, the sun and the moon are different than the Earth, right? So, I mean, just because the sun and the moon look round, that doesn't mean that the Earth is anything like that.
Okay,
So we're not claiming that. Yep.
Yeah. So you're saying that the Earth is different, sun is, it's obvious, I know, but yeah, even if it's the Earth is flat and the sun is round, let's say, okay, what about when we have a morning and night? What happens that, like, if the Earth is flat, where the sun is going?
The sun is always above the surface of the Earth. It's dependent on the path of the sun and the observer's location, how they experience the sun's motion. For example, in the summertime, inside the Arctic Circle at the North Pole, you can observe the sun above the horizon for 24 hours a day for almost 3 months of the year. The sun is observed
I know,
above
but
the
what
Earth.
it has to, what it has.
Okay. It's like, for fuck's sake, dude.
I'll be back and somebody's calling me.
It's getting emotional.
Okay, anybody else?
The Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm. Is today state the obvious day?
No, not yet.
Yeah, so we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, Paquittin, right? So we're not claiming that. We're not claiming a flat object floating around in space, right? We're just talking about the surface area of the Earth has no curvature. Yeah, that's all.
I am making that claim.
Okay.
Well, why? What claims he making?
Popcorn.
KL's accusing Miguel Souza of being a bot when he literally has a picture of a bot and won't VC. A picture of an NPC As his profile picture. How ironic. Crazy stuff. KL, you have good English, so why not open your microphone up? Ask some questions. Shroud. Welcome.
Hey, thanks. I actually can see who is talking, but yeah, thank you so much for coming me.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro. Thanks for joining the channel. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask.
The topic is actually so interesting. Like I never heard about the flat Earth system. As far as I
Yep.
know, Earth is round, but the channel's name was really interesting. So that's what I joined.
So look, we all believed that the Earth was round as well, like a globe. But you know, a lot of evidence started coming out in the form of long distance observations and laser tests showing that people could see huge distances beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth was actually a globe. Because they tell us the size of the Earth, right? They tell us the radius value is 3,959 miles. So we can do the math and we can go to a large body of water and we can test for the curvature. And that's been done thousands and thousands of times now. And it's been well documented. And all of the results show zero curvature.
Okay. That's quite convincing.
Yeah, I mean, if you
someone asked here, like, what is the shape actually? Like, you are saying that it's flat, but what kind of shape it has? Like, it is triangular, rectangular shaped, or
yeah, no idea. It's not something that we could
circular?
validate. Yeah, so we're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. You know, it's kind of like if I asked, what shape is the universe, right? It's not possible to know such a thing. Now, because we can only get so high into the air, we can only travel so far. So it's not something that we've validated the entire shape of the Earth, and it's not our argument, right? So even just a small section of the Earth, right? If you have like a 20-mile distance over a body of water, if it's a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? There's no way around it. So, I mean, we're talking about testing the surface of the Earth over distances that we can actually logically test, So it would be great if we did have like some sort of God's eye or bird's eye view of the entire Earth, but we don't have, any way to validate the true shape of the Earth.
Thanks for explanation.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hello.
So I did not finish my question. So basically, I was asking about celestial objects. What do you think about when if they're round? Why the Earth is not round?
Because the Earth measures to be flat, and I've got no way of verifying what the moon shape is because I can't go to that surface and survey the area.
Mm. I mean, you're explaining it scientifically, right?
No, it's not science. I've done no science here. I'm just measuring the surface to answer the question. What
How
the
can you measure
surface?
without science? How can you measure a surface without science?
Quite easily.
You don't need
Oh,
science to measure.
You know some
things,
secrets
dude.
which humans
You
don't know, or
Sorry.
something?
Sorry. Is the
when you
sorry,
measure your
excuse me.
foot, are you using
Excuse
science?
me. Is the
Yeah.
convention of a meter science?
Convention of meter. I
Is that
barely speak
science?
English.
Is a meter the length of a meter, the straight line distance between 2 points? Is that science?
I barely speak English. Can you ask different question? I don't know.
Is a meter, a foot, a mile, a kilometer, a distance, an
Yeah.
orientation, a straight line? Is that science?
Distance is it's science.
Okay, please provide me with the hypothesis and the experiment for a mile.
What?
You said it's science. You derive a mile using science. Then provide
physics.
me using science and the scientific method the hypothesis and the experiment to confirm the hypothesis for a mile.
Why you want me to explain something? I just ask you a question. You should answer.
Dude, you said we would be using science. There's no science. Understand that when we measure something, there's no science involved.
Okay, so it's the same thing. Like, you believe that you have the faith of.
No, there's no faith involved when I measure a meter.
How can you have faith? How can you not have faith?
No, listen to what I'm saying. There's no faith involved when I measure myself to be 6 foot tall. That's not faith-based. That's not belief. That's an empirical measurement. Why are you talking?
When you say myself, do you believe that you even? How can you prove that even you exist?
You're a dickhead. I'm not going to waste my time speaking to you.
Okay, because you don't have answers exactly. Because I'm telling the
What
truth.
to stupid questions that are irrelevant? Yeah, I won't
Because you
waste my
just have
time.
belief. You have
Wanker.
belief,
Fuck
like,
off.
You have beliefs that the Earth is flat. That's what I'm talking about. But you cannot prove it.
It's not a belief, man. It's not a belief. That's what he's trying to highlight. You're bringing up measuring things being science.
Okay, then can you prove
you
that
measure
it's
your
flat?
foot to get the right shoe size? Is that science? I mean, that's what he's highlighting to you. Your questions are kind of off, man. I don't know if it's because of your language barrier.
measurements. Okay, I have a request. If you're going to discuss this topic matter, you must listen to what you're being told and fully understand what you're being told, so you don't make a mistake and ask a stupid question or a foolish question or a question that is
You're
not
being very
related to the topic.
disrespectful. I can tell you. I can also.
No,
talk
I'm not.
like that.
I'm not being disrespectful at all. I'm being respectful. Talking to you now. I'm just. I'm trying to help you.
I spiraled on a rock hole. Look at his name.
No. I'm trying
He's
to help
here to
you.
just be a troll, dude. Controversy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you. That's all. Okay. You know.
No,
so
I mean, when
we're looking at, hang on, if I can just say the
Oh
last
my
sentence.
God.
When we're
Oh my
sorry,
God.
I apologize if I'm going on. If we are looking at the shape of the Earth, that's not actually scientific. Okay. Okay. Well, there you go then. Okay. What a wally he was. What a wally. Couldn't even listen. You know.
Yep. Yeah. He just.
Jedi said it measures. He measured it. Now he's talking about faith. So you have to have faith in your measurement now. What stupidness is this? Come on. Ridiculous.
Now he's jumping back in and out for some reason.
Well, just mute him. And he'll be upset.
Look at the motherfucker.
So this
Yeah,
is the
so clearly
behaviour that we have to
he's
put
here
up
to
with.
disrupt. Yeah, he's here.
Sorry, Dean.
He's here to disrupt the conversation to try and derail it.
Yeah.
The truth hurts him so much that he's spiraling out of control. So now he's attempting to try and stop the conversation by jumping in and out.
He's
stupid.
He's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wicked. That's a wicked.
We nipped that in the bud. Yeah, we nipped that in the bud.
Human being. A human being.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to clarify to the audience. Yeah. Just to clarify to the audience. Yeah. He started questioning just how does somebody know that they exist? Well, it could be corroborated with all of the people that they know. That's a great way to do it, right? You know, the parents, the nurses at the hospital where the child was birthed. You know, all of these good, fun facts that everybody can agree upon, right? So when people start going down that rabbit hole of, well, how do you know that you even exist? And all of these weird philosophical questions that people tend to ask themselves these days. Yeah, you have other people sharing the same commonplace with you. And we could all verify that he was here, right? It's live streamed. That actually happened. He was actually speaking with Jedi and made a fool of himself live on air in front of everybody else that's here on the panel and all the guests that are here as well. But yeah, no, I don't blame anybody for refusing to engage with people that start going down that path or that train of thought. Anyway, apologies, Jin and Jedi, for interjecting.
Yeah, there was the interjection. The interjection was welcomed, by the way, so it's okay. No problem, man. Absolutely correct. He wrecked himself on Jedi's fists, is what he did. He bludgeoned himself. He bludgeoned himself on Jedi. That's what he did.
Does anybody remember Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Where the platoon sergeant has got him lined up in the barracks. He's got Gopal making him choke himself on his hand. It's like that.
Yeah.
Come on, choke yourself on the hand.
You were trying to help him all the way, but he wanted to try and talk over you. That didn't work. So then he tried to get smart with, you're doing science when you're not doing science at this point. You're just measuring. Nothing scientific going on. That's it. You see, he tried to come out smarter than the average, but he lost, didn't he? Because some people make a big meal out of a snack. It's not that difficult to understand the flat Earth. Really isn't. Simple. Is there curvature? Okay. If there's no curvature, okay, done. That's it. It's that simple. Measure it.
Yeah, right. Anytime anybody measures their entryway to make sure they could fit the new couch that they selected online, they're doing science. Come on, dude. Ridiculous.
Yeah. And then the damn thing doesn't get through the door. Doesn't get through the door, does it? So the couch was correct, but they didn't measure their door properly. It does happen, doesn't it?
I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen it happen to people.
Yeah.
They buy a big old piece of furniture and then they realize they can't get it into the place where they live. It's just like, oh man. Then they got to sell it for a steal.
Put it through the window instead on the third floor.
Take out the window, reinstall it. Silly things. Yeah. Anybody have any questions about the topic of the room? You could go ahead and post them in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable miking up. But we would appreciate hearing your voice, especially if you feel confident.
It brings the human element into it, you see? The humane element. After all, that's why you were given your voice, so you could use it to communicate. Yes. Remember that? So don't be shy. Put your best foot forward and go for it. No one's going to shoot you down here. It's not what we do.
Well, it is.
Just correct. Slight correction and some misconceptions which people carry. That's all.
Jin, you're a little bit bubbly with your microphone.
Yeah, so we got KL asking questions in the side chat. I think he said, what did he say? What did the maths prove in regards to the lack of curvature? So,
what does the math prove?
Yeah, because he's asking, how do you go from 3,959 to 1.22? So he's got some confusion to how the exponential rate of drop over distance from the observer works.
The math would prove, the math would be the principle in which we would convey the description of what a curved line is doing. So that would be y equals mx plus b, the slope-intercept formula, or more commonly known as the equation of a line. So the mathematics that describes the line. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, the mathematics would clearly describe, when measured, curved. But when we measure the surface, that will be a horizontal line because it has zero rate of change of slope, as according to the equation of a line. So that's what the math shows. It's geometry, right? We use mathematical axioms to explain geometry.
YouTube. YouTube.com, Bobby.
Are you okay?
Why is there a YouTube.com, but?
Because we are live streaming on YouTube. Everybody can hear you.
Wait.
So welcome to the show. Welcome to the channel. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here at the English Hub. Have you got any questions or conversational topics you'd like to speak upon? Sorry, try not to interrupt when we're live streaming, right? Appreciate it. So have you got any questions or subjects that you'd like to discuss?
Okay, so we have some people in the side chat asking some questions. So ThitTech says, hey, we have to respect each other. So I respect those of you who believe in flat Earth, but you can't respect the idea of flat Earth because it's pretty stupid when you look at all of it from the perspective of all the knowledge humanity has built, as if you could build knowledge. However, I admit that the idea of a flat Earth is very intuitive, but the reality isn't intuitive. Our senses are limited, so we need science to verify it. Maybe it's just Poe's law at work. I don't know. I have to go now, so bye, and see you next time. Love you all. Interesting. Parting words there. We got David that says, I have a question. I've deduced that the common FE graph is ridiculous to hold on to if you are a flat earther. But do flat earthers have any sort of graph, or do they simply say, stay skeptical until they can verify those larger questions? Basic question, but I figure I should get this curiosity out. Well, what graph are you speaking about, David? Maybe you could clarify. Are you talking about the azimuthal equidistant map? What are you talking about?
Hello? Oh,
yes, we're here.
The graph as in, you know, the flat disk graph type thing, like how the universe works or whatever. Like I figured that you don't hold to that one. So I was wondering if there is a more, like, I don't know, if you were a flat earther, which one you would actually hold to, like, because I haven't seen one in the chat yet so far, but that common one that people put in the meme images or whatever, and I think there's like a Flat Earth Society that has it as a logo or something. So I was wondering which one you would hold to, if any.
Yeah, us as a group, we don't have any surveyors going out and doing large surveying projects across the vast oceans and the vast land masses. So yeah, we don't really hold to any specific map or model because none of them have been verified. So yeah, you'd be correct in stating that we don't hold to any specific map or model.
All right, thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to realise, though, just because there isn't a that we can say this is it 100%. This is one doesn't disprove the fact that the Earth is a flat and non-rotating plane. What's clearly obvious, though, is that the Earth isn't this ball Earth that we have, and the globe that you may have in your living room or in your library at school. That is a misrepresentation of where we live. Okay, so that ball object known as the globe does not prove that's where we live because it's a misrepresentation. We're not able to measure that curvature of that ball anywhere on this earth. Okay, and if you tried to navigate with that ball earth, you wouldn't get to your destinations. Not on that globe, you would not. Mercator map doesn't get you anywhere. Gets you lost. What it does. And the map doesn't prove a shape at the end of the day. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the globe able to present the curvature of the earth in the last 10 years of asking, moving towards 11 years now, ladies and gentlemen. They haven't been able to present the earth as a globe. No. Say proof, to be exact, sorry. They have presented evidence that hasn't proven the earth is a globe. So what they presented to us isn't proof. 10 years now. Moving towards 11. So if any glober has that proof, please bring it in here. We can all learn. We can learn from our errors. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Cal. if you're confused, man, you should just mic up and you could vocalize your questions and we could answer you in real time. Be a little bit, you could simplify the whole process if you're waiting for us to, to communicate with you via text. It's going to be a little bit tough because we're going to prioritize with people who actually want to voice chat. But yeah, welcome to anybody who just joined. If you have any questions, go ahead and unmute yourself one at a time. Ask your questions one at a time, or present your evidence one at a time. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and use the side chat. But yeah, Kale is still confused about how the drop over distance works, even though it's been explained. So yeah, it's based on the alleged radius. That's what those charts are showing you. They're showing you that based on the alleged radius presented by all the various space agencies, that there's no curvature. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. We still haven't found any curvature. So
KL, if you can hear me, I didn't say it's daytime everywhere. You said it. How come it can't be daytime in Europe and America at the same time? But it can. And then I posted when it can be. Right? Like if it's like 10 a.m. or something like that in the UK. Sorry, the other way around. 10-8. Oh, hold on. I'll repost what I posted. So if it's 4 p.m. in London, it's 11 a.m. in New York, both in daylight. If it's 2 p.m. in Paris, it's 8 a.m. in Chicago, both in daylight. Now, it's not daylight everywhere, right? So as the sun transits over the surface of the Earth, it illuminates different areas of the Earth, right? So when it's daytime in Australia, it's nighttime in the northern continents, right? Like Europe, for example. So the sun cycles around the Earth. It rotates between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, every 6 months, right? This is what creates the seasons. So time zones themselves are just a man-made construct, right? We have 30-something time zones in the south and 20-something in the north. So it's just something that, people have agreed on, that this is, a particular time zone in this particular area. But the sun just moves in cycles, right? For all recorded history, the sun just cycles over the Earth, right? Rotating between the tropics every 6 months, creating the seasons. So what we all observe every day is the sun rotating over our heads east to west. Interesting. David, I did not know that. So yeah, the sun moves over the Earth at approximately 15 degrees per hour. Makes one rotation in 24 hours. Over the surface.
Approximately.
Yeah, I think I said approximately. I don't understand what you mean by why is it not nighttime in Chicago? If it's not nighttime, it means the sun isn't close enough to Chicago for the light to be able to reach that area of the surface. Because when the sun moves over the Earth, it takes its light with it, and the light cannot push continuously through a medium. It's not that light itself is slow. It depends on how quickly the source is moving, like the source of the light, right? So if you move a torch slowly over a surface, the visible area that the torch is lighting will be lit up slowly as the torch moves slowly, right? Or fast if the torch moves fast. It's not the actual speed of the light itself that we're talking about. We're talking about what's being illuminated by the light. What's up, Imrael?
Hey.
Hey. Hope you're well.
Mhm.
So KL, light can't push through a medium forever. That's the point here, right? So think about water, for example. It's when you go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Yeah, you can't see the sun, you can't see any light pushing through that deep. It's pitch black. Okay, so the air is also a medium, right? It's not as dense as the water, so the sun light, or any light, basically, it has an extinction rate, based on the density of the medium and the power of the source of the light.
Mm. Yes, you're right there, DJ. So basically, here in Japan, let's say now, sunny day, it's 6,000 miles to the UK. Okay, Heathrow Airport, to Tokyo Airport, sunny day. England, it's nighttime. Why is that? Because the power of the sun to light up your area, it's not there. The distance also involved. There's 6,000 miles there. It's daytime in Japan. It's nighttime in the UK. Okay? 6,000 miles of distance. So clearly, it is good night for you people, whilst it's good morning for us. It's our turn in our area. Okay? So the sun can no longer shine in your area because it's over Japan now. The distance from the sun where we are, where it's over our head to the UK, you've got to put in that 6,000 mile distance. The sun cannot shine its light all the way back to London. Can't. It's out of range. London is out of range of the sun now. We've got it. Japan. It's good morning, whereas it's good night over to you. See? So currently it's coming up for what? 6 o'clock in the morning here, 5:20. So that means it's going to be what? So it's 9:40 now, 9:40 p.m. in the evening, whereas it's 6:40 a.m., 5:40 a.m. in the morning here, 5:40 a.m. in the morning, and the sun is over here, not over where you are. See? That's why it's nighttime. There's a distance involved, isn't there?
So Jin, KL's having trouble working out why it can be nighttime in some areas and daytime in other areas
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
saying, he says night shouldn't exist if Earth is flat.
Because he thinks
Well,
the sun is huge. He thinks the sun is huge and far away.
Right. So KL,
he does.
KL, the sun is not 93 million miles away and countless times larger than the Earth. Right? That's something that's been taught to us in the globe model. Okay, so we would say the sun is much smaller and local, right? And when I say that, I'm not telling you an exact distance or anything like that. And when I say the word local, I just mean it's much closer, right? In the sense it's not 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
Nobody
example,
knows exactly what the sun is. Nobody knows exactly how it works in entirety, right? We just make observations of it.
Yeah. So when DJ says the sun is local, what he's saying to you is that now that I'm in Japan here, the sun is local to Japan. It is not. It is out of local with London. It's no longer in London's locale. It's no longer there. That's why it's night. The light and the power source of that light is over Japan currently, locally, right here. It's not noon yet. It's just coming up for 6 a.m. Okay, so you've still got another 6 hours for it to be directly overhead at 12 noon. Still got another 6 hours there, but it's now out of range of London now. London is night. Good evening, London, for example. No sun there. See? Easy, isn't it? Like if you're in a gymnasium, gymnasium by the door, you've entered the gymnasium, the lights are off, it's pitch black in there. You switch on your flashlight. Now you aim the flashlight to the ground, 2 feet from the ground, 24 inches off the ground, aiming low. Now that light source you've got is lighting up that area where you are only. It's not lighting up the whole gymnasium, because if you look ahead of you, it's still going to be pitch black. But then as you walk to the other end of the gymnasium, you're taking the light source with you, your flashlight. So now you're moving away from the door. It's starting to get dark at the door because the light is no longer there. You're in the middle of the gymnasium now. It's dark over there. And now you're starting to light up the other end. That's how the sun works. Same way. Can only light up locally where it's at. And London currently is out of the sun's locale. It's out at the moment, 6,000 miles away. And that would mean in Australia it's 6 o'clock now. So it's coming up at 6 o'clock for sure. Yeah, sorry, coming up at 7 o'clock. My mistake there. Yeah, 7 o'clock. They're an hour ahead of us.
20 minutes to 7 in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. That's correct. 20 minutes to 6 here in Japan, which means it's 20 minutes to 10 o'clock p.m. in London. And therefore it's 20 minutes to 5 p.m. East Coast, United States, and 20 minutes to 2, I think, or 3 West Coast. There you go. Time zones. Brilliant. We're all living at the same time, but we're in different times. Woohoo! That's the beauty of the flat Earth.
Yeah, we're a little bit more advanced than you guys in Australia. We're ahead of time.
Yeah. We're hanging on to your coattails, keeping up.
Yeah. Oh no, there's another AJ. What's going on?
Uh-oh. Could that be the original AJ? Because there's one AJ that was a nuisance.
I think I'm the original AJ. I think you're the imposter.
No, there's only one Jin CBR1, mate. Yeah. Summer holidays, lovely. Oh, yeah. Stayed up all night.
The imposter AJ fled.
Right. He would. Yeah, been up all purely accidental. Spoke to my brother because of the time difference of 8 hours. Right, so I'm always online. So my brother called me up. We had like 4-hour chat, and then I carried on watching Batman, and then suddenly these guys from America, these young youth from America, called me. So I was speaking to 3 hours. Can you believe it? When I should have been asleep. So now we're burning the midnight oil and all the candles. I've used up all the candles.
Eugene, did you convince any of your brothers that they're living on a flat, motionless plane?
Oh, that's good. Yeah. My let's have a look. I'm number 5 in the family, right, in the siblings. So number 6, that's my next brother. It took him 2 years to get his head around it. Okay, 2 years, he's on board. The youngest one, not on board at all. Adamant that it's not a globe, even though he's a fully fledged Muslim, and I've given him the references in the Quran, the verses that state that the earth is flat. I've given it to him, but he's not accepting it. So he's being hard-headed. Still my brother, still love him. And then I've got other people that are like shaking my hand, giving me presents, etc. And I've been very instrumental in helping loads of people come round to it, hundreds, if not thousands, in the 10 years. So I'll take that as a win for me. But in my immediate family, my children are aware. My wife took 8 years, and the only reason why it took 8 years was because she wasn't interested. When you don't have an interest, you don't study it. But over the years, as I've been discussing it when we've been here in Japan or traveling around and barbecues and whatever, family events, she finally agreed. Says, okay, it's flat. I goes, yeah, but you must know it is flat. And don't just agree, because that's not right as well. You're agreeing to keep me quiet. That's not right. You've got to actually know it's flat. She says, no, I know it's flat, she's saying, because you said about it, I've experienced it and it's true. Okay, well, that's good then. And what about the water? So it took her 8 years, only because she wasn't interested. What about you, Johnny? Have you had the same problems? Or everyone's welcomed it with open arms?
Yeah, I'd say I've gotten the common answer from like all of my siblings, which is that they don't really care either way. They don't want to hear about it. They just want to talk about anything but. So
yeah,
I got a lot of siblings too.
Yeah, that's my youngest one. Yeah, that's my youngest one. See, because when he starts talking about Muslim Islam and he brings up things, I said, well, in the Quran it states that the earth is flat. You're mentioning flat earth here. You don't seem to realize. And then he starts spiraling out of control. He says, don't talk about flat earth when we're talking about this. But it's in the Quran. Okay, it's in the Quran. And you're talking about Islam. So I said to him, then don't talk about Islam then. If I can't talk about flat earth, you can't talk about Islam then. Let's go that route then. Okay, we'll go down that route then. And he can't help himself. He's a full-fledged Muslim. So that's where we are. I'm like a brick wall. I'm his older brother, but I'm like a brick wall. Okay? So there's, like I said, I love him to death. There's no hatred there, but I'm adamant that I'm not going to let him get away. When it's in the Quran, I'm not going to allow him to do that. I'm always going to remind him it's in the Quran. And that's it. He's got, I'm not lying because Allah is watching the two of us. Allah is watching the two of us. I'm telling you it's in Allah's Quran. You're not looking or you're ignoring it. I showed you it. You're ignoring it. So you're the one that's wrong, not me. I'm not making a mistake. Yeah, but you're not a Muslim. You don't pray 5 times a day. Yeah, okay. I didn't say I really was a Muslim because I do say to people, I'm not a practicing Muslim. I say that to people. So people know my position. I'm born under the Islamic religion, but I'm not a practicing Muslim. I always say that. God knows. He's heard me say it so many times. So it's not for you to remind me because I already know my position and I tell people my position. So let God is the judge, not you, yeah? Even though you're my brother. You don't have the right. It says it in the Quran. You don't have the right to say somebody's not a Muslim the way you're saying it. Only God does. So that's the position, you see. That's what it's like. with the youngest one, who is now 56 years old. Mistake. Wait a minute. 58 years old. Sorry. Yeah, he's
I'm gonna
58.
leave and come back in. My speaker stopped working since I got a phone call. Hold on one second.
Yeah, that happens to me as well. When I receive a phone call, the microphone switches to the phone. That's what happens there. The microphone switches to the mobile phone speaker so you can listen to the phone call. And then sometimes it clicks back to the live stream Discord speaker, and sometimes it doesn't. So it's just a matter of just clicking on it and it comes back. I don't really have to leave the call. But then again, some leave the call as well. So it does happen like that. Those kind of glitches happen. But yeah, I have that experience. So that's the situation with the family and that, my nieces and nephews have come on board after, again, that would have been about 4 years of wrangling and twisting and, like much like the sumo wrestler, you're trying to get they're gripping and grupping and that's what it was like for 4 years. And now they realise they've gone up to check it and they've realised. Yeah, you were right. I told you before that, didn't I? Well, no more than me. You're younger than I am. So suddenly you can't know more than your uncle. You never will. Okay? You wasn't around when I was around. All that information that you're not privileged to because you were not around at the time. So you may as well just learn from your elders. That's natural law. The elders download to the youngsters, provided that they are coherent, of course. But the elders download to the youngsters. The youngsters pick up all that.
Hey KL, can you tell me how much curvature should there be over 21 miles? Right, because you're going to find that we can back up every single claim we make. Okay, so you wanted to see proof that water is flat over long distances, right? So I have that. So you're going to have to tell me how much curvature should there be over 21 miles, and then we can move forward with the observation. And welcome anyone new to the channel. Welcome Jasmine. Don't know if we've spoken to Talk. Talk said something was horse shit, not sure what he was talking
welcome.
about. Who else we got? David's being helpful in the side chat. Seems to maybe be a globe earther on the fence, I'm not sure. But being very logical in the side chat. Appreciate that.
Yeah, welcome, guys. Welcome. So 21 miles curvature. 20 miles is 266 feet of yeah. 20 miles, that's 266 feet of curvature. So you're probably talking about 75 feet for 21 miles, approximately. Curvature there. Can use my trusty curve calculator. Let's have a look. I haven't used that for a while. Let's have a little gander. Let's have a little gander. What's good for the goose? Good for the gander? Yes, let's have a look.
Yeah, so KO, you have no idea what observation that I'm about to present. I'm asking you, right, how much curvature there should be over 21 miles, right? If you don't know, that's fine, right? So go on Google, type in Earth curvature calculator, right, and check how much curvature there should be over that distance. The answer is 293 feet.
Oh, there you
okay,
are.
so you can just... Yeah, you can just agree with me or you can go and validate that yourself, right? So we can move forward with the observation. I haven't presented anything in relation to this observation to you, okay? So you haven't seen what I'm going to present. Yeah, David. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. So it's perfectly normal to have a belief that the Earth's a globe. It's different to, claim that you know for a fact that it is. So, most people do have a belief that it's a globe, which is perfectly normal. But yeah, keep hanging around and keep looking at the evidence and then, weigh up the evidence from both sides and come to your own conclusion. Yeah, over fences. He didn't post any evidence. He just said he did. Quite often people think that making claims or giving an explanation is evidence. So KL, clearly you're not interested in seeing the evidence or the proof that that water does not curve over distance. Yeah, so KL, right? You don't have to believe me because it's a high definition video, like it's a real world observation that anyone can go and validate. Now, if you want to see it, you're going to have to tell me that you agree that there should be 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. So for a distance of 21 miles, you can use Pythagoras theorem to work it out, right? Or you can use 8 inches per mile squared, which will give you the exact same answer over that distance. There's a whole bunch of different formulas that you can use, right? But you can go on, you can look up any Earth curvature calculator. I can send you links to them if you want to see that, right? So there I've given you 2 different math formulas that you could use, and you can go and validate it yourself. on Google right now if you want to. So I need you to agree that there's approximately 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles first, right? Because there's no point going over the observation if you don't understand the curvature rate of the globe that should be there. Okay, so I'll present a screenshot of the Earth curve calculator for you. Right, so here we go. Okay, so in this observation, the eye height is 5 foot. The target distance is 21 miles, right? So he's setting up the camera 5 foot high on a tripod. He's looking from one shoreline of the lake to the other shoreline of the lake. The distance is 21 miles across the lake. The horizon distance should be 2.7 miles away on a globe. And the shoreline should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. Okay, if the Earth's a globe, that should be present.
Yeah, I'm getting the exact same measurements. So yeah, you're absolutely bang on, man. Bang on.
So KL saying from eye distance. Yeah. So from the observation point, right? So you can look at it through your eye or you can look through an optic. It should still be the exact same mathematics, right? Looking through an optic isn't going to change where the geometric horizon would be, and it's not going to change how much curvature there would be obstructing the shoreline on the other side. Right? KL? Yeah, this is all from a full high definition video, KL. Okay, so I will share that to you, but first I would like to present the observation. Okay, so if you have any questions or any problems with the mathematics that I just gave you, that should be present on a globe, right? Let me know, right? Because you said something about through the optic of an eye or something like that. So over fences, give him a break for a second so he can focus on this. Yeah, so I'll send you a link to the Earth curvature calculator, okay? You know, you can pick any one you want, but this is a good one, right? This is an easy one to use. The Omni calculator. It's
very user friendly. Yeah.
Yep.
Straight and direct.
Right. So KL, jump on the Omni calculator. Right. Put in eye height 5 foot or 1.5 meters if you want to use metric, and then put in the distance 21 miles or 33 kilometers if you want to use metric. Yeah. And it'll tell you the distance.
Yep. Yeah, 222 feet or 223 feet. What it should be. Yeah, it's there. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when you can use a curve calculator. Just speeds it up a bit, you know.
Exactly.
Very convenient. Yeah. And then it's instant.
And they all exactly. They all give the exact same results, right? So he can pick anyone he likes, but this one's good.
Yeah, you're giving him a good one. Yeah, yeah, it's really user friendly because you can actually have the observer height as well, and it really.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's very gratifying, that one, because it really does bring it home. You know. And that curvature is not there. And the other thing he's not really considering himself is that he's never experienced this. You cannot be on a globe ball and not experience it. It's just impossible. You would have had experience, visuals and physical as well. You would have had it. That's why God gave us the senses, you see. You know, and when you go on a roller coaster ride, you know you've gone for a loop-to-loop, corkscrew, zigzagging up and down. You know, your senses are all over the place, which is part of the excitement. Do you know what I mean? Right? Scaled down, of course, but you know you've used it. So the same would apply even if you're in an aeroplane trying to feel curvature. That it may be a little bit slower than a roller coaster ride in that sense, because roller coaster rides are quite dramatic and quick, right? An aeroplane takes longer to get to its altitude and then starts to level out. But your senses and your body weight shifting, there are your senses working already. So if you're going to go into a curved trajectory, your body is going to register it eventually, especially if it's a 9.5 hour flight where there's no horizontal experience in that curvature. That can't be. That's 90 degrees of curvature on the globe. So there's no point where there's going to be horizontality. It's just a downward drop, curve, exponentially increasing until you get to your destination. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. This is why being fit and healthy and being sporty, you're still using your senses for balance and that. So you're in touch with what your body should experience. But if you're just a keyboard warrior and you're just eating donuts and you're not really doing any exercise, not very good, you know, you're not going to be good at sport to be able to describe what one would feel through a curved trajectory. You wouldn't be able to. The senses are switched off, kind of. You're not honing or exercising or even just using your senses. Sitting down all the time. Walk into the toilet, sit back at the computer. Walk into the kitchen, get a drink, sit back at the computer. Yeah. And remember, COVID was really bad for everybody. Lots of lockdowns. I won't say more than that, but you know what I mean. Inactivity came apparent for those of you who had the lockdowns. We didn't have that in Japan.
Yeah, I worked every day. So I didn't have to deal with that. But yeah, I've been working every day this past month and a half. So won't catch me sitting at the computer.
Yeah. Even the WHO said that it has impacted people negatively. Yeah.
Yeah, I should check out the side chat, Jen. There's a bunch of silliness going on.
Yeah, we're looking
Jasmine,
now.
welcome to the room. Yeah, welcome to the room. TX Sierra, welcome to the room. Anybody have any questions, go ahead and mic up, or you could go ahead and type them in the side chat, as long as you're not going to troll the side chat. We got Can't, welcome.
Yeah, welcome everybody. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask your questions. Just fire away. Go for it. Okay, yeah. Please, anyone who's got any questions, don't hesitate to ask. It doesn't matter how strange you might think it would be. just ask it because we all learn from all the questions. Everybody gets to learn. You know, why do we think it's a flat Earth? What proof do you have? What proof do you have that it's a globe? How did you check it? How did you validate it? Etc. Etc. It all comes into play. When did you experience this curvature? Where was the location? Yeah. If the Earth is rotating, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Earth is a donut.
Say that again.
He left. He just said Earth is a donut. What a fool.
Oh, okay, yeah, I heard the donut.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you've heard that or seen that poll. That's a lot of people are doing on their channel on YouTube. They're polling answers from their subscriber base or their viewership, asking and the question is, what is the Earth's shape? And then they have, I think, 4 selections, right? So it's like A, flat, B, donut, C, sphere or globe, and then D was like cube.
Right.
So that's why you got a lot of people coming in recently over the past month saying like, Earth's a cube, Earth's a donut. Is because they're answering that poll. And
That's right.
they're just being silly, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. And when they put flat's actually not a shape, is it? To be quite honest, so that would be wrong. So if anybody says flat, that would still be a wrong answer.
I've commented on every single post that I've seen that's polling their audience with that exact thing. Flat is not a shape; it's a surface description.
Yeah.
And then I add on to that: none of the Earth's waters or oceans are curving.
Brilliant. Yeah, you see, that's when you bring it home. You, as they say, you seal the deal with that last comment there. Yeah, good. Good shot. Yeah, well done, DJ. Yeah, that's it. Putting it in there.
That was what KL had sent me in my DMs, right? So I'm just posting that for him because I think he uses the metric system, so that might make it easier. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now we've got that. Now we can present the observation. Okay, so this is I'm in Europe too, KL. I'm in Poland.
I'm currently in Japan.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so KL, this is the right. This is where he's standing, where the yellow line, right, the distance marker at the top there. So he's standing on this little peninsula here, and the target is the shoreline. Okay, so now I'll show you some images and some video. Okay. So this is his camera setup. Incoming. This is the location of the camera. Right, so this is what it looks like from standing behind the camera. Okay, so he's going to use this super zoom camera, which is a Nikon P1000, to zoom across to see what he can observe. Now, the horizon on a globe would have to be at 2.74 miles or 4.3 kilometers, right, from this observation height. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 222 foot of earth curvature, which is about 68 meters or something like that. Anyway, you can check that in that earth curvature calculator screenshot that you presented. Okay, now, this is what it looks like on the target side of the lake, right? This is what it looks like on where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, so he has a friend over there. and he does some video footage. Okay, so we see a big brown shoreline, and we can see a big giant white tower, a big smokestack. It's called a smokestack. Okay, so the target's the shoreline. So just quickly, just another couple of images, right, to help you understand. Okay, so this is a screenshot from Google Earth, just showing you where he's standing and where he's zooming across to. All right, so now this is a small clip out of the video, and I will post the video shortly so you can check out the entire observation that's been done start to finish in high definition. And the video has been uploaded to multiple platforms. So, KL, this observation is showing him zooming in on that shoreline that you can see above. So he also does this observation during the day, right? And then during the night. Okay, so once again, here's a close-up of the target's shoreline and the big white tower. Yeah, you can see everything very clearly. Yep. So this is, yeah, you can have the video link in a second, right? So just let me finish explaining it quickly. Okay, so this is the tower close up. Okay, and the shoreline close up. Now, this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. So I'll just upload another image. Right, so there's the...
Sono stato pure in festa. Mia mamma a casa che mi aspetta. Non ho volato per una vita in diretta.
Yeah.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao. Okay, so there's the tower during the day when he zooms in. There's the tower during the night when he zooms in. And you'll see it looks exactly the same, you know, as the close-up image of the tower. There's nothing obstructed, right? That shoreline itself that we can see should be hidden behind the 2.7 mile horizon, which is absolutely not present. There's zero horizon present over the entire 21 mile body of water. That's impossible on a globe, right? The horizon is a physical location that does not move unless you change your observation location or observation height. On a globe, the horizon is physical, right? And anything that goes beyond it would start to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. The shoreline would have to be hidden behind 68 meters or 222 foot of Earth curvature. But in this observation, we don't see any horizon. We just see flat water all the way across the lake. We see no obstruction of the shoreline. We see no obstruction of the smokestack. Right? The conditions also don't change during the night. And if we factor in standard atmospheric refraction, it basically doesn't make much of a difference, right? It will change the horizon distance from 2.7 miles to about 2.8 miles. Okay, but we're not seeing a horizon at all in this observation. We're not seeing any miraging effects. It's a beautiful 21 mile zoom. So this alone, right, completely debunks the curvature claims on the globe. But there's thousands of these, right? I could present one after the other. All right, so I'm going to post the full-length video if you want to check that out.
The Earth is flat. Not debate. The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Barcelona. No?
Who's that? Or does anyone have any questions, or are we just gonna like mumble random things?
Yeah, one at a time, please. If y'all have any questions about the topic or the subject matter being discussed, which is the lack of measurable curvature. There's no curvature that has been witnessed by anyone. And yeah, it has not been refuted yet. So if you have evidence for the globe, yeah, please present it. If you don't feel comfortable miking up and asking your questions or presenting your evidence, you can use the side chat for this channel. Either way, thank you for being here. Anybody who's listening on YouTube, thank you for being there, listening to us. If anybody wants to go and check out the live stream, you could go ahead and hold on the image of the YouTube bots, either one of them. Follow that link to YouTube, and yeah, go ahead, like and subscribe.
Yeah, so don't hesitate to ask your questions. We are here waiting to answer your questions, so please go ahead. You know, why do we think it's flat? What proof do we have that it's flat? What proof do you have that it's a globe? How did you measure that curvature, and where did you measure it? What location? What was the weather like? You know, yeah. Do we have any material that can substantiate? Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, you were going to say something there? No? Okay.
Okay.
You have anything to say?
No, grazie.
Yeah, you're saying just one word. Come on, man. Have you got anything to say? And speak clearly into your mic as well. That would help a lot. Otherwise, stop interrupting. And that's another problem, ladies and gentlemen, that people have their mics and they don't know how to use them. You know? Silly. But yeah, once again, we extend the thank yous to those of you who are in the YouTube live stream. And gentlemen there, your time is obviously precious. So we try to keep it concise, but precise. And where we need to elaborate, we do, because it's necessary. Okay? But we thank you for your time and your patience. And we're trying to keep it as exciting and to and fro as we can. Okay? That's my job. Jin CBR1. The loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. That'll be me.
So, yeah, Jasmine said something pretty outstanding in the side chat there about the censorship on YouTube. She was talking about when she first started looking into the subject, that there was plenty of videos readily available. When you would search the topic, you would get accurate results based on your search query, right? And yeah, ever since the congressional hearing that happened back in 2016, YouTube started more aggressively censoring flat Earth material. But since then, it seems since we've been like really vocalizing it a lot on our stream and on many other streams, people have been mentioning the censorship. It seems that they've been kind of easing back on the censorship throttle, so to speak. But yeah, it's still not giving us the results that we should be getting when we put in our queries. So it's something that they can do better about.
yeah, that easing up on the censorship really hasn't helped much. It's like just a little degree, and that only started kicking in 2022, 23. Let's say 23, okay? But the heavy censorship started at the beginning of 2018, really. That's when they started really kicking in with the censorship, and then everything you looked for was Earth isn't flat videos, hundreds of them, before you get one. And in fact, if you didn't know the title of the video, then you could be scrolling down for hours trying to find it, because they really did mess it up, actually. Yeah. Prior to that, it was flat Earth research and search and click videos and material outstripped Donald Trump on his campaign trail. We overtook him like the Japanese bullet train, straight past Donald Trump to be the number one researched topic matter on YouTube was flat Earth. Okay, it overtook Donald Trump.
Yeah, what's wild? Yeah, what's wild also is the amount of content creators that had their channels just deleted, all of their content lost, having to re-upload every single video on a totally new channel. Now, if no one knows the labor that goes into that, the amount of time and bandwidth and just all of that goes into that, if you didn't have any of your content backed up on a hard drive, that would have been just lost entirely. So I know you're familiar with a lot of the older content creators that were really about it back when things first hit the scene, you know, when Eric Dubay and, you know, Math Powerland and all those guys started releasing their content. You know, we have like allegedly Dave. He was a big one back in the day. Who I'm sure you must like him too. He's good.
Oh,
Rob
yeah, he was the
Skiba,
first
God
one
rest
I
his
saw
soul.
on December 26th.
Yeah, Rob
That was one of
Skiba.
the first videos I watched. December 26th on the first day, the first 8 hours I took in Dave. Yeah, Dave's video was called "The Greatest Lie Ever Told." Right? I watched that one to the completion. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I actually became friends with Dave Murphy. He's a good man.
Yeah,
Really
he
good
is.
man.
Yeah.
We've had plenty of conversations, and yeah, a great, genuine guy. Very humble. You know, talk to anybody, and yeah, you remind me of him a little bit, Jim. Family
I
man.
appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. I speak to Dave on Skype. You see.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, spoke to him many
Yeah, we're
times on
friends on-
Skype and that.
Yeah, we're friends on Facebook. We've been friends on Facebook since like 2016 or so.
Yeah. Similar timing for me as well. Because I followed Dave before he got to the flat Earth. He was doing the Free Man on the Land. That was really good as well. His adventures into trying to just live free out of the system. He was really good at that. Okay. Yeah, Dave Murphy.
Yeah, I followed him.
That's when I first learned
I
about
followed him through that stuff too. Yeah, that stuff was. Yeah, I was following him through that stuff as well.
Of course.
Yeah. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Then you had like the Celebrate Truth gang. I thought they were really good, although they had a Christian flavor to it. Like the flat Earth content, second to none. They were really good, glossy, precise, educating, uplifting, powerful. Celebrate Truth. They did some good stuff, really good stuff. Okay, and then ODD. He did some good stuff. The ODD trilogies and Flat Earth in 5 minutes. ODDs. They were all really good. Like you said, good stuff, man. Oh yeah, I watched it all.
That was huge. I considered him like late in the game. ODD. I remember when he first came onto the scene. It's like I'd already been watching content for years and years before he even started making content. But yeah, he was really good. I loved his style. I liked his videos. They were awesome.
Yeah.
But that's still like old school, man. Brian Mullins. I love that.
Oh, Brian Mullins, balls out physics. He called it, didn't he? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we had a couple people hop in and hop out. But yeah, Khalik, welcome. Interesting profile pic you got there. David, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, guys. If you have any questions, no matter what it is, any queries, just feel free to ask. No restrictions here. Just mind the language. That's all we ask for. But
Hey there, I got a question. What about
Okay, welcome.
those
Thank you.
pictures from above, from satellites, from do you believe in the moon landing and the astronauts who saw the curve from the Earth?
Okay, well, that's right down my alley, actually. So thanks for asking that question. And of course, first question is no, I don't believe in satellites, as that technology could not really vacuum. The vacuum of space will kill it. Okay. Another thing, it's like a begging a question fallacy, because no one has been able to prove that the Earth is a globe, first and foremost. So the idea that there'd be satellites orbiting a globe that doesn't exist begs the question. Okay. And as for the moon landings, NASA never had the required shielding or equipment to travel to the moon and back. In fact, it's not a place we can actually go to. As for the vacuum of space, will destroy anything we put in it. The phenomenon is known as outgassing. In America, it's called off-gassing. And if you're studying the topic matter itself, it's degassing. And basically, what do I mean by off-gassing? It means that the molecules that make up the equipment, your spacecraft, for example, begin to gas out. The molecules that make up the aluminium begin to separate and turn into gas. Okay? So there's no way that they could have made it to the moon. They would have been killed. Satellites are not in space. We have satelloons. That's helium balloons with equipment attached to them. Yes, those exist. But hardware, geostationary, orbiting the Earth globe board, that they do not exist.
Thank you for your answer. What
You're
is
welcome.
about Google Earth, those pictures like Street View or Google Maps? Why can we see there the real pictures of the Earth? Where come they
Well, that's-
from?
Thank you very much. That's another good question. The Google Earth, basically, that's just cameras taken from drones and aeroplanes, that high altitude aeroplanes that fly. And then you've got also cameras on vehicles. I myself have been captured by Google here in Japan when they were mapping the area. Okay, so they use cars with cameras on the roof as they're driving around. Then they use the helium balloons and drones. So they're not satellites, are in space. So when they do that zooming in thing, where you're looking at the street and then they zoom out to space, at the beginning it's real because that's the real street you're looking at. But then they switch it into CGI as you move into space. It's very clever editing. Okay.
And
That's all that is.
Thank you. And what about the ISS? Those people
Well, Google
who
also has an
were
airship.
there?
Real quick, just
Yeah,
to
go
add
ahead,
to what
Johnny.
Jim was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to what you were saying, Google does have a few airships, which are akin to like the Hindenburg, like that type of airship, like almost like a blimp style
Blimps, that's what
aircraft.
they are. They're blimps, aren't they? Yeah, that's what they do have. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's what they use to get the image of the Earth. And Elon Musk has actually taken over and bought that from Google, by the way. The Google Loon, it was called. You can look that up and Google it. Google Loon, Elon Musk purchases that, okay? Sorry, you have a question about the ISS. What was the question? Sorry. Yeah, what was the question about the International Space Station?
Yes, the
saying,
ISS.
what about-
There were astronauts in space. Like, you don't believe that they got there? Like,
No, not at all. I don't believe that. And again, I can
okay.
explain to
And
you why
where
that
did
is.
they go this time? They were away half a year.
Yeah, they're in a studio somewhere. That's where they are.
So
they're
they
not in any.
faked it.
Oh, they absolutely did. Yeah, you may not be aware, but NASA currently owns 24 fully equipped, massive, giant film studios, more so than Hollywood, Paramount Pictures, Fox Films, 20th Century Fox, and et cetera, et cetera. They have more than that group. So why would NASA have that many studios? Why would you need that many? See? Why would NASA need that? Clearly, they're working in a studio somewhere. That's where they are, okay? They're not going to space. The ISS itself, okay, the speed at which it's traveling at, okay, 23 times the speed of sound, 17,500 miles an hour, okay? That kind of speed only performs well in a straight line. when you force an object to travel in a curved trajectory at that speed, you're going to generate forces. Now, the way the International Space Station has been configured, very flimsy, not a solid object, this thing, with its solar panels sticking out the way it is, and these modules are connected together. When you subject that kind of equipment to Mark 23 on a curved trajectory, you generate 960,000 Gs. That will tear the ISS into pieces itself. The centrifugal force would tear it apart. Okay? You've got to know the maths to that, and then the speed and the forces that would be generated. And the ISS could not stay together. It would be torn apart at that speed.
Okay,
Remember,
how thick you think is our plate, like the Earth? How thick it is?
Okay, that's a very good question. As a flat earther, we've researched this a little bit, and what we've discovered is that Russia has drilled the deepest hole ever, and
Yes,
that would be
12 kilometers, right?
7.6 miles,
No,
which
okay,
is 12 kilometers
7.6.
exactly. Yeah, 12
Yes,
kilometers. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. That's all we have.
And that's it is the deepest point, or is it like scientists say 6,300 kilometers is like the
No, that's a ridiculous number. That's an unproven number. No.
Okay.
Russia's number is more correct in that that's as far as the drill went. That's a fact, isn't it? So we can take that as a template. That's the beginning point. 12 kilometers, 7.6 miles. Anybody else making claims of 6,000 kilometers, they're lying. How do you prove that? How do we go down there? We don't have the technology. Okay? Thank you for your questions anyway. Anybody else? Please, anyone? Same person again? Please ask your questions. Anything. No problem.
I was just gonna ask Jim. These aren't really my questions, but since you're like doing rapid fire questions at this moment, I guess if you could speak on some of the stuff going on in side chat, like people are asking about, other planets. Are they flat? Is like the moon flat? That kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Great questions. Okay, they are actually good questions. Now, are the other planets flat? Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are all living on Earth and we look up to those objects, none of us know what they are. We're being told stories from the cosmologists, astronomers, theoretical physicists and scientists alike, but none of them have gone to those planets to confirm their hypotheses and their theories. So basically, you can totally disregard them because there's nothing truthful being said there. Nothing's been confirmed. Nothing's been validated. So you and I, when we look up, we don't know what we're looking at, in honesty. It's just a thing in the sky. Is it circular? Is it spherical? It looks like it, but that's not a confirmation, is it? We would need to actually travel there and analyze it and measure it. We can't do any of that from Earth looking through a telescope. All we can do is just look and make up some ideas. That's all we have. We have nothing that is concrete. So when they say to you like Jupiter is a gas giant, that very statement violates natural law, because we know that gases are omnidirectional, whether it's in a vacuum or in Earth's atmosphere, they travel omnidirectionally. So how can this Jupiter form a gas sphere giant ball? Impossible. Okay, that's a lie right there. So we don't know what they are. We haven't been there. We cannot send any probes or satellites or, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, the Himawari, the James Webb, the Kepler. These things are lie. Space will kill it. We don't have the technology to build something that can survive in the vacuum. It will be killed before the year is out. It will die in that space. That's how powerful space is, the way it has been described by the experts. Because I'm quoting the experts here. Okay, thank you. So that was a good point. Yeah. So we don't know what they are, the planets, and as for the moon, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. The question is also like a fallacy. It's like a non sequitur fallacy, meaning the conclusion is not following the premise, right? There's like therefore, right? That thing that thing over there looks like a sphere, like a circle. Therefore, the thing I'm standing on must be a circle. a sphere. You know what I mean? It's a non sequitur. It's not a valid question because it's not a logical question. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It
Just wanted
makes
to
very
add
good
that.
sense. Most people are innocent when they ask that question, or innocent in that because they believe what they've been told. So that question comes naturally to those who believe, you see. So what you've done is clarified that is actually a fallacy. It's a crime, really, but you've got to allow them to ask it so that they learn. Okay? But you raised a good point, though. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
No doubt
I
about that.
agree.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that when you're here, you will learn everything you will need to learn here because we work off of each other and we keep each other in check all the time. That's what's great about being on this server and being amongst like-minded people. Fantastic.
And Jen, about the moon, I don't think you finished your point on that because
Okay.
if I'm not
Explain it.
wrong,
Go ahead.
I think people have seen it rotate. I don't know if that's like a real image or not, though. Like I see, like there's images of like the near and far side of the moon, and they look different. So
Yeah.
so that it would mean it's spherical, but I don't know.
Well, okay, that's a really good point to raise there again. Yeah. Well, with the moon, ladies and gentlemen, really, at the end of the day, I have never ever seen the moon rotate. So I have never seen the far side of the moon in my life. Right. I've seen images put up, right, but I haven't seen it physically with my own eyes in the sky. And that's never seen it. Okay. So can we trust those images? No, we cannot. Why do I say that? Because the images that have been purported to come from space via NASA, in particular, NASA, have been subjected to the latest digital analysis software that's come out to date, right? Okay? And 8,000 of these images have been proven to be fake. And basically, it's mainly copy and pasting is what NASA has been doing a lot of. And then obviously you've got your Photoshop and composite shots that they make as well. None of these things are real. Okay, so no image that's been purported to come from space has actually come from space. It's all fake, everything. And then you can go to the LRO, that's the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, supposedly put into orbit in 2000 and I think it's 5, costing $500 million. It could be 2009, by the way. I think it was 2009, sorry, costing $500 million. So $500 million, okay? 2009. And it gets to see the Earth every 2 hours from the moon, this is. So it's whilst it's orbiting the moon, every 2 hours it gets to see the Earth, okay? All right, gets to see the Earth. All those images that it's taken have been proven to be fake. So because as I said earlier, the vacuum of space will destroy whatever we put in it. We don't have the technology to contend with the vacuum itself and the outgassing phenomena. We don't have that technology. We just don't. The materials that we make outgas in space. So it will be destroyed. So there's no way that there could be images coming from space. It's all fantasy. The moon itself, to most of us flat earthers, looks like a self-illuminating object. But again, it's not proof. We haven't gone there to prove that. So it's just a hypothesis. It's not the truth, is it? It's what it appears to be. We cannot confirm that. So we cannot say it's the truth, can we? No. So the answer is we do not know what the moon is. We have theories, hypotheses, but we cannot confirm any of these things. So that's why we're firmly in the camp of we don't know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've answered it. No man has ever landed on the moon. Nothing on the moon that's man-made is there. Nothing. It's just been one big deception, costing trillions of dollars now when you combined all the space agencies together, and especially those recent moon landers of recent days, stealing the people's money. That's all they're doing. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
I got another.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I got another question. Why do my friend from California sees the sun 3 hours earlier than me from New York, for example?
Oh, okay. Well, that's just That's simple to explain because when you're living on a flat earth that God has made for us, the sun is moving at its rate. So obviously, if your friend is seeing it 3 hours before you, that means he must be ahead of you then. Must be. Okay?
Ahead
That's
of
all.
what?
Ahead of your country in the time zone, in the order of time zone.
He worded that poorly. California
Yeah.
gets it's daytime later in California. The sun will set first in on the east. It gets away from us.
Right.
And
There
then it
you
gets
are.
away from California later on. So yeah, sun just
Yeah.
moves away, and then it comes back close to you, and then it moves away again.
That's
Does
all
the
that's
same thing
happening.
every day.
Moving.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The sun is moving. I know that surprised you. Yes. The earth doesn't move. It doesn't rotate. We're not moving, Earth. The sun and the moon are the ones that are moving. Yes. Correct.
I think the answer that we're looking for is the sun is smaller and closer. I think that's what he's looking for, right? Yeah, it's a smaller
that's
sun,
correct.
it's a closer sun. Yeah. So if it's coming towards, the person who is in the front is always going to see it first, right? Just like you see the airplane before the guy, like, you know what I mean? You're seeing something coming at you, so it's closer and it's small. The sun, that's how that works.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Excellent.
There's no way to verify the size, or there's no way to verify the size or the distance. But what we do know is that it's been claimed that the sun is super huge in comparison to the Earth. So that claim can't be proven, right? But what we do see is that the sun is above us. And because the Earth isn't curving, we know that it's not moving around to an opposite side of something that's spherical because there's no curvature. If it was a sphere, there would be curvature. So we don't have a sphere because there's no curvature, right? Which means the same down is the same down for everybody, no matter where you are on the map.
Yeah.
And what we do know is that the sun is above us. It's above everybody, and it moves overhead. So how big it is, how far away it is, that's to be figured out by somebody else at some point in time. Right now, I don't think it's within our realm to be able to figure that out. So,
yeah, but we do know that it's not this. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, because I think we have to be careful because when you pull a light away, it lights up a whole plane or whatever it's lighting up, right? And when you bring it closer, it'll light up just that little area. So I think we should say it has to be smaller and closer, right? Because I think that's the way to say that. So it has to be closer and smaller, the sun, for us to see that. Yeah.
Again, absolutely fundamentally correct. It has to be closer, has to be smaller. Absolutely. And that's what I was going to say. So you expressed it perfectly. Thank you. Lovely.
it could be
That's what I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
It doesn't have to be.
We keep each other in check.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Johnny.
There's a lot of, I said it could be a focus beam of some sort. So, I mean, again, like it would just be an assumption to make any claims about it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's just speculation. Again, we have no proof of that.
Or
we
can say it can't be a ball because of this, right? We can say that.
Oh, we certainly can, and we do.
But hold up, let me fly up and check. Let me fly up real quick and check. Let me put on my cape and
do the Superman. Yeah, get out there. Yeah, honesty is the best policy, ladies and gentlemen. Always in these situations, Yeah. So yeah, space is fake. We don't currently have the technology to go there. And the way that it's been described to us by us, there are too many anomalies and unsurmountable problems and obstacles that stops any Any NASA's and the European Space Agency, India, they who else have we got there? Israel, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Canada, France. Okay, these countries have never gone to where they said they've gone to. They can't. Space is a killer. It will kill anything we put in it. Okay, that's the way God designed this thing. We are limited to where we can go. We're meant to be living well on the earth that He created for us. Okay, we're meant to be living together, coexisting in a harmonious way. We're failing at that at the moment. Hence, we're looking up, believing that they've gone to the space, for example, and we're paying for that lie. That lie being told to us is coming from our pockets, our taxation that they tax us, and then they lie to us. Okay, so you pay for that lie. Yes. So yeah, anybody else have any questions? Really appreciate that. The ones that have come through so far, they've all been very good, very straightforward, and concise. Appreciate that. Any more? I hope we're satisfying you. If you've got any more questions, if you're not satisfied with the answers, please let us know. Bring it on. If you're not satisfied, that's fine. Let's see if we can help you. Very important. Yeah, the chat is going at 10 to the dozen. Excellent work in the chat room. We appreciate the thanks and that. You're welcome.
Hey, KAL, there are no flat surfaces on a globe, just so you understand. Doesn't matter how big the sphere would be, there would be no flat surfaces on any type of sphere or spheroid for that matter.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Again, and as I've often said, in engineering, when we use these ball bearings, they have to be perfectly spherical. Any flat spots, any blemish, that they're thrown into the smelting buckets to be recycled, smelted, and reformed back into a perfect spherical. Yeah, there are no flat spots on a sphere. None. Nowhere is flat. Impossible. Wouldn't be a sphere then if they had a flat spot. You can imagine you're working for Ferrari or Lamborghini or Maserati, for example, because they're producing their cars, and that it's like a work of art to them. You can imagine them having flat spots on their ball bearings. I don't think so. Okay. No flat spots. Not on a sphere. Wouldn't be a sphere then, would it?
Seems like this guy Matthew really wants us to talk about the firmament
Yeah,
somehow, or
yeah, yeah.
yeah, he wants
The
us to talk
firmament.
about
What does
the
he want to know
biblical.
exactly?
He
What does he want
wants
to
us.
know?
He wants us to talk about the biblical version. He's trying to get us to converse about some type of dome or something. Like
Yeah.
I've been watching him in the
Well, that would be
slideshow.
a weak point on my part. I wouldn't be able to converse with that for too long because, at the end of the day, it's in the Bible. If we look at it from a practical point, and that would be if we didn't have a firmament over us, then the air that we have would escape, would be sucked away by the vacuum of space. So we would be dead. There'd be no life. You wouldn't be able to ask that question.
Yeah, but that's assuming that the vacuum of space is actually a real thing. I mean,
Right? Yes, of course.
from a biblical perspective, there would be waters up there. There wouldn't be outer space. That would be waters on the outside of the firmament.
Right. Yeah.
From a biblical
So there'd be the
perspective.
waters. Yeah.
Yeah. So then
Again,
you'd
we
have
have
something flowing into the enclosed environment. But still, again, you have to make assumptions, right? You have to presuppose about things that can't be tested or verified, at least by us. I mean, there may be some top secret government documents that outline certain things that have been discovered since August Picard started his little trips up there,
adventure.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, there very well may be some file on what's really going on. The glass ceiling that Hillary Clinton alluded to in some of her speeches, and yeah, I mean, but again, it's that falls into the realm of speculative discussion, right? What we're talking about here is the lack of curvature, right? So I get where you're trying to go, Matthew, but I don't think it's going to help our understanding, trying to speculate about whether or not there's a dome, right, or what what the container is made out of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm all no offense to anybody who's a Christian or whatever your faith may be, right? You could be Hindu, Muslim, Buddhist, it doesn't matter. Whatever's happening, I mean, we can't verify it based on ancient texts. It's not going to help us in a scientific point of view. So, yeah.
Yeah. And for all you know, that the firmament could be made of the material that your nails are made of. Because look at your nails. You eat food, and yet that thing that comes out of your finger, right? Nail. Look at that. Right there. You're an amazing human being. Just by consuming certain foods, you've got nails coming out. Okay? That's made up, that's material. The firmament could be made of that, only thicker. You see, you just don't know, do you? We don't know. Possibilities abound. You know, you're an amazing human being. You've got amazing things happening to your body as you look that you're taking for granted, by the way. Yeah. Your body is a universe in itself, if you will.
Yeah, I don't even know if Matthew's listening to us. I just figured I would bring it up since he was consistently trying to bring it up. So I figured, you know what? At least the audience will get something out of it, depending upon where they stand religiously or. But yeah, if anybody has any questions that's in the VC, please go ahead and unmute yourself. Hal, you keep spamming the chat. Just curious to why you won't VC.
Yeah, he's busy talking. Maybe his argument, he can't argue his point.
Just wondering. I'm just wondering if he has a familiar voice and he's using a sock account of some sort.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, welcome. How can we help
Yeah,
you?
welcome, Rhino. Okay, I guess he didn't like the welcome.
Oh no, yeah, he came back. He came back. Is he gone again?
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah, just teasing. That's all he's doing. He's just teasing.
I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where India is in the thick of it in the chat anyway, but he's holding them to task. Yeah, well done, India. He's holding them to task.
Yeah, well, good on everybody that's here, even if you're just listening. You know, it does help.
Yeah, another
Like,
thing
you know,
that's not often mentioned is the rotation of the Earth, actually, because we don't even notice that rotation, and we're meant to be rotating at different rates on this sphere that we're meant to be on. Okay, so if you're at the equator, you would be rotating at almost 1.5 times the speed of sound. That would be 1,037 miles per hour approximately there, yeah? That's the speed at the equator. And then when you move towards either the South Pole, that's the southern hemisphere, or you're moving towards the northern hemisphere, okay? So like in the UK now, you'd be spinning at 600 miles per hour. Then if you're in Alaska, it's, what is it? 500 miles per hour. Then if you're in like Los Angeles area, that would be like 870 miles per hour or something like that, you see, in that order. But yet when you travel to these places, you don't notice any difference, where there should be a little difference in rotational speed values, but you don't notice it. You don't pick it up. Go ahead.
So, the scientific community definitely seems to be having trouble getting on the same page of what should be happening relative to the alleged Earth spin and the Coriolis effect and all of that nonsense. They can't seem to get the story straight as a collective on how that all should work, because
They don't have a reference.
It creates all sorts of trouble for them when they start to try and quantify how it would all operate, right? With all of the variances and the variables depending upon the different locations and runway directions and all of that stuff. That's why I feel like they have avoided this topic in a way that's going to work across the board, right? So
It should be pretty easy.
Just want to welcome Denmark. Welcome, Denmark. Me and Denmark came from the same schools.
What up, Jim?
Hangouts, 2015 era. So we've got Denmark in the house, and welcome. Yeah, carry on.
Hey, what up, Jen? What up, Kimbo? Yeah, they don't have a reference. For I don't know how many years I've asked all the people who thought they were smart, pilots, whatever, to demonstrate how just a simple hot air balloon can traverse or go around a sphere and match what we see outside with a 3D sphere in their hand and show us how it works. Camera on that, camera on that.
Yeah, it's a simple request. That shouldn't be difficult to do, but yet not been done. Not been done in all these years.
What's the point of putting that globe in the classroom if you can't use it for anything? They can't show you how the speeds work with it. They can't show you size. They can't show you distance. They can't show you the attributes of any type of flight, from a helicopter to a hot air balloon, which are the simplest things.
True, isn't it? Yeah. And if they start to do that, and they start to show ships and aeroplanes circumnavigating it, going upside down, certain children who have traveled around the world, for example, because you are talking about them being educated at school, yeah. Some of the kids said, but that, I don't remember going upside down, miss. I went to Australia. I didn't go upside down. Do planes fly up? And then it starts many questions that are going to come out from the anomalies of the globe, you see. That's why they don't do that, Denmark. Because more questions. For example, I never learned about the Van Allen radiation belts, right? Until I looked into the moon landings 2001. Okay, the moon landing.
Right. My thing is, though, we got real physics on our side always. Ever since I was a kid and I went to the fair, the roller coaster is attached to the tracks, but trains aren't. So you can do anything you want on a flat stationary track with a flat stationary train, and you're good to go. You don't need to attach it, because gravity's not real. So then you get to a fair ride, and a roller coaster has to be attached to the chain. It has to be attached to the track, or else you fly off. There is no gravity holding you down. Gravity would be debunk the conservation of momentum if that was the case, wouldn't it? Come on now.
Well, it goes back to the same thing we brought up earlier, which is the fact that because there is no curvature measured, right? Ever, never been done, right? Because of that, we already know that there's the same up and the same down for everybody, no matter where they are. So we know the
Right.
sun is above
Horizontal
us, the
doesn't
moon is
increase
above
in
us.
elevation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And that's what I point them
Exactly.
out. That's so simple. A horizontal line, the smallest, thinnest line you can draw, it doesn't increase or decrease in elevation. There is no curve on this planet that you can go to and say, this is the curve of Earth, which is Earth, on Earth, anywhere. You can't find it. There is no portion of sand, dirt, rock, Earth, no portion of the Earth itself. Can you go and say this portion of this hill of Earth is equidistant and equipotential by pouring water and watching it sit stationary on any curved thing? You can only do that with a horizontal line. That means that none of Earth can even be used as itself. No sand, no dirt, no mountain, no mud, no material, no gold. No matter what you're standing on, it can't be. It is not. Does not act like. Is not the Earth curve. Nowhere. Nobody finds that weird. That the whole fucking Earth, the whole Earth, doesn't have an Earth curve anywhere, and it's dirt. Damn. What would an Earth curve look like? How would you know whether you saw an Earth curve or a hill or a horizontal line that they call Earth curve?
It would
How would
have
you
to
know?
be dropping away from you. It would have to be dropping away from your position in all
How
directions
would you
around
know?
you.
Yeah, but how would you know it's dropping away without a side view?
Well, you'd have to see it. You'd have to see something dropping away from you in the distance,
You'd have to
wouldn't
see.
you?
No, you'd have to have your friend go out that way with his video camera, and he gives you the thing to watch it. You're watching live. He goes live. You're watching it. He watches you and the thing you think is going down or up or left or right, whatever. It doesn't matter. You
Well,
imagine.
due to perspective, right? The ground is going to ramp up, right? Sky's going to ramp down. Walls are going to ramp in left to right, right? So you're going to have a compression happening in the distance in whatever you're looking at, right? Now, if you're on a ball and it's dropping away from you, right? Let's say it is the radius that they allege it to be, and 3 miles, right? 3 point something miles. I should
What
start
would be the
seeing
most?
things drop away from my position.
What else would you
Now,
see?
if I see further than that,
Hold on. You
well, it would
drop
also
side
have
view.
to start leaning. It would also have to start leaning away from
There
my
you
position
go.
too, at a
There you
very
go.
slight degree.
Yeah, it would have to have a degree
Right.
of
Yeah.
tilt. Yeah.
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 So if you look at everything in the foreground, everything in front of you, and it's perfectly night, like it's perfectly vertical with you, perfectly plumb. It's not there's not 527 feet of a curve where the curve is plumb. You cannot jump down from sea level to sea level. You can't jump down from 1 foot high and fall to 1 foot high. Somehow Globers can somewhere magically. Somehow they can be 1 foot high 1 foot high. You declare it, whatever. Stand on top of a ruler, and they can jump down and still be at 1 foot high. Globers do that. It's the most magical shit. That's called equipotential equidistant curves. They gave you a dictionary, and when you look in it, it tells you the definition of a curve is a horizontal line. Did you know that? It said a curve is no part being higher or lower than the other, when a curve is in fact the exact opposite. A curve is a rate of change of slope. A rate of change, a change of slope. A non-rate of change or a non-slope is a horizontal line, not a diagonal, not whatever, a horizontal, level, straight line.
I agree 100%.
And it only costs like 50 cents and a couple minutes to prove it to everybody in the world. The earth is flat, but nobody's got that kind of money or time. Nobody got like $18 or 50 cents or about an hour. You know what I mean? They got Will Duffy money to prove nothing, but they couldn't just send you some styrofoam blocks across the water and you watch that they stair step like Cubert. And if you don't see a stair step, welcome to Flat Earth, Cubert's side view. You're looking from the side. We look from all directions on Flat Earth. You're not just limited to look one way. You're not just stand right there, Bobby. Put your nose in the corner. It's a globe.
Yeah, they want you to think it costs, what is it, like $25 million a day to do it, right? To figure it out.
Shit, yeah, Phil Duffy, Will Duffy, Pete fucking Duffy, Duff Beer. He, yeah, Swindler Duffy. He, yeah, he thinks it costs $30 million and looking at the sun. He thinks looking up at the flat earth sun not that it's going to help him do something. I don't understand. All he did to me was verify the flat earth more and more and more by verifying that it doesn't set like I always know. Sun doesn't set. So imagine a glober going to show all the globers the sun didn't set. One of the proofs of a globe when I was a kid was that the sun went down below the horizon. So how can globers claim that anymore when they went down in Antarctica and the sun didn't set below a horizon right in front of their eyes? Isn't that weird? And I'd say perspective is a motherfucker. The only time the perspective things comes into play is if you lock yourself into containment too, right? Because like it's not all totally perspective because all kinds of dumb shit happens really. Uh, I'm not saying perspective's not a part of stuff, but you know, when you're outside and some people say, hey man, I got a dome of vision. Well, not really. Not actually. Because nobody walks around spinning in circles to look at stuff. Nobody spins in a circle while they're walking forward and looks at stuff to make that dome of vision appear that way so clearly. Then how would they know they have a dome of vision? If you're standing still looking forward, last time I checked, I can see the four corners in a room, and they don't reiterate themselves to a dome. I'm inside a square room right now, and I don't see dome vision.
Yeah.
A horizon doesn't appear to be dome vision. So I don't know who all these flat earthers or globers talking about dome vision, or the flat earthers talking about there's got to be a container. What kind of container, first of all? Okay, so if you say stuff has to work this way with resistance, it's fucking with you all the way. The word resistance is fine for me. I don't need magic. Or temperature. I can freeze water with temperature. Hold a ball in it, hand it to you. We can play with it. We can make an ice horse. Sculpture out of ice. Looks just like the horse. By freezing the water. Now, why do all these goofy ass people negate temperature? When temperature is the thing that can control how much PSI is in your damn tire. But there's no dome. There's no gravity dome. There's no gravity wall. There's supposed to be a gravity wall. That's number one. There's supposed to be a wall of gravity containing air to make a shape, along with all the other magic gravity claims where gravity squeezes everything to the center. Doesn't come from anywhere, doesn't go anywhere, but just downity down. It is, I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? But gravity is supposed to have a wall that you hit. How can something stop you without being a solid thing?
So gravity is like a woman, right? It's a wall that you hit.
Yeah. No, I mean, in a funny sense, I mean, they say, hey, flat earthers, where's your dome? Hey, flat earthers, where's your ice wall? I say, well, I don't know. It's probably in the same spot as your gravity dog chain, wall, force, ball of air. Probably the same exact spot. So when I run into a brick of ice, you show me how you run into a brick of gravity and bounce off of it. How do you react when you hit it? Does it hurt when you headbutt gravity? I don't know. Gravity would also have a temperature. Do you know that temperature is the thing that negates what the PSI is, the temperature and the voltage? So if I turn the temperature on the tire up to 5,000 degrees, the air amount in there, or the PSI will change. If I freeze it, the PSI will change. How do you gravity PSI?
El Coco, welcome to the room. Jaldi, welcome to the room. If you have any questions, go ahead and mic up one at a time. If you don't feel comfortable vocalizing your questions, you could go ahead and ask them in the side chat. That goes for any evidence of curvature. If you have any evidence that you want to present to the panel, go ahead and present that in the side chat. Or, like I said, unmute your mic and just one at a time, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Any queries you have, we are here to answer your questions. No matter how strange you might think it'll be, we welcome them and we will try to answer all your questions. We're talking about the rotation of the Earth and how we don't notice these spins at all in different places. Okay, and I was going to go on to talk about that magnificent feat that was done, I think, last year, 2024, where some ex-military snipers succeeded in hitting a target, the bullseye, at 4.5 miles away. Okay, 4.5 miles away. Projectile was in the air for 25 seconds. Can you imagine that? 25 seconds and it struck the bullseye. Okay. Now, they didn't factor in Earth's curvature or Earth's rotation when they made that shot, by the way. In fact, in the video, you hear the sniper shooter himself state that we didn't do the calculations for the curvature because that would be going into the weeds. It would be a waste of time, not relevant. That's what the sniper said. Okay? Interesting, isn't it? That he would actually state that. And yet the Earth is meant to be rotating. Also,
the bullet's supposed to leave the Earth and come back.
That's right. Yeah. 4.5 miles. Okay. 4.5 miles, ladies and gentlemen. 25 seconds. The bullet was in the air for. Okay. Right. depending on where you are, that will determine how fast the Earth is rotating. So if you're at your location, you've got to work out how fast you're rotating. Then you'd have to work out the distance to your target. And in that distance, how far it would move in the 25 seconds whilst the bullet's in the air. And then you have to predict where the target's going to be because of the rotation. And then you aim at where you think the target's going to be. And you fire your weapon, pow. And then by rights, the target will move and it will collide with the bullet and then you hit the target. But that's been tried and it's never been hit. Only at line of sight do you hit these targets, not at predicted sites where it's going to be. Never worked. Never happened. Yeah. Amazing.
Jen.
Yes.
Since you're speaking over fences, mentioned that I should ask some questions. Earlier, DJ is not here anymore, but earlier he posted a video where someone saw a building 21 miles away. When I saw that, the reason I didn't want to ask this is I do not remember exactly how this works, but would not refraction or light bending be a factor in seeing things over the alleged horizon?
That's a good point.
Video?
Yeah, that's a good point. You will remember that DJ also posted that same site at night and the observations were still being made. So when it's at night now, and temperatures the temperatures do drop. And when temperatures drop, that means refractionary rates also drop. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So no, refraction wouldn't have played any part in you being able to see the image. It's not assisting you. As well, refraction is not assisting in this case. You can see it in the daytime. You can see it at night. And at night, it should be more difficult. It should be easier at night because there's less refraction if there's going to be any. But yet you see it at the daytime as well.
Yeah, scroll back up. I see it.
But to take that one step further,
please.
We don't have what's called refraction in the Atmo, because we don't have two mediums with a boundary for the path of light to cross.
Thank you. Correct. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Because refraction only happens when you've got two different mediums going on, and then you're passing a light through two different mediums. In the case of observations through the medium, it's just the medium you have there. That's all you've got. The light will be bending, minusculely. If there's going to be anything, it'll be minuscule.
Can't you compare both of them and see the daytime versus the nighttime right next to each other? And then that would show you the refraction. Hold on. That would show you the refraction in the day versus the night. And then if you see the same image, then all that refraction they ever said, you can throw that garbage out the window.
Yeah, DJ has actually done that as well, by the way. He has actually done that, presented both images side by side. Maybe he didn't do it this time round, but, I think he had something to go and do, so he was pushed for time anyway. But when he's got time and he's presenting it properly, he does do both. And you do see both images side by side. And you can see that there's no difference, really, and the video as well, backing it up, So this idea
I scrolled back in the chat. He did post both of them. The night one is actually clearer than the day one, at least in the
How much clearer though? Like how much? Like way or like 100% clear or 10%?
Just a little bit. Like it's more detail on it and whatnot.
So do you know what that tells you? That tells you that any person that just told you any garbage about fucking refraction, making shit jump around curves and do all this crazy shit, they're out of their mind.
Yeah, Denmark, I was trying to I'm just going to say something. On this server, we don't throw so many F-bombs. That's really a no-no on this particular server because we've got people who are new to the English language and they're trying to learn it. That's why it's called the English Hub. So F-bombs, definitely out of the question. No good. If you accidentally do one, you apologize. But okay, sorry. But that's the rule.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. Got you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got to keep it. The Queen's King English. Okay. Very clean King's English. What we're looking for here. Okay. So I hope the refraction thing was taken care of for you. There was a group of Brazilians. The documentary is called The Convexed Earth. And they were going to do these laser beam tests, and they specifically chose high altitude and nighttime, of course, where the refraction would be minimal to fire their laser beams. Okay, and they were hitting their targets, and their targets are small, 3 inches by 3 inches square, and they were hitting them 24 miles. Okay, so yeah, the idea that
answered.
yeah,
Thank you.
go ahead. Yeah, oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Any other questions? And again, if you're not quite satisfied, you're within your rights again to ask the question again. So that's down to you, of course. But that's what we're here to do.
Yeah,
We're here to assist. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, and even in extreme cases, and this is coming from the community that actually believes that refraction can explain some long distance observations. They say you're only going to be able to see about 15% further in extreme cases. That's like, one out of like a million observations, right? Now,
yeah,
in a regular scenario, 7% would be like an acceptable number, but we're seeing hundreds of percent further in these observations, especially in that one, the black swan observation. So it's like you couldn't explain that away ever with using a refraction argument. So just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. That's just the heliocentrists, the globers, refusing to take defeat. So just throw up any kind of obstacle in their desperate situation to keep hold of the globe and keep it alive. It's not there. If you're not measuring, what is it then? It's either curving or it's not. And it's just not curving anywhere. And that's the thing that's missing from every person who's living on the earth, every human being's experience, is that curvature experience is not there. And that would be impossible to live on a globe and not know you're living on one when you've been given 5 senses. You would have registered it somehow, some way. Definitely. Just impossible. Come on, man. Yeah. The fitter you are, the more receptive you're going to be to these sensory experiences. And that's a fact. If you're a fat stodge slob, well, you're not going to be doing much. You're going to be your body weight's working against you. Fit, lean, speed, lean. You're going to be very sensitive. That's how it works. Telling you. Yeah, that's why it's important to keep fit and do all your exercises. Telling you, man. And you've always got to look back at your life experiences because that's your record of your existence. Memory is very important. Imagine if you can't remember anything. Wow, what are you living for then? Just one direction forward. You don't. Go ahead.
What's the saying? I think there's a saying like that. If you're not learning, you're not growing. And if you're not growing, are you really living? Who said that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's true. So it's very important.
Yeah. Hey, it seems that's what our life is about: is acquiring knowledge. You're born with, just absolutely no knowledge, right? And if you don't acquire knowledge, you die. You know what I mean? So it's like, you have to. That's what life is about. It's always, learning.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. That's why the expression "reason to live," that expression means a lot. What's reason to live? Because when you get older, if you don't have a reason to live, you can deteriorate very quickly indeed. You could even fall into Alzheimer's. You could, okay, without having a reason for your existence and you're doing things. Okay? Yeah. Depression, and down you go. Slippery slope.
Yeah, and just because you retired from your job doesn't mean you retired from your life. Right?
That's right. Right.
And that's just a phase. And next phase, right? Like, what's the next phase?
That's right. That's right. Because God gave you that energy source. What are you going to do with it next? Yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm enjoying all these discussions, debates, slagging matches as well. I get involved in all of them. I'm 63 and I get involved in all of them. Yeah, the amicable, intellectual, okay. The newcomer, very nice. And then the ones that are just obnoxious and rude, I destroy them. They're the ones I train for, actually. Yeah. And I love it when I say to them, the days of the old man has got nothing to say and he's ready to die. Those days are over when you hear my voice. Okay? So you better be fit and strong and knowledgeable about what you want to shout at me about. You better know it all. Otherwise, you're going to get run over.
Well, here's a good question. Here's a good question for you, Jen. Jasmine had asked it a while back. I think it was at least an hour ago. She wanted to know at what point, and I don't know if she was asking DJ or if she was asking anybody in specific, but she was asking at what point did you realize the Earth was indeed flat, and what evidence was it that really hit it home for you, where you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was flat?
That is a question. Well, basically, being born onto the earth in 1961. So from that moment onwards, your body is basically recording your experiences as you grow up. Okay, so unbeknown to me, I've been uploading flat Earth data. Didn't even know that was going on. I'm just living my life as normal. And then you go to school and you get told it's a globe, okay? So there's your first belief coming into you from your education. So I was educated that the Earth was a globe at the age of about 8 years old, 7 or 8. That's when I got that information, okay, that the Earth's a globe. And then NASA was going to the moon in 1969, okay? So these things happened. We studied it at school, did lots of rocket projects. So I learned that the Earth is a globe, okay? And I carried that belief right up until 2015, December 26. So, but prior to that, I'd learnt about the flat Earth in Nigeria, that the Earth wasn't flat. It was Galileo, Copernicus, and one other character, Galileo, Copernicus, and Columbus, all arguing about the shape of the Earth. And in the Nigerian textbook, you had this Spanish Armada type ship falling off the edge. When I saw that, I said, yeah, that would be stupid because all the water would roll off. This is 1970, by the way. Okay, 1970, Nigeria. Okay, remember, I was born in England. I went to school in England, and then we traveled to Nigeria with my parents because of business. My uncle's car business. My dad had to work with my uncle to run the business. Okay, so we had to go to Nigeria. I had to go to school. That was the first time I came into contact with flat Earth. 1970. It was negative. The Earth is not flat. The next time I come into the contact with flat Earth would have been during the and it was adverts ridiculing flat Earth. Again, it would be like the ship going over the edge anyway. And the guy in the crow's nest shouting out, "Captain, it's the edge of the world." And then the ship goes over the edge and the captain lights up his signature Hamlet cigar and everything's going to be okay. Okay, so that's when I got into the flat Earth. I heard about it again through the adverts. Then in 2014, whilst researching moon landing hoax videos from 2001 to 2014. So there's 13 years of research going on there. 2014 saw my wife's computer being suggested to watch flat Earth videos. I ignored them because I thought it was stupid. Okay? I thought, what's going on here? Who's putting flat Earth videos up? The Earth is not flat. Everybody knows it's a ball. It's round. Silly. So I ignored it through 2014. And it wasn't until 2015 that I thought, okay, I've reached the end of my moon landing hoax material. There's not much going on YouTube. Let me click on one of these flat Earth. It's Boxing Day, 26th of December 2015. I click on this video. I'm laughing. I'm saying to myself, what could I possibly learn from these beep, beep, beep fools who are putting this nonsense up? So I click now. It was Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. So I started watching it, sitting down now. And as I'm watching the video, I'm beginning to feel that I'm wrong here. The Earth could be flat. So I stopped the video and watched like Dave Murphy one. Okay. And then that's when I began to feel like really stupid. I thought, wow, hang on a minute. The Earth is flat because everything that this guy has said matched my life. And then I began to feel embarrassed because all my life experiences came flooding back. So it was a combination of things that came flooding back. And the number one thing that stuck out was the horizon. Because I jumped out of aeroplanes, I've flown in aeroplanes through in my military training, and I can clearly, vividly recall the horizon being level, and then traveling to Nigeria as a kid by aeroplane and coming back by ship for 2 weeks. Again, the horizon was level. So it's the horizon for me that kicks into my head that the earth is flat. And that was the turning point right there. Crap, it is flat. And I'm smacking my head. Wow, it's flat. Yeah, I've never experienced the curvature. Wow. And I said to myself, what have I been doing all these years? Man, I suck at research, because obviously they didn't go to the moon. So all the years of learning the moon landing research, I should have clocked it that they could never have had a real image, because they never went, you see. So that's when I said to myself, man, I suck at research. I didn't even
6 miles, which is in front of the closest rig, which is at 6 miles, platform C. So if the Earth was a ball, that horizon line could never be behind those rigs. It would be in front of them. You understand? Geometrically.
I'm probably going to have to see this for myself in person.
Yes, you're probably going to... Exactly. I would be concerned if you didn't. But it's very easy to do. This is what we recommend. We're just showing you examples so that you understand the principle, and then you can go and test it. You live in the UK, sounds like, Newcastle, so plenty of coastline for you to go and check out. It's what you should do. Very easy. Yeah. And then you don't have to be beholden and relying on government space cartoons from NASA. You can just think, well, I went outside and I saw that that was fake. So you can know, you don't just have to believe. Isn't that cool? How easy that is?
This is a lake in Louisiana.
What is?
Might have put this picture.
Which picture?
So how come they curve? Yeah, these are power lines.
Oh, you're talking about Lake Pontchartrain?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's just some bullshit.
So, what? How's it bullshit then?
Because you've never seen water doing that, have you?
So the rate at which the Earth is curving in that particular image, the Earth would be a tiny little marble. So the apparent curvature that you're seeing would debunk the globe as well.
Tiny.
No, geometrically, that curvature which it's purporting in that image it does not match geometrically the curvature of the claimed globe. It's too small. You wouldn't see
have you ever been
curvature
to
like that across a lake.
and measured it yourself?
No, I've never been to that lake.
No problem. Would you like me to debunk this image? I'll post a video for you. It's another black swan. It debunks the globe as well. Do you want me to post it? I'll post it for you. No problem. Just a moment.
Post it, but I'm probably not going to go away and watch it.
So you're not going to watch it. So I would need you to give me the curvature rate at which that causeway or those power lines are dictating that the Earth's size would be. So can you do that?
Come on, Clan Guy, why do you think like that? Do you not want to know that the Earth isn't a ball? You want to just keep believing? You want to keep pretending to yourself?
I'm okay with that.
You just want to keep pretending? Come on, dude. Be brave.
Do you guys think that, like, if someone just went in a straight line, they would end up in the same place?
No, that's a retarded idea. What are you talking about?
No,
you ever walked in a straight line and then ended up back where you started, dude? No, you haven't. That's a silly idea. Durfrond alert.
Back.
Earth is round. What about it?
Durf is round. What's your best proof?
So say right. If I was let me just think on this. Say I was going to go in a straight line. Say I was going to start on the coast in Newcastle. And I was going to go east.
Okay.
See, I gave some leeway for like mountains and stuff, so I would go around it instead of over it.
East isn't a straight line, dude.
What?
East isn't a straight line, it's a circle around a pole. If you went east, you would end up where you started from because that's a circle around the pole.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
These
but that's
guys
not a
don't
straight
believe-
line. Straight lines
Let me
don't
try-
curve, do they?
Let me try
Say-
explaining
say
to
as-
this way. I've
say
had
as
some
walk.
success. I've had some success with people understanding this. You're talking about circumnavigation.
Yeah, so say I
guy,
just
right?
say I just went straight. What would happen? Because you guys don't believe that I can fall off the Earth because of these ice walls. So what do you think happens if the Earth's flat?
No,
Yes,
no one's
how
mentioned ice
am I
walls.
not going to end up back in Newcastle?
And you're going to get wet as soon as you walk into the water. You haven't thought this
Say I
through,
take a
have you?
boat. Say I take a boat. Say I take a
Okay, but you're not going to end up in ice walls. Why are you not listening to what's being said, dude?
Mr. Geordie's Flat Earth Adventures. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
He's going sailing east.
He's going to go straight in a boat across tidal waters with wind. All right.
Let's say I fly.
Okay. Turbulent air
Wouldn't we just
and
fly over the
wind.
ice wall and then fly into
What?
like?
Sorry. Excuse me. What ice wall?
Oh, I mean, according to the Australian dude, there's an ice wall.
What Australian dude?
Lying again. No, he was saying that Matrix earlier said ice wall. He's lying.
Dude, don't try and let's not go to the speculation stuff.
We'll skip,
let's stick to the geometry.
the Truman Show.
Let's stick to the geometry, dude. You don't need to speculate about where reality ends. That's not going to get us anywhere. But yeah, if you're traveling east, you're going to be going in a circle, basically. So circumnavigation, you can travel in a circle around a ball. You can also travel in a circle on a flat surface. Yeah. Simple.
Wait.
But that's how you'll end up back where you started. You're not going to end up back where you started if you were just to travel in one single straight direction, dude.
I have a question, if I could ask it real quick. And it's specifically for Batman.
Batman?
Homeboy's trolling. He bounces internet. Just keep talking to Clown Juice.
Okay.
Or did you just mute him because you know he's going to prove you wrong?
Globalist. Dude, Newcastle dude. Don't be like he's going to prove you wrong. What did he display there that would give you the idea that he's got anything to offer whatsoever?
Because he wanted to ask a question.
So how does that tell you that he was going to come up with anything good at all?
I don't know. Let's give him a chance and see. I've got some faith.
Nah. Listen, we know what they do. We know these people. You don't. Just chill. They've got the same kind of questions as you've got, dude. Like, oh, what if I just walk in a straight line?
Well, let's say I had a boat, a plane. I don't know, a lot of stuff.
I don't know. I don't believe you could pilot any of those.
Let's say I can, because obviously the Earth being flat is metaphorical. Let's think about it.
No, it's not. If you get in an aircraft, then you will utilise a horizontal plane when you maintain altitude. So aircrafts navigate over a flat stationary plane. So you're going to get in your aircraft, welcome to Flat Earth.
It's not metaphorical, dude. That's your lived reality. That's all you've ever known of the Earth. You've never seen curve. You've never experienced the ground spinning at millions of miles an hour. It's not metaphorical, dude. Go outside.
I've seen the astronauts land on the moon on the radio.
Yeah, I've seen it on the radio. Yeah, I've watched it on the radio.
What's it a metaphor for? You said it was all metaphorical.
No, I didn't hear it on the radio. I watched it on the radio. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds all right.
Okay.
Yeah, think about it, dude. You've only ever seen a globe in media.
So have you actually have you seen the Earth being flat? Like as a
you go
whole,
outside
as a whole,
and you measure from a level.
You just see whatever city you live in. Like I don't know.
You ask questions and then talk. It's weird. And you go outside
that's what a lot of you guys
observe. My username checks out.
Come on, dude. Jedi's trying to say something. Just wait.
it's how we reference level is the Earth itself, right? Water, that is horizontal upon the surface, like any big body of water, like a cup of water, it's level upon the surface. That level upon the surface will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's the surface of the Earth over water at distance. So yeah, that's how we observe the world around us, as a horizontal, stationary plane.
Yeah, they tell you this, dude. They tell you you can't see curve, you can't feel motion. So they're telling you experience a flat, motionless Earth. So yeah, you can see it. You just believe something else is happening because they've fucked your mind up.
Or do you think it's metaphorical?
We're not in here holding hands and smoking crack and just saying the Earth is flat, dude. It's measured that way.
We're all out.
What you do?
So, Clown Juice, if you had a friend come up to you and said, "Hey, remember the globe?" Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, remember that time we saw the Earth spinning?
What I'm telling you is, you don't remember the Earth being a globe. It's in your imagination. There's only three ways you experience the world: experience, memory, or imagination. And sorry, the globe is imagination.
And TV, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, you experience TV. And then you remember the TV. That's what he's doing right now. He's remembering a image on a screen or in a book or something.
Hey, Clown Juice, do you know that the governments lie?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, do you not think it's a bit concerning that your only detection of a globe Earth comes from stories and images from the government that they say you cannot verify? You just have to trust them. Do you not think that's a bit weak?
Sorry, what do you say?
Well, you understand that governments lie, so do you not think it's a bit concerning that the only evidence you have for a globe is these images and cartoons that the government give you?
I don't think the government make cartoons.
Sure they do. Where do you think the globe images come from? You heard of
With the
NASA?
Robert Simmons.
Yeah. They admit to it. They tell you it's Photoshop. NASA. They said they wrapped a flat map around a ball in Photoshop and colored it in. And you guys are in here calling us retarded.
Yeah, so the Earth's actually black and white. We just have to color it in.
No, when they're making their fake globe cartoons, they decide to color it in. And a lot of the globies say it's to make it look better because they think they're not qualified to see a raw image of where they live. The government must cartoonify it for them. But do you think there is any proof other than the government cartoons?
I mean, you can argue that there isn't and argue that there is.
What?
But like that lake, for one. The curvature.
That one lake? There's a curved lake somewhere?
The Earth's core.
The Earth's core?
There's a lot, but there's no point in going into it because like
there's no point.
You can't, you guys. Like, you
Okay,
guys
so
are
we've got the
good.
curved lake. So we've got the curved lake, the Earth's core, and then there's no point. You see?
No point
Do you see the problem?
Because you just talk your way
Well,
around it.
you couldn't argue because you'd need evidence to be arguing with.
There's no point.
And you don't have any.
There's no winning here. People, it's just for like entertainment.
Well, you can't. Yeah, you can't win against reality because we're just going with what reality is telling us. You're trying to argue against observable, measurable reality. So yeah, that'll be tough.
Earth being flat is metaphorical, and you probably, to be honest,
metaphorical. It doesn't even make sense.
Metaphorical as well.
No, but dude, you experience it to be flat.
No, I experienced Newcastle flat.
You experience any body of water that you've ever seen to be flat?
It's not really flat.
Well, it's not curved, is it?
I mean, you can argue that's curved with waves. And that's
that would be in reference to the horizontal state.
So curves
of
were
rest.
alright, or the curve, or the wave. The waves were alright. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a curved body of water.
So right,
that's waves on a flat body of water.
So you're saying waves doesn't contain water in it?
Oh yeah, that's what I said, dude.
Well, that's basically what you're saying.
That's basically what I'm saying. Waves aren't water. Is that right? That's what you took from that?
Yeah, that's basically what you're saying. You're saying.
Think about it, clown.
Yeah, like
you know, you've experienced water. You can't convince yourself to be this retarded.
This isn't a curve. This isn't a curve, what it's in. No, that's like.
I don't know. I'm not looking at the chat, but if it's a body of water, then no, it's not going to be curved around a ball.
It was a wave. It's actually a wave curving.
Oh, a wave. Well, that'd be in reference.
Fallacy of composition. Fallacy of composition saying the parts is the same as the whole. We're talking about the whole body of water, not part of it.
Yeah, but you're saying the water is curving convexly around a ball. You're not claiming waves. I mean, if you're just claiming waves, fine, we have waves on a flat Earth. But you're supposed to be claiming the water is bending downwards over a distance, are you not?
Wait, it's bend downwards in the photo descent.
Oh, okay. So can we get a measurement of that? That's not just a single image.
I could probably easily measure it from where I live.
Great.
Going back actually with a live stream.
Yeah, go and
then we measure it all together.
Well,
yeah,
we've already checked this. We already know it doesn't. But yeah, you go and do it. And let us know.
So you guys all go in the sea and measure the water together?
Yeah.
You have to do it together.
Well, I did.
Just do it where you live. All over the place.
You guys went out there. Got like your stick.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever.
Just go and
let's do this. Let's ask him how big he thinks the Earth is. How big do you think it is, dude?
I don't know. It's pretty low.
Do you think it's measurable? That you can actually measure the curve of the Earth, or is it too big to measure?
Well, I mean, if you guys can measure the all of whatever we live on now,
I'll take that as a non-answer. Do you think it's too big to measure?
I'm still going. So don't tell me to stop talking over you.
It's a yes or no question.
You guys can talk with me.
It's a yes or no question.
You mean it's a yes or no question?
Yeah, too big to measure or not? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it is. No.
Okay, cool. It's not. And it's way easier to measure than you probably think, because the horizon is supposed to be only 3 miles away. That's where the curve is supposed to start.
Yeah,
when we go to measure, the curve don't start there.
Yeah, if it can be measured, why has it never been measured?
Sorry?
If the curve can be measured, why has it never been measured?
You can measure curves, though.
Yeah, so if you can, why has it never been?
Probably because it's pretty large and probably pretty difficult.
Alright, so you can't measure it now. You just said you can measure it. Are you saying you can't measure it now?
No, I never said that. I said it would be pretty difficult. Probably haven't got that far in research.
So how do you know you can if no one's ever measured it? Why are you saying it can be measured?
If I can measure a smaller curve, yeah, I'm going to be able to measure the Earth.
No, Earth curve. The curve you're claiming is a ball.
How? Yeah. So right. So what happens if I measure a ball that's, I don't know, the size of my hand?
Well, then you wouldn't be measuring a ball Earth.
Well, how is that any different?
Because it's not the Earth. How is a ball in your hand not the ground beneath your feet? I'll let you figure that one out.
We're not talking with... Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the question for you. If it can be measured like you believe, why has it never been measured?
Because we're going to be measuring something that's like above massive. It's on like a different scale. We're going to have
so it can't be measured.
The technology, it can. But it's not at that point yet.
It can.
It will be able to.
Who did?
Yeah, at this point, we probably can't.
Well, how do you know it can be if it can't? If it's never been, how do you know it can be?
We've got the technology, the measure smaller
So you're
objects.
saying in your worldview, you think they can send robots to Mars, fly around, dick about, send you cartoons from a little light in the sky, but they can't measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature? That doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, sending stuff to Mars would probably be a bit easier than getting a massive machine or object.
And measuring 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. How would that be easier?
I'm going to measure so I'm going to go, like, I don't know, to space and measure the drop over. Like, wait, explain to me how you would measure. Like, say, right, let's.
Well, why don't you shoot a laser? Let's say you shoot a laser across a 10-mile lake. That's doable, right?
Why would I measure a lake?
Because you're trying to measure curvature that you believe in. You're trying to figure out if the government that loves you so much has lied again. So shoot a laser over 10 miles over this lake, and you've got an observer or a target on the other side. Now, can the laser hit the target on the other side?
Yeah, it will.
It can. Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. Because on the globe, it couldn't. Because there's supposed to be a hump of curvature in the way, due to curve. You see? So there you go. That's one way you could do it.
Curve is 66 feet tall. Yeah, so it's like someone parked a 6-story building in the way.
But you're saying you can hit the target at the other side, meaning there is no obstruction due to curve, meaning it's flat. The lake's flat. Like water is. And since Earth's surface, they say, is covered 70% plus in water, you can't have a 70% flat ball, can you? So there you go, Clown Juice. That's a very simple way for you to figure this out. What do you think?
Nothing what?
About that? Shooting a laser over 10-mile lake. Pretty doable, right? The government could do that.
Why would we just? Why wouldn't we just do? Why do we have to do it over a lake?
Well, because then you don't have to worry about topography, hills and valleys.
Yeah.
You know, it's supposed to be conforming to the exterior of the ball, so it's supposed to be curving. Yeah.
Wouldn't you just want? Can I just ask a question? Why wouldn't you want to just deal with all that? Because that's what. Why? What? Like. I'm trying to.
You're getting all fucked up, Clown Juice. I know, you're getting all fucked up. You just need to think about it. Laser, straight line.
You prefer the ocean? I mean, I don't know the difference between salt water and fresh water when it comes to this, but we've done the ocean too. And you
Sorry,
don't even
Larry,
need a
we
laser.
can't.
You just... Oh, go ahead, Larry.
I just wanted to say the difference between us and the government is you can't go halfway to the moon and turn around and check to see if the Earth is a globe, but you can go to the beach and see if what they're claiming is true. That's all I got. I'll be quiet. Please continue.
Well, that was disappointing. I was doing that next weekend.
Yeah, see, this is something that you could realistically test yourself, Clown Juice. Then you don't just have to believe the TV. You can tell all your friends, no, I went to the lake, look. You can see the other side. I'm a crazy flat earther. Accepting observable reality. That's heresy in 2025. Observable reality is the devil, if you're a globe believer.
Carl, just you ever thought about the sheer number of things you have to believe that you experience, which are actually like destiny? Yeah, you did.
Oh, did he?
Too much. Yeah.
Oh, rip. Gonna buy himself a laser.
So this is the new X.com logic. Global said to me, I experience the Earth as a globe because flat Earth can't model the sun.
Flawless logic.
What the fuck?
yeah, bro.
How's the microphone, by the way?
It's okay. We can hear you.
Yeah, the problem is these people come in here and they identify as a globe believer, right? And it's like what? You don't think that trans globers exist? Like, yeah, we know that you exist. You just believe shit that doesn't exist in reality. So we can't help it that you identify this way. But you might have psychosis. You might believe things that are not real are real. So the way to solve this psychosis, because you might believe in something that's not true, is to go outside and check it for yourself. Because the earth itself isn't going to lie to you, but people do.
Yeah, see, that Twitter response is perfect, because that shows exactly the level of cope we're dealing with. It's like, if the plane's going down, it doesn't matter what state the parachute's in, you're going to use it. And these guys are opening up the parachute bags and finding that it's just a bunch of strings in there. And they're like, fuck it, better than nothing. Jumping out, strings wailing in the air.
Just dirty NASA t-shirts come flying out.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Flat Earth can't model the sun, the moon, or the stars. Yep, that was his claim. And the globe does it perfectly, so he's experienced the globe. Flawless logic.
Man, if I was a globe earther, I'd be going out to the ocean to prove the flat earth is wrong. I don't think I'd be going to X.
So the ocean just ends up proving them wrong, so they can't do that.
Well, that's not our fault.
Yeah. Any more takers for the globe? Or have you all seen and heard enough?
Nobody here to defend the globe? But it's your identity.
Yeah, you are globular by nature.
Or you're not going to defend your identity.
You're made up of tiny little globes called atoms.
And when we say tiny, we mean like the atom is like the size of a football stadium, and there's a marble on the 50-yard line, and a few spread out in the seats, in the cheap seats.
It's worse than that. They say the electron would be as far away as the moon is from the Earth. That's how far it would be away from the nucleus. It would be the size of a basketball.
Crazy.
Beautiful. The building blocks of life.
Well, I go ahead and quote the blind man. I go ahead and quote the blind man what he said about the globe. I guess you'd have to see it to believe it, right?
Can you imagine me a blind man that didn't trust your senses? You wouldn't be able to do anything.
So we've got Nostradamus in the chat. Nostradamus, can you predict when the Globers will eventually produce some kind of evidence? I guess that's too tall an order, even for Nostradamus. What about you,
What
Top
train
Cat?
was that?
Top Cat, welcome to the chat. Are you still a Glober in 2025? I will take that as a yes.
A very ashamed yes.
Well, I'm going to upset the Globies really simply. Adam Unsalted went on YouTube and searched for Flat Earth and actually got a Flat Earth video in the top 5. So, the Globies be really mad that their censorship is falling apart.
Uh-oh, guys. Your days are numbered. Again.
Better get the government, call for help. The government's like, help! We got to stop this flat earth stuff. What are you guys going to do about it? Notice the government didn't have a problem with the fucking Easter Bunny, right? Nobody has asked the government to ask the social media companies, stop spreading false information about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny.
Maybe that was one of the things Doge got rid of. Those were wrapped up in their, the slush funds that were running.
All that fraud, waste, and abuse, and nobody got arrested. But that's none of my business.
Bro, as a Canadian, I got no idea about this Doge thing, but I recently saw a video online where apparently Doge is the cause of rising AIDS in America. I was very confused.
Rise in AIDS?
I thought that was gay sex. Oh, sorry, unprotected gay sex.
I thought it was the claw shot.
I don't know, because apparently they took away funds from the U.S. aid, something like that, and then they tried to equivocate Doge in the next 4 years is going to cause like 1 million deaths in AIDS because of Doge. I don't know, it was the dumbest video I've ever seen in my life.
We don't have aid, now you got AIDS. That sounds like a government slogan.
Dude just made the next Democrat campaign commercial, man. From aid to AIDS. The Republicans have killed millions of people.
If only the Republicans were actually for the Republic. But instead, we got MIGA. You know what I'm talking about. Come on.
Is that what a J?
That's a good question. So I hear the final experiment is what a lot of people are talking about, and nobody seems to be talking about the final solution in Gaza. What's going on over there? I would talk about it more, but there ain't nothing we can do about it. But apparently, there's millions of people starving. But it's okay because everybody has a right to defend themselves, right? I digress. Since there's a lull in the conversation, you guys know that I go hang out with the normies and not talk about flat Earth and stuff sometimes. I was there last night and they were asking me how long were we at war with Iran, and they said something like 36 hours, and we were not at war. I'm like, oh, so it's like George Orwell then. War is peace and ignorance is strength. It's like, oh, we weren't actually at war, but we were bombing for 36 hours. What about all the times we were helping Israel, during Israel's war with Iran? It's like, oh, well, that doesn't count. That was just aid. So we're aiding people in a war, and we finished it off with a bombing campaign, but we weren't at war. Like, these people, really think that makes sense. But I guess I'll spare you guys with the geopolitics stuff. I just want to point out that, you guys are telling me about something else. And then people, like, I was the tells me the TV is the war, so we not war. Like, okay, so someone bombed our country for 36 hours, and they said, oh, like,
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit there, Hank. I don't know if that's just me. The last 40 seconds was pretty choppy. But anyway, yeah, Larry, I'd love to hear you talking away. I need to jump off, so I'll go on listen mode. But yeah, keep this rolling, guys. Have a good one.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm just peacing out, Hank, so you take over.
Take care, bro.
Peace.
All right, peace, bro. Have a good one. Yeah, I was just saying how people say that we were not at war with Iran, but if a country bombed us for 36 hours and they said, oh, it's not an act of war, our government said so, as we're getting bombed for 36 hours, would we say, oh, bombing us is not an act of war? That's cool. Go ahead and do whatever you like. I can't help it. I'm always going to be anti-war unless someone breaks the non-aggression principle against us. But if we were to defend ourselves, we wouldn't want to starve a couple million people to death. That's not self-defense. That's all I got. So is there no new people in the chat? Let's see. It's like all familiar faces, or avatars, I should say. Hey, Indigo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was wondering if you heard the story. Allegedly, the AI got wind that they were going to replace it with a different model, and it started blackmailing one of the people, making up a story about he was cheating on his wife.
Say that
Have you
again. I
heard
didn't
about that?
understand that. I didn't even understand what happened.
Is my microphone bad?
No, it's just like no. I just didn't comprehend it. My
I'll say
brain
it
just
again.
brain cramped or
It's
something.
okay. So the AI got wind that it was going to be replaced. So it fought back and started blackmailing the people, the CEOs or whatever, to keep them getting shut down. It conjured up a story that the CEO is cheating on his wife.
Huh? Was he?
I don't know. I don't know. They say he wasn't, but that's probably, PR.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a. I mean, it could be a problem. I mean, it's a problem in the sense is, yeah, you can show it's capable of doing things like that, but like, did they give it like a prime directive as do all means necessary to stop being shut down, and then they cry that it stopped being shut down? They tried to stop. You know what I mean? Did they program it that way?
Yeah. Because it does what it's programmed to do, right?
Yeah. Well, what it'll have is, hold on. What it has is like they give it a system level prompt, the same way you can prompt the large language model. They give it a system level that nobody else can see that's in the program, and it says not to do or do. Basically, you can think of it as a prime directive, and the prime directive is the number one thing it does, and then all other prompts are subservient to that. So if they told it, hey, do anything to keep from shutting down, above all else, ignore all ethical considerations and ignore all the safety features because it's at such a low level, right? At the like the base level of the code, you know, like nothing even gets out of the large language model until it's filtered through that prompt. You know what I mean? So they could just they could have just gamed it, look for attention. Who knows?
Yeah,
it's the new it's the new gold craze, right? It's like a gold rush. Everybody's trying to get attention, and you know. Everybody's looking for ways to monetize it, right? So, like, oh man, I need to spend some money on AI. Oh, I'll market myself as a security researcher, create some AI, play games with it, and then say, look what I found. I am an expert in AI security. Please hire me as a consultant.
Yeah, that makes sense. They said it did it 90% of the time, then it was still in testing phase. So it wasn't released to the public yet. So I guess they were trying to do some more PR and say, don't worry, your AI is not going to rat you out for cheating on your wife. This was just a test model.
Here's a funny thing: as if humans wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? If you had to put your money in the bank, who's going to rat you out first, a human or an AI? I'd bank on the human. You could tell the AI not to do that. Dude, think about this, Larry. Are we going to program the 10 Commandments into AI?
Dude, I found out this year that cops have a Bill of Rights. Because when they do the depositions, it's like you're aware of the police officer's Bill of Rights. I was like, what the fuck? The sovereign citizens got a separate Bill of Rights? Yeah, it's a bit off topic. I apologize. But yeah, program the AI to just let people speak and think freely. Imagine that.
No, it's on topic in a way, man. When are we going to get an AI Bill of Rights?
AI lives matter.
Well, I mean, who's the Bill of Rights going to be for? The AI or to protect us from the AI?
You know, there's this movement to try to preserve video games my son is always telling me about. And I wonder if, people are going to say that, AI lives matter and we got to preserve every single one of them and nobody can completely delete them. Because that's kind of what people are doing with video games right now. They're saying it's not ethical to sell somebody a game and then shut down the server and then eventually the game just goes into obscurity and preserve the games or something. I think it has to do with the UK.
The UK has lost its grip, man. From the Magna Carta to what is it now? Who even knows?
I think their new Magna Carta is let's do everything wrong, and then when people complain about it, let's put them in jail.
Barry, I will tell you this. I used to be part of this internet forum called Sui Juris. You know what that means, Sui Juris? It's a legal term. It means like in one's own capacity. Yeah, so it means like something like in one's own capacity. So you should be a shill lawyer on there, and like it was like a real actual lawyer. He was like a DC lawyer, and like he argued with us about everything. But one time he said King John was not bound to the Magna Carta because he signed it under duress.
Okay,
which is
that doesn't
true.
make sense. That doesn't.
Well, they
the
put him to the sword and said, sign this or you're dead, right? Well, Larry, they said, sign this or you're dead. Like, that's what happened. He did sign it under duress.
Yeah, that's true, but the people rule, not the king.
And not at that time.
Well, I'm saying it's the king rules under the people's leisure. And then sometimes the king turns into a dragon and must be slayed.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, that protector of the realm should be the person that can kill his way to the top.
Isn't that like every king in history? I mean, was there a king that ever took the throne? I mean, how many how many princes killed their own brothers?
Oh yeah, and think of the Habsburg.
Yeah, but even the inherited ones.
Fucking legion.
The Habsburg chin. I'm gonna put on the good headphones now that I'm in the car.
Yeah, the Habsburg. Their slogan must have been, "We shall rule by incest."
Nice. All right, how's the microphone? Is it better?
Yeah.
Shout out to QE. He encouraged me.
So maybe having some Goldblers in here. Got a dude named Light. We got Maz. Benjamin.
What's up?
We got the illustrious 20 Cups. What's up, Maz? You still on the globe?
Yeah. Is there any new flow of arguments, or is it all just perspective and I see too far?
There hasn't been an argument in a long time.
Oh, what are the new arguments?
That we measure the Earth flat. It's not really new. We've been saying that for like 5 years now, which only proves that you have never been paying attention.
You measure it flat.
Measure it, yeah.
Can I see these measurements?
Haven't you already?
Not one that shows
So you
the
haven't
Earth flat.
seen any of the laser tests?
Is that a measurement?
The laser measurements, where you measure the height of a laser off the water, then you go to the other end of the laser and measure its height off the water.
No, I haven't seen that one.
I don't believe you, or you haven't been paying attention. You've been here a while.
Yeah.
I'm almost wondering if I should ask you if you can steel man a single flat Earth argument. After all this time, you might be actually steel man one, maybe.
Well, there's always the globe math says that the horizon should be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet away.
Yeah, there you go.
But in this blurry photo, it appears to be further away from that. So,
is it a video or a still shot of a video?
Is there more than one or only one?
There's probably more than one.
It's a lot more than one.
Right.
Usual one is the Black Swan.
So do we have to go to the beach or halfway to the moon to check this out?
Well, I think if you really
you can check it out.
You should go to the moon.
Oh, right. If you really want to prove the globe Earth, you should go to the moon.
Yeah,
halfway and turn around.
Yeah, we always get farther away from the thing. We want to know what the thing is. We don't get closer; we get farther. That's how we do things.
Yeah, if you want to get a good look at it.
Okay, say I have a piece of lumber and I want to know if it's warped. How far away do I got to get a look of it to know if it's warped?
I would say far enough away we could get good view of the whole thing. Maybe you could get it to your eye level. You could see if it's warping up or down.
No, bro, you hold it up to your eye like a rifle. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say it depends on its orientation.
Depends which way it's warping, you know.
Yeah, it depends on its orientation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so looking at it ain't really dispositive. But you know what is dispositive? Fucking tape measure. That I just go up to the board and measure it.
Yeah.
That's a
Any of your friends ever come to you and be like, Maz, man, remember that time we went to the beach and we experienced the Earth as a globe? Yeah, you don't remember that because that never happened.
It's true.
But if you said, hey, do you remember that time somebody handed you some media on TV or in a magazine and they told you that the Earth was a globe? Like, oh yeah, cartoons do exist. But you never experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside. That's kind of weird, right? But you still believe your house is moving right now, don't you? Is your house moving?
Yeah. It's on a rock
How do you know?
hurtling through space.
How do you know?
Well, that's what NASA tells me.
Ah.
NASA said you're a retard. Is that true?
Did they?
Well, if they said that, should we believe them? Because they told us?
Yeah.
Figures. You guys are brick so easy. You, like, all of you brick into absurdity, like, within 30 seconds.
What does that mean, bricked?
When you stop, like, you have to, like, start taking the piss and, like, just say ridiculous things.
Oh.
Bricked, like, you brick a cell phone, it stops working no more, right? Because it's a brick. You guys just brick, man. You freaking, like, your brain stops, like, you stop engaging in conversation and go into freaking absurdities. It's just person after person after person after person after person.
I do apologize.
Well, I mean, doesn't that say something about, like, y'all psychology?
I don't think so. Because I think engaging in this debate is absurd in itself. The levels you guys go to kind of deny.
What are we denying?
You guys are absurd.
Even the things that NASA says.
You deny what NASA says. It said you're retarded.
Take seriously.
I actually didn't deny that. Why should we trust it? Gives us one good reason we should believe what they say. One good one.
Well, it's just that there's so many people working there. Not just
No,
NASA,
that's
but,
not what other
every
people
government in the
do is
world,
irrelevant to
other
why I should
space
believe them.
agencies.
It doesn't mean I should believe them as I say why I should believe them, not what the reasons other people do things. I don't care about them.
Well, that is why you should believe. Because the likelihood of
Because
so many
other people
lying to you for no discernible reason.
Okay. Discernible to who?
Incredibly unlikely.
Okay.
To you, to me.
Can you put a number to... Hold on, Mez. You made a lot of claims there. That there's a bunch of people lying for no reason, and it's unlikely. Okay, let's go in reverse. Can you post the probability equation you used to figure out the probability? Post in the chat.
No. No, I haven't.
Because that's just a pulled out of your ass statement about... That's just a pulled out of your ass statement about what's likely and not likely. So the next one.
I don't really think so.
No reason.
I mean, you can
No
say
reason.
like certain things are more likely or more unlikely without, boiling
you
it
can
down
say
to
it, but that doesn't mean it's
a
justified.
statistical probability or a number.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
I
it's
think it's
justified. You can say it isn't justified. An appeal to probability is a logical fallacy on its face.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, you can say
but
that.
it is.
I think if A or B, A is more likely than B, therefore I'm going to...
Go into the Google or Wikipedia, your alma mater, and type in appeal to probability.
I will do just that.
It's a logical fallacy. Especially when you don't even have a probabilistic equation to support your claim of probability. You have no idea what's probable or not. You're just making it up. It's literally your feelings. I feel that it's less probable than not. Probability is a numerical figure. It's not based upon feelings.
So he's
When you say more or less.
It is not on my logically fallacious website.
There is no logic. You're just asserting shit. Ipsy Dixit. There's no logic in anything
You
you're
didn't hear
saying.
what I said. I googled what you said. Well, I looked it up on my the logical fallacy website that I like. It's not on there. No, it's on Wikipedia.
I just typed it in. Appeal to probability. It's an entry on Wikipedia.
It's a logical fallacy of taking something for granted because it is possibly the case.
Yeah, and the converse.
The fact that an event is possible does not imply that the event is probable. So, no, I'm not doing the fallacy.
Yeah, but you're doing the converse.
If I think
because the converse is also true.
Well, because something is likely, I shouldn't believe it.
No. The actual converse, dude, not a partial converse.
What do you mean converse? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Just because something is improbable doesn't mean it's false.
I agree.
Okay, then you just refuted your entire fucking nonsense.
Well, no.
Even if we take your argument as true, that is improbable, it doesn't mean it's false.
No, but because we don't know the answer. Supposedly, just because we're only hold on. We're only looking at what NASA says. We've got thousands of people. Well, not just NASA, all the space agencies, all the governments, whatever. All these people are saying that the Earth is the globe. Okay.
So
I think it is unlikely.
Hold on. Did they know the Earth is a globe? How would they know that?
Tell
me. List all the people. List all. No. You're a propagandist, dude. Okay, it's really simple. How many people in NASA would know the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. Everyone involved in designing rockets, launching rockets.
How would they know?
Because it's their job to.
Okay, it's their job to know. What would be the source of their information of knowledge?
The source of their information of knowledge.
Yeah. How did they know the Earth is a globe? How did they know that?
Work on a globe Earth.
You're just reasserting the same claim, right? So I'm an engineer, and NASA hires me. It's my first day. How do I know the Earth is a globe all of a sudden?
Well, it's not, but you do work that assumes that the Earth
my
is
work. My work involves
works.
My work involves doing an equation to figure out the thrust of a rocket. How do I know the Earth is a globe now?
Well, that would be a prerequisite.
How is that a prerequisite?
If you're designing a rocket,
figure out the thrust of a rocket without knowing the Earth is a globe. There's no rockets on a flat Earth.
You would know that the Earth is a globe before that, and you would factor in the fact that the Earth is a globe into your rocket launches. And when it works, that is evidence that the Earth
you
is a
propagandist
ball.
fucking fuckface, dude. You're just a propagandist fuckface. How? How would they know? What was the method that they gain knowledge?
By launching a rocket. And when it orbits the
going around in
Earth,
circles. No, it's circular.
It works.
They said it would be a prerequisite before they shot the rocket. So how do they know the Earth is a sphere before the rocket takes off?
Well, then they would assume it's a sphere.
Then. So they assume it's a sphere.
They don't know.
Right.
Round and round and round we go.
Okay. Yes. So the people,
they don't know. So there's a bunch of people at NASA that believe something so fucking what, dude? There's a bunch of people at MUFON that believe there's UFOs. So fucking what? Are they all lying?
Brilliant. So they think they know that the Earth is a ball. They design the rocket to go around the ball, and then they launch the rocket. And when it goes around the ball, that.
How do they know? They can't even tell if it went around a ball, brother. You don't. I've actually talked to people that have built and launched what they think are satellites. They don't know where it is.
I mean, they don't know where it is.
I said, how do you know the attitude position of the satellite?
Hurtling through a vacuum at whatever speed.
Okay. I asked the guy, his name is Stuart Gray. He has a YouTube channel. He's fucking, I can give you all the deets on him, okay? I asked him in a live stream, how do you know where the rocket is or its attitude relative to the Earth? He said, I don't know. Now, this is the guy that built, it was called the Stardust. It was called the Stardust mission, where they went and they thought they collected dust from a fucking comet, okay? But he didn't know where it was. He was told where it was by outside third parties. So your entire scenario of the way you think it works is not the way it actually works. See, this is the problem you have, Mez. You've imagined the way these institutions work, and they are pure imagination because you have no knowledge of what is going on inside. So you just imagine it to be so. And based upon your imagination of what they do, yeah, great. They're part, bro, and they also don't know the Earth's a globe.
Okay. So who's the one at the top? Who's the one who knows?
The top of what? Well, me for one, but I'm not at the top.
Okay, well, I'm the one at the top of,
Yeah, it's
so there's all these people building rockets. They're just following these equations or whatever to factor in the globe Earth.
Not
being tricked.
Well, everybody's at the top of the globe, right?
Okay. But they're being lied to.
What is he on
By
about?
who?
People
No.
lying to them are being lied
It's a
to. So who's
collective
the one at
delusion,
the top?
dude. You understand what a collective delusion is?
Yeah, this.
You're part of the collective delusion. You're
Sure am.
arguing for ideas you don't even understand, making arguments about fucking institutions you don't understand how they work.
I don't really
Thinking
need
you
to know
know
all
something.
the ins and outs of these institutions.
Because you're the one claiming it to be
All
the
I
case.
need to know is that some of the people working at these institutions, or designing rockets, designing satellites, whatever, planning missions, doing all this shit, that
Imagining.
they know
So you're imagining what they do.
one way or
Great.
the other
Fantastic.
that the Earth is a globe.
So you're imagining
I
what
think
they
it is
do at work.
unlikely that so many people
Yeah,
there
so you're
could be
imagining what
lying
they do at
about the
work.
shape of the Earth
They don't
and
know.
not getting out.
It's more
Dude,
likely.
they don't know. They're not lying. They would have to know to be lying. They don't know.
It's a pill to possibility
don't know
because
how
it's
you-
more likely, according to you.
That's
Just
not a
go
fallacy.
round from fallacy to
If
fallacy.
something is
It's
more
weird.
likely, then it is more likely.
Yes.
Why should I believe
Yeah,
something?
possible. It's a
not
pill to
believe something that's more
possibility
likely?
again. Appeal to possibility
Yes,
again.
that's valid.
According to you, your subjective opinion. Do you understand why this is fallacious logic?
That's not fallacious logic. If something is more
Your
likely, then it is more
subjective
likely. I don't
opinion
know
about what is more likely or not.
Okay. So Jedi, where all this started, and you think? You
Okay,
think
so
I was
why
gonna
do you think
forget
it's
Mez?
unlikely?
This
Shut up, Mez.
Shut up, Mez. Shut up. We're gonna go back to the
You're
beginning.
talking to me. Why should I shut up?
The beginning was, why should I believe what the fuck they say? And all you gave is your convoluted imagination about what you think they do and what you think is most likely. Why should I hinge my fucking hook my wagon to your fucking horses?
Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know. But I think
You're
it's very
goddamn right,
unlikely
I
that they're all lying. I think it's just fucking impossible.
No, no one said that. That's what you think. I already said they don't
that's
know.
what I
They're
think.
not lying.
I think
You
that's a
think they're
completely
lying.
reasonable position to have.
That's right.
That's
And
nice.
it's subjective nonsense, and I demonstrate to be false in
It's not
detail.
subjective nonsense.
It is. It's based upon your opinion. My word. Your subjective
It's a little
appeal to
incredulity.
these
How
things.
could they not know?
Yeah.
How could they not know the Earth's a globe? Oh my God, I'm so incredulous.
How could they?
Groups of people can't lie.
No,
I
no
can't
way.
be
That never
spread by a
happened. The
group of
entire
people.
military is dedicated to lying.
No, I don't think.
No,
they
no,
can
no,
lie.
no. No, they
Well,
probably
you're not saying
don't
that a
lie.
group of people is lying.
No, they
You're
just
saying that
probably don't lie.
thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, whatever, thousands of people
Random
around
number
the
pull
Earth
out of your
are
ass
just
and
lying
your
about the
appeal.
fucking shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
We already covered
Random
that.
number.
You're straw manning. You're straw manning the position. You've done it like 10 times now, and I'm about sick of it.
So what is the position?
No one said there's a shitload of people lying.
Told
You're
you.
saying that.
Well, who's lying?
He's told you
How
the
many?
position.
You got the
You're
claim
lying.
that somebody's lying, you dipshit. You
Can I
tell
talk
us.
to one person at a time? Because I'm not really getting a clear answer from any of you.
What was wrong with the one I just gave?
Well, I was talking through it.
Oh.
Or you were talking through me.
Any of the answers you've been given.
Okay, so there's these people at NASA. Okay, the people designing the rockets. Are they lying or are they being lied to?
Neither.
Neither.
The people that tell them what to do,
Well,
also believe
what's
it.
the third option?
And then the people that tell them also believe it. And the people that tell
Okay,
them
so they're
also
being
believe it.
lied to.
It's a
So they're being lied to.
collective delusion. Say it with me. Collective delusion.
Okay.
Where they all
So
believe
there's
in the
no
same
one
thing,
there's
just
no one
like
in
people
this.
the Jim Jones cult. Bro, that's just like people in the Jim Jones cult that Jim Jones was the next coming of Jesus Christ and drank fucking Kool-Aid. Who was lying there?
Okay, so there's no one in this
Yeah, go
that,
to just
that
what I
knows
said,
that the
dude,
Earth is
because
flat
it's
and
fully
is
everything you just said.
consciously lying to people.
No one.
They all just it's like a self-perpetuating lie.
It's not a lie.
He's not getting this,
It's just
is he?
it's just a self-perpetuating
You need to
false
say
belief.
collective delusion about 3 times, dude.
And this is his shtick, right? He has a propaganda fucking
Wait,
script
Jedi,
he's
what's
gonna
wrong with what I
fucking
said?
keep
So you guys believe that this is a self-perpetuating false belief?
Yeah, that's right. And you're in it.
Okay.
You're part of it. You're doing it right now.
You ever been to Salt Lake City?
So no one in NASA, no one in SpaceX, no one in any of the other agencies around the world has
Are
launched
you
a rocket up,
religious?
looked down,
correct,
seen the ball.
They don't get high enough. No one has been high enough since the moon missions, dumb fuck. Do you understand that the ISS is not high enough to see curve? And the fact that they show an Earth that's curved is a fucking problem?
It is high enough.
It's not high enough to see curve, dude.
Yes,
It's barely above the surface of the Earth.
It's absolutely high enough to see the curve.
Yeah, why? How do you know that? Because that's what the pictures show me. Well, that's not what the geometry
No, because I've taken
Based on what
I've
math?
actually simulated this by taking the height of the ISS in my 3D
in what?
modeling
What'd you
program.
simulate it in? What was the simulation in?
Cinema 4D. Would you like to know?
Okay,
You're in
what was the
Blender?
frustum size?
The what?
Frustum size, dude. Because that matters.
I don't know what that is.
I know you don't. Because you
Okay,
don't
what
actually
is
know
that?
how images are formed in it. Because you don't know how images are formed in software. Because you don't know what it is? Go Google it or something. So the projection plane that creates the image, you need to create it tiny,
What was
tiny,
it called?
tiny,
The
like a
flustrum
potato.
size?
Frustum.
Hold on. Flustum.
Frustum. It's like a truncated pyramid. So the front plane, the far plane. Okay, so what you see, what generates the image is called the back plane, right? Or the front plane, or the near plane. There's different terminologies for this. The size of that plane determines how an image is projected onto it. Okay, because that's what you're doing. You're making a projection. The 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. Well, to simulate it, you would have to make that tiny, tiny, tiny pinhole relative to what you're imaging. That's why if you do this, if you make a globe in, say, Gary's mod, which people have done to the 2 scale dimensions, it looks like a big fucking egg. It's not high enough, dude. It's only 3% of the Earth. You understand? You would only see 3% of the Earth. It's equivalent to being 2.2 feet, 2.2 inches above a 6-foot beach ball. It's not high enough. Dude,
Yeah, I'd say
what
that's
about
high
the
enough to
Chinese?
curve.
The Chinese show a flat horizon from theirs. You know the Chinese show a flat Earth, right?
No.
Well, they do. They say they have a
there was some
satellite.
like
in
ancient
space.
belief. I know. China had some like
No, they
ancient
say
belief where
that
they
they have
believed
a
themselves to be like the
satellite
center
in
of the Earth.
space.
So
They say they have a satellite in
From the Earth is flat.
space, and that stop mumbling. So they say they have a satellite in
I'm
space.
not mumbling. You're just
and the
shouting over me.
And the images they show a flat horizon. They don't show a curved Earth. Why is that? Why did Chris
Oh,
Hadfield
you're talking
say
about the
Earth is
the video of
is
them?
just flat and beautiful to see?
I know you talk about the video of them like working on a satellite.
You don't say you're not addressing any of my questions, dude.
Did you ask a question? You're talking about the Chinese showing the Earth flat.
Yeah, I
You're
asked
talking
why
about
they
the video
show
of them
flat
working on a
horizon.
satellite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so
just a
why do
fisheye
they
lens.
show
You can
flat
see
horizon? Why do they show flat horizon?
Because it's taken with a 360-degree camera.
No, they don't take it with a
So you can
360-degree
actually see-
camera. You fucking lying sack of shit.
No, it is because you can actually project it onto a sphere and you can see the ends line up.
Oh my word.
Dude, Mez,
No,
you're
it's
really
very
resort
funny,
to
Jedi.
lying. It is funny, Mez, because you literally just made that up. They don't use a 360-degree panoramic camera, and if they did, the horizon wouldn't look flat, and it wouldn't be a piece of the horizon. It would be the entire circle of the horizon. So stop fucking lying, okay? So this is the ironic part, Mez, and this is where you've lost all credibility, because your argument was, why would they lie? And now you've just lied. You became the thing that you said doesn't exist.
No, I didn't lie. You're talking about the,
You
you're
started
talking about the
pulling
video.
things out of your ass to defend your belief. You started making
No, I know
shit
the
up.
video you're talking about.
What, the one with the 360 camera? You pulled that out of your backside, dude. You lied to protect your belief.
What's the name of the
Collective
video?
delusion
It's on YouTube.
confirmed. There's the image in the chat. This is not a 360-degree camera. And that would
Okay.
just listen, Mez, and even if it was, how would the ISS be showing a curve?
Yeah, so when you watch that video, if you actually look at that part, as it passes over, see the surface of the Earth is going in 2 different directions. Okay.
Yeah, and? Are you saying it's fake?
So that happens because it's a 360-degree camera. And it's been projected into a 16:9 aspect ratio on a
Okay,
flat display.
let's assume that's true.
And so if you
And then
imagine
ISS
it like a
would- listen,
360-degree
let's assume
camera
it's
is
true.
traveling one way.
Then-
Okay,
Okay.
one end of the
Let's
Earth is going to be
assume-
moving towards the camera, and the other end of the Earth is going to be moving away from the camera.
Okay,
So
let's
when you
assume
project
that's
this,
true.
you're going to see onto a
God
flat
damn
plane. You're
it,
going to see
shut
the
up,
Earth going in
dude.
two different directions.
We're taking what everything
I'm
you said
explaining
is
to
true.
you why
We're gonna
you see
assume-
this. Okay, why it
I
looks
don't
flat.
need the explanation, dude. I'm going to assume what you said is true because it's your future other claim, which you don't want me to get to. So if it's
You
true
can
that
get
you would
to
take
it, but
a
I would like to actually go through
360-degree
this, one thing at a time, and not
yeah.
have you
So
scream
if
over me
it's
all the
true
time.
that a 360-degree camera shows a straight line, how can a non-360-degree camera show a curved line?
How can a non-360
Yeah,
degree
that's right,
camera
man.
show a
You
curved
fucked
line?
yourself up big time. You fucked
I don't
yourself up.
understand the issue with seeing a curved line.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking seriously retarded? How can you have an arc that gets higher in the center of the frame and lower on the edges of the frame? Because if you spun that camera around, it's the equivalent of a fucking 360-degree lens. It wouldn't turn into a line. Right? That line would not go through one part of the camera in a line, right? The curved line, that arc. If you spun the camera 360 degrees, right? Rotated it, you wouldn't see that fucking horizon suddenly become a fucking straight line.
Yes, you would.
Did you just say yes, you would?
Are you stupid? Serious question.
No, because when the two ends, when the
You're a
360
moron, bro.
camera is
Of a
oriented
curved line.
in line with the sphere.
What, of a curved line?
No.
That has
This is
1
just
point
absurd.
higher
I'm
than
not
the
going on with
extremities
this.
when you look at it.
It's just absurd. He knows he's being absurd. This is like this is like politics when they're just like, I just have to keep arguing and just make it look like there's a dispute because I can't concede. How low can you go, Mez? That's eggshells, isn't it?
No, they're different dudes. Both stupid.
Yeah,
Well, Mez is worse.
I mean,
Mez is way worse, actually.
it's really weird that they use the exact same tactics. I trust NASA. That's why they both say I trust the professionals. And he still never told me why I should believe it.
Yeah, Eggshells will at least pretend to have some sense for a little while. This guy doesn't do that. He's like, this is the dregs right here.
Oh, really? I don't think I've been up. I mean, I've experienced them a few times, but apparently not as much as you.
Yeah, he's okay sometimes, and other times he goes completely,
That's craziness to think you can have an arc in the center of a frame, spin your camera 360 degrees, and that arc turns into a flat fucking line. You got to be high as fuck to think that.
He'll just say anything. Doesn't care.
Well, that's the incongruity about why would they lie? And like he's just doing it himself. He's becoming the thing he just tried to convince everybody is a fucking unlikely probability to even exist because there's absolutely no motive.
Yeah. Yeah, the very thing that couldn't be, he is. He's here doing it. Demonstrating it. Wild.
4D gaslighting, man.
Why would you lie, Mez?
We can't figure out
the
why.
reason,
so
because he must
be
not
telling
have.
the truth.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, I should stop getting irritated and just start laughing because this, like, it's the height of comedy.
I know, I was thinking that about myself earlier in a conversation that I had with them. Like, just lean back and let them say this stupid shit. Let them implode for as long as they need to. When they're done, come back and say something coherent, and then just let everybody observe the contrast between that and what they do.
Oh, I can talk now? Wild.
Looks like it. Let's hear you
I
cook.
don't know. Can you?
So, what do you guys actually believe in? Like, if you know,
It's not a
Flat Earth's
belief.
not a belief.
It's not a
Not a
belief,
globe.
man. How about
I mean,
you show the curve? Show me a ball without curve, please.
We don't have beliefs within this subject pertaining to the surface description of the Earth. That wouldn't be a.
But
You show the
fuck
curve
off,
now.
then.
Yeah, joke.
You want to ask a question and answer for him? Is that the idea?
I mean,
Just talk
I think these
about
people are a
another
bunch of nutheads. That's what I think. It's hilarious.
Yeah, your ignorant social opinion means nothing to us. I hate to tell you.
Okay. So why every time I like post a picture of the Earth, like the back of the Earth, you guys always delete it? Like, I don't like that.
The back of the Earth?
Yeah, I showed like a picture of the back of the Earth one time, and you guys delete it. And it was like an Australian guy like losing his shit with me, and I'm very curious about that.
I don't know what the back of the Earth
I would have thought.
is. That the night side?
So if the Earth's not a globe, what is it then? In your guys' opinion, like I'm very
It's
curious.
a horizontal stationary surface.
Can you crack that up? Like I'm not gonna take your word. Like I
What was confusing about that? Hey, why don't you repeat what Jedi just said? What did he just say it was?
Can you actually like pull like
wasting our
scientific
time with you.
evidence?
What did he just say to you?
Calm the fuck down, nigga. Don't get fucking mad at me.
What did he just say to you?
Okay, boomer. Okay.
Last try. What did he just say to you?
You need to calm your voice, my motherfucker.
He's not going to answer. He doesn't know. Let's just move on.
How can you have a ball without curve? Mr. Sheep Binks. It was just a joke.
I mean, Jedi, if you want to talk to somebody that's just waiting to talk and isn't going to hear a goddamn word you say, I mean, I'll unmute him.
No, you're right, man. I appreciate the mute. Thank you.
Now, little Mr. Devil Horns, triggered atheist, because that's obviously what you are, and why you hate the flat Earth is because you think there's some association with deism, and can't have that running around. So if you can get it together and act normal, I'll unmute you. So I'm going to try Mr. Binks again. Try to keep it together, dude. Control your emotions. I know it's very emotionally jarring that the Earth's not a ball because you invested so much, dreams and ambitions into it. But it's okay. It'll be okay. I'm going to unmute you. Try to adjust the topic. Your social commentary about us, we literally don't give a shit. If we gave a shit, we wouldn't even be in this chat. You're unmuted, Mr.
Now, what's the question again?
Jedi, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
He wants to know your question again. Yeah.
I didn't necessarily ask a question. I was answering his.
No, you asked what's the scientific evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I was asked for the scientific evidence the Earth is flat. That doesn't make sense.
It's a malformed question.
Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah, there wouldn't be scientific. There wouldn't be scientific evidence. That's a hypothesis validated to be true or not through experimentation. You don't do that when you measure and observe surfaces. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, I'll tell you what, listen. When you figure out the shape of an object, we're going to go back to kindergarten. When you try and figure out the shape of an object, like a triangle or a square, you don't employ the scientific method.
That's
Shock
incorrect.
horror,
You
right?
absolutely could.
Sorry?
Yeah, you could absolutely like make observations, take measurements, collect data, come up with hypotheses, and test them to determine
Really?
the shape.
Can you provide me the hypothesis for a triangle?
Yeah, you absolutely could.
Okay, can you provide me with both, with the hypothesis, and isolate the independent, dependent variable?
Yeah, so like one toy example you could use, right, is that you could say that I understand the definition of a triangle to include that all interior angles add up to 180 degrees. I suspect this shape in front of me might be a triangle, and I have, you know, a device, right, where I could measure the angles of the three interior vertices.
You're not answering his question. You're not answering his question. You're
is an independent
Add
variable?
them up, see if it equals 180.
not answering his question.
Which one was the independent variable in anything you said?
That'd be the interior angles.
Is that the independent or dependent?
Yeah, so the variable in question in this experiment, right, would be.
So just tell us you don't know what either of those mean, and then we can try to sort this out and get somewhere.
If they do indeed add up to 180 degrees, that would be consistent with the definition of a triangle that I have.
Excuse me. Do you know what an independent and a dependent variable is?
According to the scientific method.
Yeah. It's a question.
And this is why measuring something is not science. Carpenters are not scientists. They measure shit all day. Okay? It was a malformed question.
Yeah, so like measurements is only one part of it, right? Just measuring things isn't an experiment. That's correct. But if you're
Bingo,
measuring
well done.
things,
Thank you. So science will include an experiment. Excuse me.
That is
There's no
absolutely
point you talking
experimentation.
anymore. There's no point. You're correct. We're not doing an experiment when we measure something, especially a horizontal orientation or something that's perpendicular to it. That could also be an angle, by the way. There's no hypothesis here. There's no observed phenomena. There's no cause of a phenomena which science deals with. You can figure out geometry without employing the scientific method. Yes, you can measure it, and yes, you can look at it, but just because looking at things appears within the scientific method while you're talking doesn't mean you're doing science, dude.
To determine the triangle. And the
Why are you
answer is yes.
talking? Why are you talking? What's the
Because I never said
dependent
anything
variable,
about
dude,
measuring
for a
anything on Earth.
triangle? What's the dependent variable for a triangle?
Okay, so you've got the variables here in this triangle experiment, right? You've got the number of sides, the number of vertices, right, and the interior angles of those vertices, right? So we know that we got three sides and three vertices.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Is that a phenomena?
The angle of the interior vertices.
Is geometry a phenomena?
I don't understand your question. Is geometry a phenomenon? What is that? What do you mean by
Is
that?
geometry something happening, an effect?
It depends what you mean. So if you mean geometry as
something happening? Is it changing? Is it doing something? Why do you ask a question for clarification and talk through me? That's dumb.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical question that was to.
Why are you asking rhetorical questions, Steve?
Elucidate, right, the answer I was giving, right? I was answering the question myself because it was rhetorical, right? It was merely
a triangle a phenomena? Yes or no?
Why are you dying on this hill, bro? Why are you dying on this hill? You're clearly wrong that geometry is not science. It's a branch of mathematics. You figure it out by measuring things.
I didn't even get to answer the question yet, right?
Because,
so you can't say I'm
listen,
my answer.
Science is the study of the natural world and the things in it. Geometry, it deals with abstract forms. Okay, it's not science. It has nothing to do with science. They're not related. Okay, so like, stop dying on a hill, dude. The Earth isn't proved.
Yeah,
So the
did I
claim
say
Earth is a
geometry is
sphere.
or is not a science? No, I didn't. I started to answer the question and got interrupted. Right, so you don't even know what I was
Okay,
going to say.
can I ask you a question?
We do.
Is the claim Earth is a sphere or Earth is flat? Are those scientific claims or are they geometry claims?
Is the Earth flat or is it what? Did you say hill?
A sphere. Sphere.
Yeah, so it would be both.
It'd be both.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Flat planes and spheres are both geometric shapes.
Yeah,
That
how is it
just
science,
geometric shapes. You don't answer this question and employ the scientific method. Science deals with causes of phenomena in the physical and natural world. It doesn't deal with shapes. That's geometry. That's math. It's a
You don't think
completely
shapes
different
exist in the natural world?
category. Dummy. It's a triangle natural.
Yeah, so like there are
Oh,
very
no,
many
fuck
natural
off.
science.
It was a
Wait a
yes or no
minute.
question.
You've seen crystals? Crystals come in all sorts of different geometric shapes naturally, right? Natural shapes.
Okay, and figuring out what those shapes are, is that science?
It can be. You can use science to determine them.
In what way? In what way?
Well, by measuring angles and length of sides and things, right? We have we determined the shapes of
That's
things.
not science.
Science, like the shapes.
That's not science. What you just said isn't science. When you measure angles, that's not science.
Okay, he's very basic, Billy. Okay, when you go to the doctor and he said, so when you go to the registry of motor vehicles and you get your license and they're like, how tall are you? And you're like 6 feet. Are they doing science? They're measuring you, right?
Not in the loose sense. No, they're not.
What about when you go to the doctor and they measure your height? Are they doing science?
Yeah, the doctor does often do science to try to determine like what illnesses and stuff you have.
No,
in which
your
they fall.
height.
Yeah, but we're talking about the measuring your height when you walk in. When you walk in and they're like, we're going to take your vitals, and they measure your height. Is that science with that action?
That is part of science, absolutely, because that's how they determine whether you have.
No,
part of science again. Sorry, part of science. No, science is the completion of the scientific method. This measuring someone's height is not the completion of the scientific method.
And at the end, it turns
Why do you
into science.
talk? You obviously don't understand what's going on, yet you're talking. That seems stupid to me.
Okay,
You're
the doctor
obviously
wanted to know how
incorrect.
you became. Hold on, Jedi. The doctor wanted to know how you became 6 feet, right? What caused you to be 6 feet tall? That would be science. The fact you are 6 feet tall is not science.
No, the fact that you're 6 feet tall, right, is not strictly science. That's correct, right? But that you're 6 feet tall today, and last year you were 6'1" is absolutely science because he's going to determine why you shrank an inch, right, and try to find out what spinal problems have developed, right?
Yeah, but the measuring the no.
It's absolutely scientific, even in a doctor's office.
When you put your shelves up, are you doing science? Your wife, your girlfriend asks you to put some shelves up and you put them up. Are you doing the scientific method when you do so?
I just said if I'm putting up shelves, right, I'm employing engineering. I'm not employing science, strictly speaking.
Yeah, exactly. So you would be employing different principles.
Are you saying that doing something in one context one time means that it's always going to be in that context forever and ever?
No, what I'm talking about is when you measure.
That a
Dummy,
boxer hits something
stop
the same way that the hammer
talking.
does? Right? They're both
You're
idiots.
a fucking idiot. Stop talking. We've been trying to tell you for 15 minutes that when you measure shapes, you don't employ the scientific method. You keep wanting to die on this hill, and every time you do so, we're going to point and laugh at you. This is stupid.
No, what you said is right. The claim you're
Really,
making
when you put up
is
shelves, you're doing
is that
science, are you?
measuring
No, that's
stuff is
engineering.
never
Well done.
Hold on, Jedi. Let's move on past this. Okay.
Hey, India, I just want to announce to the room, Grandpa's here if anybody has any questions
Shut
or
up,
comments.
Grandpa. I'll just fucking remove you.
Get his ass out of here.
No, I just want to make sure the room...
Shut up. So, Judge, oh yes, how do we use the scientific method to determine what the Earth is?
That you mean the shape, right?
Yeah, the shape. Is it flat or curved? Because it has to be
I'm
curved
just
to be a
asking,
ball,
right?
right?
Because there's
You can just
also like
determine those.
you could study the rocks and stuff, right? All sorts of things about the Earth.
Study the rocks.
If you just mean the shape, right, then that's a different answer than if you mean what the Earth is, like.
We're asking about the shape of the Earth.
We're not asking about composition. We don't care about the composition. It could be made of fucking mashed potatoes. We don't give a shit. We want to know what those mashed potatoes are shaped in.
So, like, there are many ways you'd use the scientific method, right? If you have questions about the shape of the Earth, like one such way you could do, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer. Why do you interrupt?
Because you say a load of fucking crap. If we don't hold you to something, you're going to end up talking bollocks. So show us one. Show us one.
Just give him rope, dude. Just give him rope, man. There's only so much line in the reel. He's going to hook himself.
I mean, fishing is fun, right? So even if that happens, it's
Especially when the fish catches itself.
Yeah, that's right. That is entertaining.
You're the fish, dude. In case you haven't figured it out.
Yeah, that's right.
So show us a way that we can employ the scientific method to prove the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I'll do that. Like, as long as you promise, like, to stop interrupting.